Gimana tuh, Bar?
Lari ke 130.
Mobil ya?
Kita juga harus lari sih Sen sebenarnya.
Oh iya juga.
Mau lari aja nggak lu?
Ayo caps lah.
Apa mau bantai yang di sini dulu?
Caps saya dulu. Biar lamaan
Dia
dikit kita
ngebegalin
main.
semua orang. Ayo. Tok aja lah. Itu mobil tuh.
Sendirian doi.
Mobil-mobilnya. Bro, let's go bro.
Halo Blay. Halo. Balik lagi. Bistri stream.
Anjing mobilnya dihancurin Sen. Kiri
Niat
kanan
banget dia.
anjing. Kiri kanan Sen.
Caps kuy lah kalau gitu, Bay.
Ada yang dari belakang tai. Wah jago sih.
Nembaknya
Harus ada
jago
yang
tuh.
dari belakang loh. Ada yang dari belakang kan?
Mobil hancur apa nih?
Bannya dipecahin.
Satu dong.
Kayaknya. Gue nggak lihat. Sehat aja.
Aku tak terlihat. Mana dia?
Sakit banget anjing.
Waduh.
Itu yang bunuh gue tuh.
Kontrai.
Ini orang jago-jago banget demi Allah deh.
Cuma itu apa nih?
Hah?
Oh.
Gue penasaran sih mati gue kayak gimana tadi. Ini dari belakang ngentot. Ngapain coba?
Nggak bisa, Bang.
Bang, agak bisa bang.
Cuma ada mobil lagi apa?
Yang bunuh lo apa bunuh gue sama dari belakang bukan dari sini. Ngentot kan.
Set ini masih
Nah itu
berantem
tuh
loh ini orang.
kontra HCM tuh. Yang
Dia
bunuh kita.
dia yang bunuh gua, malu. Set, sampai 2 kali di scope tuh mobil.
Gila, tapi ini orang emang sakit banget aimnya sih. Gila.
Kontrai.
Wajar dia turun Bekado. Enggak, yang di sini. Siapa bos?
Dapat nggak nih dia mobil? Bar, gue sholat asar bentar ya, Bar ya. Mohon maaf nih sama Osak Bar. Iya. Bar, gua asar bentar Bar ya. Bar.
San, ini loh nih, jiwa-jiwa rank tuh begini nih, San. Jiwa-jiwa survive nih. Woi, 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 woi. Wah, nggak jelas, sumpah. Sumpah nggak jelas. Woi.
Oi Bar.
Woi.
Bentar ya gue sholat asar.
Iya, iya, iya.
Yang 3. Kalau mau diperpanjang sampai kapan? tinggal ngambil dia lagi. Dan pecannya tinggal di Indonesia. Mau pindah aja ke Indomaret.
Ayo Bar.
Ayo.
Wah. Capek banget badan, buset.
Anjing, cuma bertiga. Sini yuk. Port.
Lah, gua kagak masuk.
Hah?
Could not enter match.
Gue kira itu.
Nih. Masuk lagi nih.
Gak bisa.
Nggak bisa kalau begitu ya?
Kayaknya coba aja. Bisa gak?
Sisa sejam kan kalau nggak ada yang nambah. Iya. Tidur sih.
Apa?
Waktu sabeton gue sisa sejam. Kalau nggak ada yang nambah gue tidur.
Nambah itu nambah apa maksudnya?
Kalau ada yang subs, ada yang donate kan waktunya nambah.
Oh gitu.
Gue nyangkut doang nih Bar.
Iya.
Otak 4 kali gue.
Gak bisa.
Gue otak 4 ntar.
Pesawatnya di jalan. Anjing pada diisi semua lagi. Gue keluar minusnya 50 nih.
Santai. Masuknya dulu. Soalnya kalau ada yang nambah juga kayak gue abis maghrib gue bakal tidur dulu dah. Kayak tengah malam lah at least. Gue baru tidur 4 jam anjing, badan gue kerasa panas juga anjing.
Si gila sih.
Kalau main PUBG kok aimnya susah ya? Kan beda Blay game ya sama game-game yang lain.
Tapi emang PUBG bukan yang paling susah ya. Aimnya.
Iya sih, PUBG kayak paling susah deh aim. Betul.
Aduh. Panas dalam gak enak banget.
Cal nggak ada, kagak ada dia. Siapa ini? Gue juga lagi ngeliatin friendlist tim gue.
Kenapa?
Siapa yang bisa diajak main?
Kayak gue kemarin anjing, siapa yang gue ajak main?
Gak ada lagi, dikit banget friendlist tim gue yang bisa diajak main.
Menutuplah fase 1. Entot dari dalam mobil bisa kenain gua, pecah lo vest gua.
Buset, karakternya sih karakter joget buat joget.
Tuh, Sen, Favor Sen kalau mau ajakin main masih main tuh dia.
Mana-mana?
Favor, sahabat lu.
Apa yang jadi sahabat gue Akbar, kenal juga kagak.
Hah? Hei.
Tapi orang PUBG tuh jarang banget yang open mic ya.
Ya kan. Banyak tahu. Gue sering banget main random open mic. I think we should go there. Sini.
Sambil nunggu kita nonton sesuatu ya Blay.
Helm aing kena. Anak setan dihajar dari belakang. Kenapa sih gue suruh mati dari belakang tuh? Anjing tau gak?
Mati lu Bar.
Mati gue dari belakang.
Temen lo masih pada hidup tapi.
Masih.
Yopi horor lagi. Pada yang Indo nih, Blay.
10.000 dari hamba Allah. Pesan sore Mas Mansen Sinatria.
Sore hamba Allah. Thank you, bro.
Oh magang,
Iya,
nama
Alex mas.
shift 2.
Iya mas, minggu ini giliran saya.
Mandi dulu apa? Nanti Cecel. Tanggung ini dikit lagi udah mau kelar.
Seri film yang cukup populer. Semua Balbiar sampai action film jotos-jotosannya itu Fast and the Furious. Atau sekarang Fast and Furious Saga. Nah, itu tidak jadi seperti macam ini ya tersanjung. Bayangin ya, kan ada Fast and Furious episode 76 gitu kan. Anyway, gue udah menemukan
Siapa tuh Bar?
gila atau belum kayak gue jadi gue
Ini kantor baru gua.
spoiler alert, kalau ada salah satu dari yang penonton dari 8 film itu hati-hati aja langsung skip aja deh. Kalau gimana kayak editornya apa kayak kasih tanda sih baik lah sama viewer kasih. Terus aja mulai dari film pertama. Oh iya, gua akan bikin filmnya ini urutan dari rilis ya, jadi jangan pada komen nanti tapi film ketiga itu di tahun berapa itu banget. Sebenarnya gua kasih kayaknya perlu gua kasih sedikit singkat gitu ya. Film pertama adalah ini adalah seorang polisi menyamar menjadi apa? Jadi kebahagiaan seperti infiltrasi sebuah geng balapan yang dipimpin oleh pria keluarga family man.
Jadi mau gacha juga dah. 100% nih. Nonton apa itu? POV horror. Short film. Kagak POV ya goblok. Ada nih POV horror Indonesia. Bar belum mati tuh Bar. 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 Tapi boleh.
Ngajak fashion kau ini. Ampun. Nampak urat.
Sintas House.
Pesan
Ya.
Nggak.
Kok TPP? Gak ada sih
Nggak squad aja San.
Mana? Oh iya, lupa. Ini udah ranked belum sih? Itu normal anjing. Oh itu game. Kira konten.
I don't think he's actually going to clear anything just yet. Oh my god, this could be so big, Dion. This could be colossal. I don't think they've seen him at all. They're looking other ways. He's going to be able to find one, two, oh my god!
Shit.
Versa of the entire season so far. That was impeccable.
I know, Humongous, this is pretty damn decent, but this is trigger plan. This is excellent.
Fajnie, że mnie spalili.
Double jump to...
Nada meio.
Esquerda, cai rato.
Meio.
Jangan bilang lo nggak masuk lagi San.
Demi apapun gue belum masuk, Bar.
Double jump to shot. Oh my god.
Lo Altep ya?
Iya anjing. Altep nggak masuk ya?
Lagi tidak masuk.
Astaga.
They've lost it to time in round 30, and that is
Mansen,
unprecedented. They
Mansen.
do get it planted. How?
Last second, Harry.
What? There was. They've lost it to time in round as well, but there's no time. There's no time, Hugo. They've lost it to time in round 30, and that is unprecedented. What? They do get it planted. How?
Last second, Harry.
What? There was like 5 seconds as he's running out through Monster. I did not think he had it.
I didn't. It looked done to me as well, Harry. But
Banana.
Kabarin, Bar, kalau udah kelar, Bar.
Iya.
Di sini dia bangun dengan overnight from Japan. Dia aslinya juga udah cukup bisa para skala itu tenaga gede banget loh buat mereka bikin dan dia muncul di adegan ikonik terakhir.
Blay, apa Blay ya? Konten yang seru ya?
Hey, what's up guys? Hope you're all doing well, and today is the least amount of stuff and distractions around me, especially on my desk. And of course, one of the biggest changes here is upgrading to a dual monitor setup, which has completely changed the way I work, the way I game, and of course streaming is now something that I can actually do now. So let's talk about that first. So getting back into streaming, this was kind of a necessity because without a second monitor, it's impossible to...
Hello again, Awesome Joey here with the latest and greatest Ninja Diffuse episode, Potato Monster style. Hit that like and subscribe if you're a real one, and without delay, let's hop into the action with this Raze who pops the showstopper to make the perfect diversion.
Anjing ini pinter banget sih.
You can't hear that.
Anjing, gue baru kepikiran sih ini sih.
Now this is a difficult one. Astra has to work their way all the way over to C, taking out multiple opponents in the process. It's also planted back sight, so this Omen and Silva better put their running shoes on and get here quick.
Ini mah nggak jadi diffuse, anjing biasa aja. Ini kayak musuhnya lucu aja.
1v3.
Gue pernah gitu dulu. Serius lah. Ah ini mah nggak nih jadi diffuse anjing. Yang pertama doang tadi yang KO sama Raze doang.
Fucking way. No fucking way.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Look at this Sage go. She's a runner, she's a track star, taking them on a wild goose chase through the map only to end up back where they
Up.
You off.
Party's over.
Not up. One behind the wall. I'm gonna go shower now, but he saw me hopping.
Mari kita coba Valorant apa kita?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Wih lemes banget lah anjing main Valo.
Ball's breaking.
Should run.
Deploying drones.
The flash. 3 long, missing Reyna. Haven't seen Reyna.
Give me those.
All 4 long, all long.
I'm gonna get
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
There we go.
You should have seen your faces.
Dude, I was fucking behind you! I don't know how good. Fucking shit.
Look, sometimes in esports, there's
Noted.
no room for
Mager.
error. Whether you're stuck in a clutch situation, overtime, or you're one hit.
Dia cuma kayak ngeliat main aja kan.
Point is, you're not taking any chances. But sometimes when the mood strikes and you're feeling confident, it's more fun to disrespect your opponent. These are the plays that give a whole new meaning to the term psychological warfare. And just before we get into that, make sure you are subscribed to the channel so you never miss a video just like this one. And with that, let's get into the top 10 disrespectful plays.
Ya anjing gue dari tadi punya kopi kagak gue minum, goblok banget Mansen.
Kicking us off at number 10 is Brokey with a cheeky team kill at DreamHack Open Fall 2020.
Look, it's effective, okay? That's what it is. It is effective.
It's still around at the very least for FaZe, but he executes cold.
Down 9-4 against North, Brokey knew his team couldn't afford to lose another round. So, with an AWP in hand, he began dismantling everything in sight. But when he saw a clean shot onto Cajun B, he realized that he could take the round and BM a little by sacrificing Cold Zero for a brutal kill.
Cold will find another Cajun in a 1-on-2. If there's a man you want to have, it is him. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. But unfortunately for him, that kill wasn't Cajun.
Now, disrespecting the enemy is one thing, but your own team's economy? That's downright savage. You know the phrase, kick 'em when they're down? Well, Showmaker certainly does, and he took it to a whole new level against G2, which is why he takes the number 9 spot on our list.
Oh no, that is BM. And let me remind you folks, for Showmaker and for Damwon Gaming, this is personal. This of course a translated quote, but he wants to crush you two into pieces as soon as possible.
Now, Damwon are no strangers to displaying some bad manners. The team is notorious for making wild and sometimes unnecessary plays to shatter their opponent's morale.
But things got personal against G2 during the 2020 World semi-finals. Showmaker wanted to remind the EU squad of their disappointing history at Worlds, so he spammed the emotes of the teams that previously dunked on Europe.
Anyone really made them sweat. When you do have some of the tape at the World Championship of Dom1 dropping a game, it was from JDG who did skirmish them, but you know...
Oh my... Showmaker!
Saw the wound!
Oh no, that is BM.
Jesus, Showmaker, the man has a family.
Gua ngerti gua.
Taking the number 8 spot.
Apakah Anda capek? Ngantuk.
Yo, we building!
Minecraft Steve is a pretty new addition to Smash Ultimate, and few players have really taken him to the heights of competition. But his unique playstyle has offered some creative new tools for disrespect. Take this play from Rockman, who stopped before killing M. Marco at Mega Smash Mondays to build an F in the middle of the stage. That's right, the man built a memorial to his opponent's failure before he'd even died.
Yo! Wait a minute!
Hold on.
Yo, welcome to Ultimate, baby!
Oh
Yo!
my God.
Yo!
Are we playing Minecraft?
Yo, we building!
Horror time kah? Kagak, ini lagi PUBG, cuma lagi nunggu Akbar.
Coming in at number 7 now is a play from OG.
Lagi live di TikTok, Blay. Live ngapain dia?
After shocking the world, winning TI8 and cementing themselves in esports history, OG came back the next year dripping with confidence and an absolutely dizzying number of
lagi
ways
pergi
to
anjing.
disrespect their opponents.
My God, just relentless.
I was skeptical in the start, especially about this bottom lane, but things are looking great right now. Mainly because our team, they're actually just...
Put the flag down, build a wall, and Arteezy can't cross it.
But nothing was more disrespectful than their late game dive onto Newbie, where Thompson took the full heat of the fountain as the rest of his team aided in the...
Ngobrol biasa, Blay, sama viewers. Ayo sini kita ngobrol.
Really going here, and Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain.
Blay, pakai tamuin aja. Ngobrol pakai facecam di Discord. Lo ada yang berani gak? Lo pada mau open cam gak, Blay?
Number 6 on our list is a disciplinary play from Electronic that could have gone horribly wrong.
I have never seen anything like that. Unbelievable, and he still gets the double kill, thank God.
During the group stage of the ESL Pro League Season 7 finals, Electronic found himself in a sneaky situation.
Ada A nih, A mau main PUBG juga.
His way onto B site. With Karrigan unaware of him lurking behind, Electronic showed incredible trigger discipline. But what happened next was pure BM.
He's gonna have the great trigger discipline.
He spotted exists there already on the cross, and he knows where Karrigan is, of course. Just waiting. Oh, goodness me, this thing cannot be possible. No. Oh, no. He's managed at least to get rid of
pada ada facecam nggak lo pada?
Way worse for Electronic. He almost caked it.
Yeah, that somehow worked. What's even crazier is Na'Vi ended up winning the round. Karrigan had to have been shaking his head after that one. At our halfway point now is Logix, who showed us why spawn camping in Overwatch can backfire on you real fast. After a rough defense against the Justice on Havana, the Defiant was struggling to make cart progress with Stratus and Ark's Pharmacy raining, well, justice from above them. But no one had it worse than Logix, who was pincered into his own spawn and subsequently BM by Stratus. But little did he know, this was Logic's plan all along.
And the one-time gods isn't on Diva. Could cost them big when that's ready.
Tuh, kata Mbah Dukunnya berani, Blay.
Give it to the hell. Oh, but he pulled out the McCree! Flashbangs him and shuts him down!
By switching to McCree, Logix was able to land a clean flashbang on Farah and hilariously...
Pakar Davinovan. Thank you, bro.
Calm as a bitch, innit?
We give it to Logix. Look at this, guys. You try and insta-lock McCree? Nobody's
2553.
faster than Logix.
This was so good. I absolutely love this. It's just the disrespect.
Switches heroes, instant flashbang, headshots, and not once, but he gets the Pharah and then the Mercy.
Taking the number 4 spot on our list is the most stylish player in Marvel vs. Coming in at number 3 is the first international knife kill in Valorant, courtesy of Sentinel's BMer extraordinaire, Dapper.
We not only see the first international knife, but the second international teabag.
Now, when it comes to trolling, Dapper is undoubtedly NA's go-to expert. He's proven time and time
Kok jadi 26? Memang harusnya berapa?
life in the name of good old
Yang masih segitu kan?
disrespect. And sure, Sonic's players were playing in NA, but they're Australian, and Dapper taking the knife to Dizzy to finish things off technically makes this the first ever international knife in Valorant history.
And now it's just Dizzy in a 1v5.
Harusnya berapa, Blay?
Catches. Oh, no way! Takes out one and Dapper has a knife!
It's truly one for the history books. At the runner-up spot is a straight-up ridiculous round in Street Fighter 4 from the Beast himself.
Ih, lama banget Akbar gak kelar-kelar ya?
What a first round from Daigo.
I said he might try something. Seen as he's in winner's bracket, but I didn't see that coming, Zach.
Bar.
So,
Oi, belum kelar lo.
Belum, dikit lagi. Udah circle terakhir.
Sabi.
Your opponent has the audacity to use the same move over and over again. Global Challenge Group Stage in 2020, Navi were in a close
Udah berapa jam?
against Furia with a score
Harusnya nambah sejam, Blay. Kenapa gitu?
made it all the more surprising when Simple made the cheeky decision to hide in nuke vents with his knife out.
And a nade open Squeaky. Oh, look at Simple, so cheeky.
Okay, mate. It's a very viable strategy, by the way. If anyone thinks he's suddenly trolling in an 8-7 game, that is a very easy one-shot knife, and he's demonstrating. Oh, that's unreal! Unbelievable scenes. He took off the silencer as well for show points.
In a display of pure disrespect, Simple tore through Furia's players as they desperately used a ladder without knowing what lurked below.
And that is a very easy one-shot knife, and he's demonstrating.
Pintar banget Simple.
Unbelievable scenes. He took off the silencer as well for show points.
Well, there you go.
They're going B, dude. They're going B. There's B.
Yikes.
There's another one there on the left.
See ya.
In B, probably. I heard one B.
Yeah.
Reloading. Spike down B.
Bomb's down right
Spike's
here.
Viper could be flanking us.
Yeah, can you hold flank one of you? Wait, did he
Here.
get the spike? Oh my god, I didn't even notice.
Last player standing.
Bonus gitu sejam. Oh, PUBG gak Blay? Lagi PUBG nih gue.
Spike planted.
Oh shit, I saw him.
One enemy remaining.
I need jump plus.
Blocking sight.
Oh my god.
Alright, Cadello, cold respect, and who? Thanks for the reset. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Finally, I'm gonna win this game. Oh,
Oh.
fuck on wood.
What the hell is...
Hello, my friend.
Hello, my friend.
Hello, buddy.
Yo, what's up? So my friend and I go queuing inside the Indian Mumbai.
Have a strat. Give me the bomb. Give me the bomb. Get a wall. Let's do the. You know thing. You know how it's saying. All right. We're gonna wall like this. Everyone rush tube. If we see him, if we see a guy peeking like this, we're pushing under tube. But everyone else go kitchen.
You need embarrassed.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna plant for here. It's gonna be planted for you guys.
Here.
I want to smoke.
You top
here,
side.
Like here, kitchen. You want me to smoke top side?
Yeah, smoke where my ping is.
Here.
Yeah. Okay. Let the sage lead. Let the sage lead.
Baru ko napaka Mansen harus minum kopi. Ini lagi minum kopi, Blay. Belum 20 juta masih udah Blay. Gimana lagi, Blay? Anything.
I have a flash.
Okay, crossfire this. Crossfire this. No, we're gonna crossfire this.
Raise. Just
Renan,
like,
you just pick up on me.
yeah. I
Uh,
got it.
Jangan lupa tidur lagi gila. Ntar habis maghrib gue tidur dulu.
Put up your ult, put up your ult, put up your ult.
Top steps.
Alright. Can you put it down?
Down now. Down now.
3.
Okay. No heal.
Go get yours. Probably flank, no?
Probably. I don't know. Holding deep.
Man, listed for sure. Oh no, dude. Oh shit. Wow. I'm 4-7. I'm not taking the game seriously. Oh shit, man. Fuck. I gotta focus up. This guy thinks I'm boosted. I really gotta try, guys. Oh man. Oh no, not this guy thinking I'm boosted. Oh fuck. Oh no. Silver showers, guys. Careful. Silver showers. I'm holding showers. I'm focused up. Whoa. Let's do these little strats. Oh no. Guys, boosted.
One more.
Oh shit, guys! Nice, 2 kills, 5v3, guys. We've got kills oil, Astro.
Let's go.
That nice. Let's go. Yeah, I'm coming to the bomb.
You are losing your
Gotta
mind.
try.
bro.
No, we gotta try, guys. We
Anjing.
gotta try. We really gotta win this rank game.
Berasa ngabisin billing waret lah.
This is the shit that I
Akbar
live
belum
for.
kelar-kelar belai.
This is the shit that I live for. Careful, hookah flank is open. I'm upping spawn. Could be up elbow. Don't hold elbow. Call what you're watching, guys.
I'm light spawn. I'm double light spawn.
Nice. I'm double zoomed on CT. I got an off angle. He's peek off me. One dead spawn. Nice. We won the major. Oh my god, we won. Holy shit. Look down, you go under it.
No,
Look down, you go under it. Yep.
Limbo,
yep.
limbo.
Yeah, you gotta look down, look down. Gotcha.
Ketawa aja anjing banget Shazam dah.
Look down, you go under it.
No, you can't.
Look down, you go under it.
Limbo,
Yep,
limbo. You
Yeah, you gotta look down, look down. Gotcha.
Why isn't it surrendering? Round 5.
There's actually no way.
What? No one is laughing. Literally.
There's actually no
Tuh, ya Shazam nular anjing.
No one is laughing. Literally, no one is laughing.
What happened? What? Nobody's laughing. It's not funny.
Bro, who's trying to play limbo?
Oh, let's do these little strats. Oh no. Guys, boosted.
One more.
Oh shit, guys! Nice, 2 kills, 5v3, guys. We've got kills oil, Astro.
Let's go.
That nice. Let's go. Yeah, I'm coming to the bomb.
You are losing your mind.
Gotta try. No, we gotta try, guys. We gotta try.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh my god, they all 3 beat at the same time! Ah!
80 raise.
Holy fuck.
I know
You see 4 of them, you see 4 of them.
80 raise.
What the fuck was that coordinated shit? That works.
Winnable, guys.
Oh my god, we won!
Winnable. You got me. Like that?
Sam, I'm telling you, this guy.
How you know it's me, huh? I'm on streamer mode. How you know?
I can't hear it.
That
Dude, if you take one of my kills, I'm pushing.
Among Us.
Yo, dog. No, I'm not letting you take one of my
Shoot
kills.
the dog. Shoot the dog. With everyone. Oh my god, he's gonna flash. He's out.
Oh, nyaris cu.
Stop! Go away!
Udah kelar loh.
That went A main. Or B main.
Udah. Yuk.
Backside. No armor.
You guys have it! Let's go! We finally have the advantage! White Race Warrior, thank you for the There, 1 halls, 1 elbow. Flash it.
Anjay, udah naik lagi gua.
Let's go, baby.
17 menit to go, let's go! Time to sleep.
Judy in the cut. Drop down.
No way! Don't go in there!
Wait.
Menurut tuh player yang lebih hebat dari Ten siapa? Mansen. Anjing PC gue udah patah-patah. Cet, patah-patah banget. Udah nggak kan. Bar, ini gue segame tapi Bar ya. Gue follow Bar abis ini Bar.
Gue juga, gue mau tidur abis ini. Mana nih? Guard aja ya?
Iya, itu gue nandain.
Wah, ada musuh nih.
Banyak Bar. 3 orang dulu.
Anjing. Aduh, udah senjata, kejar dong.
Anjing lah, gue main 60 FPS bangsat. Gak kuat nih PC anjing buat main ginian. Nice Bar. Perlu bantuan gak Bar?
Perlu, pemenit datang.
Dapat retot deh, cabut gue kesana. Lalu. Coming Bar.
Care.
Gua nggak ada yang maju nih. Oh.
Dalam rumah deh Bar.
Wah anjing. Berak.
Berapa orang nih Bar?
Sisa 2 harusnya.
1 lu finish ya? Ini ngeliat gue gak sih?
Lihat. Kurang kiri dikit.
Tiga tuh. Tiga kan yang nembak gua.
Kayaknya 2 deh. Awas bom.
Depan gua bomnya.
Depan.
Gua dengernya depan gua, bener-bener pas depan gua loh.
Lu pakai headset balik gak?
Kagak anjing.
Jelas-jelas di belakang.
Sekali lagi bar.
Ada ya.
Terlalu tusun. Anjing, gue denger bener-bener pas banget depan gua.
Enggak, samping lu.
Jago banget orang. Di samping tadi anjing gua dengernya pas banget depan gua.
Enggak, beneran samping lu. Gua ngeliatnya bener-bener di samping lu.
Oh, kelihatan. Gua denger suara teng. Makanya gua santai banget diem di situ. Yang di samping bom itu yang di hold. Oh. Tapi yang kedengeran tuh depan gua kan. Apaan sih FPS gua? Buset.
Rp50.000 dari Ding, pesan, nambah billing bang.
Buset, nambah billing bang. Nggak jadi off lagi bang. Ding, thank you Ding. Wah, teman kita pocin kuy, bar.
Kita lihat dulu kapasitasnya anjing. Enggak lah, level 148 sosok pocin ke dia.
Satu level 500 tuh. Gimana kita nih? Ikutin apa enggak nih?
Ya udah, gas lah. Ayolah.
Ya udah.
Gue ikutin.
Gue rumah itu bar. Sana ya bar, tanda gue bar.
Iya.
Aduh, ding. Boleh, tapi whatever happen, ntar gue abis maghrib mandi, gue tidur dulu bentar ya. Gue pause dah nanti dah timernya. Semua badan gue udah mulai terasa meriang nih. Kalau ini ketahan sampai habis maghrib, ntar gue tidur dulu dah. Gue pause, ntar tengah malam lanjut lagi.
3 orang di kiri.
Udah 58,8. Ya udah gue tambahin 20 menit ntar. Siapa deket gua? Oke.
Bentar.
Rp100.000 dari Andy, pesan, mangat Bang Kikiki.
Andy. Wah, Andi lu gila, Andi. Lu mau kali 4 gak, Bar?
Nggak.
Gue bawain.
Oh enggak, udah dapet gua.
Bagian tengah semua kan?
Hidup. Ujung dah.
Tembakin teman-teman gua.
Gua yang ditembakin, Cuk.
Di atas genteng dia, Bar.
Oh, di atas genteng, pantesan. Dia bisa ngenain. Sen, ada Fatiba Sen di bawah Sen. Tarik Sen.
Sabar. Bentar. Nggak jadi udah dong kita.
Oh. Pati boy.
Pati.
Sabar, mandi dulu, oke?
Kita mau udahan ini, Las.
Anjing.
Lah itu Akbar mulas kata mau tidur.
Mas, serius?
Lah. Ya, gua agak ngantuk dikit sih.
Lah apaan sih?
Apaan sih anjing, gua tungguin dari tadi.
Baru beres gawe atuh, Mas. Gawe atuh, Mas. Dengan uang.
Iya ngapain?
Wah,
anjing.
Ya.
Anjing.
Mandi bentar.
Anjing. Udahlah ngantuk.
Bisa, Bar, posisi lu, Bar. Gue dapat ke 8 pula.
Rp100.000 dari Wijen, pesan, mangat Blay.
Ya Allah. Ada Wijen. Beneran gak kelar-kelar anjing. Nggak tahu dari mana, Bar.
Asli. Dulu lah, gue rehat dulu deh bentar kalau enggak.
Lu rehat dulu.
Rehat dulu gue.
Oke. Ini Fatih cuy main, lu main nggak?
Iya boleh nanti, makanya gue istirahat dulu sebentar.
Nunggu dia ini ya.
Ya.
Malah 890. One man squad dah. Follow nanti. Nih gue lagi punya teman main PUBG nih, jarang-jarang nih. PG Agung merah tuh. Buset, main PUBG sih VG Agus 93%. Loadnya anjing. Masih no delay kan, Blay? No delay, Blay.
Rp100.000 dari seseorang, pesan, kasih rehat dulu Blay, kasihan anak orang.
Iya, Blay, kasih rehat. Kasih rehat, ditambahin timernya, Blay. Aduh, keram ngentot.
30.000 dari kucing Rehan, pesan, mangat Blay.
Anjing, di paha dong keramnya bangsat, sakit banget. Wah, goblok, sakit banget. Aduh. Thank you kucing Rehan, thank you seseorang. Half grip enak ya. Wah, goblok, sakit banget. Sejak kapan? Sejak kapan nih bisa ngebers? Barrel bisa ngebers.
Rp50.000 dari Wijen, pesan, ngepasin billing aja Blay.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Hujan ngepasin billing aja 1 jam. Ah, shit. Aduh bentar Blay. Anjing. Kurate ketarik Blay. Mbak Dukun apakah Mansen suka waria? Palak pau tekuk. Map baru aja Sen. Di mana ya map baru? Taigo ini, Taigo.
20.000 dari Teger.
20.000 dari Teger. Kagak ada pesannya Teger. Cara main jet gimana? Ngelut dulu Blay. Cari helm 3 sama vest 3. Lah ini air angle. Godok. Fishing camp. Ini kayak air angle cuma dibolak-balik doang gak sih? Studio. Wow. Makasih TGR. Tanya apa? Perasaan tadi pagi sisa 2 jam. Tadi pagi sisa 1 menit. Blay. Di 1 menit gue tinggal boker. Ada Mas Agus. Ada gulaknya Blay kalau mati 10 menit awal. Serius loh? Lu bohongin gua loh. Hosan, gue ke Hosan. Terus ada gulaknya Blay. Lu kata Warjon anjing. Gulak kalau ada tim. Oh. Udah ngumpul berapa Blay selama sabeton? Itu Blay di bawah facecam gua. Ada kalau main tim. Anjing baru tau gak? Set ini kagak ada coveran tuh. Oh ada pohon. Anjing satu kotak gua doang nih. Ya gua nggak mau, gua harus deketin orang lah. 2 orang situ. Udah deket gua 2 orang doang nih. Buset, gua belum nyampe bawahnya, gua udah ngeliat senjata banyak banget. K2. Apa ini K2? Senjata apaan nih? Black K2 baru. Masih bisa nembak. Helm 2. Helm 2, helm 2. Gue main solo sama chicken, Blay. Buset, gue menang tur ini solo, Blay. Anjing, gue gak mau. Nggak, Blay. Bercanda, Blay. Bercanda, Blay. Gue gegabah banget nih, gue liat-liat. I do my best, you know. Indomaret nih, Blay. Assalamualaikum. Nggak ada ini apa? Nah, tas 2. Dari tas 2 susah kali. Kagak ada lagi nih. Mau nyari apa ya? Nggak ada yang harus cari lagi sih sebenarnya. Nyari orangnya. Sekali 6 Blay. Naik ke atasnya gimana? Crevice 3. Goblok, salah ngambil. Oh, tinggal moncong. Wih, kompe. Gila. Ini abang-abangan PUBG lagi nonton gua gimana nih? Suppressor. Dikasih loh, gue bilang cerita moncong. Udah habis. Cari orangnya lah. Bisa 56 orang gak tuh? Nggak enak banget lah nge-heal, nggak ada numlock. Gue selalu pakai numlock anjing kalau nge-heal. Nggak pernah nih gue buka-buka tab. Buka tab tuh kalau ngeliat dong supply lu ada apa aja. Kalau nge-heal pasti pakai numlock gua. Aman. Gua kira motor. Minimap mana, Blay? Taigo namanya. Apa udah milestone kah? Udah nama milestone, Blay. Ini kalau main normal solo pasti ada botnya Blay ya. Kayak gue nggak percaya banget kayak masih ada 100 orang dalam satu lobby main solo PUBG. Zaman pas rame-ramenya aja nih ya Allah Blay. Kagak ada yang main solo. Jangan belum ada ranked. Gila, keren juga nih mobil.
Rp20.000 dari Ivy, pesan, mangat Blay.
Thank you Blay. Dari siapa? Ivy, thank you banget Blay. Thank you Eve. Waduh. Aduh jangan dong. Jangan terbalik dong. Set mobilnya susah juga dikontrol. Gampang banget balik nih mobil ya. Motor aja udah. Bisa gue lewatin gak nih area ini? Harusnya sih bisa nih. Bisa dong. Anjay. Kali 8 bang. Gak bisa tak naik. Anjing gak ada tangga goblok. Ya ampun, gak ada suara peperangan apa gue terlalu jauh dari orang-orang. Jadi sih gue di tengah-tengah anjing, gue udah kayak lagi touring itu kalau. Ya Allah. Apa lagi situ belai ketololan. Live chat gue liat-liat jadi kagak ada yang fokus sama game gue ya dari selama sabeton ya. Buset, open banget nih map. Aduh, nggak kena. Nah, ini komponnya jelek banget. Muter-muter udah. Tuh apaan merah-merah? Airdrop kah? Benteng anjing. Apa sih nandain? Insert. Sedang berantem lah depan gue lah. Rezeki anak soleh, Blay. Kalau mode normal banyak bot, tapi itu tadi yang gue bunuh bukan bot kan? Ini helm 3 deh. Nggak enak banget posisinya. Wah, ini di mana nih? Gua ambil kiri atau kanan, Blay? Kiri nggak sih? Mana sih biasa orangnya? Ke 7 orang boleh. Anjing mata gue nggak biasa banget nih nge-scan gini nih. Di Valo nggak seribet ini anjing. Valo tuh paling kayak cuma reaction time mata lo gitu dong. Ini kan lo harus liatin detail banget gitu kayak buset. Berapa frame yang masuk mata gue nih? Orang lo. Lihat no Blay. Dari yang nggak kelihatan tuh tadi gue liat kayak ada pergerakan anjing. Masih bener gue ngitung zeroing. Anjing. Posisi dia di bawah 400 sekarang. Tembakan sniper gue kena nih, Blay. Kalau dia kenok, gue tambah sejam anjing. Ya, udah habis, Blay. Kalau dia nongol lagi, gue kenokin, gue tambah sejam nih, Blay. Orang yang ini ya, yang jauh. Udah habis, Blay. Anjing susah amat nembak. Gue kagak bisa nembak apa gue tolol ya sih? Susah nembaknya apa gue tolol ya sih? Masih ada no? Nah ini mah gampang anjing. Mana dia? Tuh nggak mati. Easy anjing. Saya 2 orang. Kagak Blay, kagak nambah Blay. Dia udah jauh Blay. Dia udah deket Blay. Jangan lu tagih ke gua ini. Harap lu. Gue suruh ke rumah nih. Nambah sejam. Kan gue bilang tadi pas jauh. Lu jangan bego-begoin gue lu ya. Nih kalau chicken gue tambah 20 menit. Anjing sabeton yang mana nih begini-begini ada gacha-gacaannya nih. Tolol, game tolol. Game tolol. 39. Gue tambah 20 menit. Ini yang punya PUBG lagi ngerjain gue, nonton gue. Lo Blue Hole. Nggak usah lihat-lihat sabeton gue lah, anjing. Anjing banget. PUBG. Untung gue nggak ngomong nambah 1 jam lah. Dari dulu main PUBG kagak bener-bener belai asli. Ngaco banget. Oh iya maghrib. Habis ini. Tuh Blay, kalau nambah 20 menit lagi berapa orang lagi sih yang subs? 10 nggak nyampe nggak sih? 6 lagi. Itu 2 orang saling itu bot Blay, kena play zone. Perfect timing anjing dari. Gue gak tau nih Blay. Gue turun di duar. Mana lurus. Kota dong. Tuh. Yongcheon. Baru ngomong langsung kejadian, lu sih orang-orang soleh kan. 10 juta. 10 juta. 10 juta please. Kejadian nggak ya 10 juta kalau gue ngomong 10 juta? Anjing, gue kira pala orang. Gue nggak bisa masuk. Ini apa lagi MK12? MK12? Yang ada di itu doang kan ya? Apa? Itu dah pakai dah. Di lantai 2 tuh dia. Mansen lu belum ada helm anjing. Nggak ada nih. Mati lu. Kelamaan gue ngokangnya. Di sini nggak ada. Gua ada net, nggak ada apa-apa lagi. Mau gue pancing gitu. Wah, asli rumahnya sih aneh-aneh banget. Ini nggak ada rooftopnya apa? Itu dia orang. Ada satu. Valorant udah mati lu, Golbeng. Udah kena pala juga lu, curang lu ah. Wah, kalau dia ada net mati nih gua. Pala lagi kan lu? Hah? Masih mau ngelawan, masih mau ngepick lu? Anjing, di Valorant udah di revive Sage 8 kali nih dia. The headshot, wallbang. Nah di sini nih dia. Luar tuh. Alah, nyak bacot lah. Aduh. Seru juga nih berantem sama dia. Wih, dia push anjing. Ayo lo. Hah? 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 Tani? Hah? 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 Gue T-back lo. Gue T-back lo. Hah? Bete nggak lo diketin? Bete nggak lo? Boleh nih buka, ada bunyi gitu. Ngeliat dulu dikit lah. Ah, kes ya. Ada SLR gak Blay di map ini Blay? Tidur aja udah Blay. Ntar deh Blay. Udah maghrib belum Blay. Ntar lagi maghrib. Terus game ini gue sholat maghrib. Kalian mandi kali gue, mandi dulu sholat maghrib. Ini apaan? Lantainya? Wah, ada nih seller. Dapat cepet pula. Extend dong yang belum ada. Halo Mansen, halo. M24-nya kali ya, M24-nya dah. Anjing bocah galau gini gua. Mana lagi orang-orang? Tadi yang turun sini rame nih. Kemungkinan besar gue ketemu nih sama orang nih. Anjing kira motor. Oh, itu di motor. Soalnya dia mengarah ke motor ini juga. Luar. Ini mau ngapain? Tadi mau berenang. Gue mancing dong kalau dia berenang. Enggak kena tuh. Mancing gue play. Loot drop ya, loot drop. Belum drop kan? Udah drop ya? Ramai banget nih berantem. Aku suka perkelahian. Ya. Dia lagi nembakin apaan? Bot kah? Botnya nembak gak sih Blay di sini Blay? Botnya bukan diem doang ya? Nembak. Mana kotaknya? Fight. Ini buat juga nih. Begitu buatnya. Apa sih gue nembak gak kena? Kayak kalau ini bukan dah. Dia bisa jongkok-jongkok gitu Blay. Ini buat gak sih? Ini bot bukan? Ini orang. Ini bukan bot nih kalau begini ya. Ini orang. Orang apa bot nih? Journey Prime. Nama botnya nggak seragaman, Blay. Lihat lutannya kali ya. Bot harusnya nggak ada lutannya kan? Ya ini kayak bot dah. Kemungkinan besar ini bot sih. Jauh juga. Bot 100%. I see. Goblok. Buset. Kalau ini bukan ya. Ini bukan nih. Senjata apaan anjing? Bentar ya, Blay. Gue sholat maghrib dulu. Blay, gue bikin polling tuh Blay. Main Valo apa PUBG? Kelar gue sholat, ntar gue pick ya gamenya apa. Udah Blay. Apa ini game ini? Valo 75% cuy. Let's go Valo. Ih, Valo nggak bisa masuk lagi. Kagak mandi dulu Blay. Tanggung dikit lagi kelar. Jadi gue bisa rehat. Kompe 1 game kelarin ya. Setengah jam. Share Ultimate 1125. Billing 58801. Wih. 29 menit. Main 20.
Match found.
Nah, belum. Udah kan? Set. Udah Blay. Udah nambah Blay, billing udah nambah Blay.
Let's go.
Hi, guy.
Nobar liquid aja Blay. Liquid. Oh item, kalau item gua alt tab. Enggak ding. Game capture belum gua ganti ke Valorant, goblok. Sorry Blay. Tuh udah 58,8. Udah gue tambah 20 menit. Blay, tapi gue habis game ini gue mandi ya. Terus kalau sisa under setengah jam, gue kalau sisa di atas 1 jam, gue pause, gue tidur dulu Blay. Ntar jam 12, jam 1 gitu gue bangun. Gue ngantuk banget. Gue kemarin tidur jam jam setengah 1, bangun jam setengah 5 ya. Berapa jam tuh berarti? Ini gue nonstop anjing dari subuh. Dari setengah 5 gue nonstop bangsat ini. Yes. Baik gue. Gue sih. Dua flash. Oh, I got blind. Come back side. Flank.
I'm low.
One ceiling, one silong.
One enemy remaining.
Last long. Chill.
Chill.
He's very low. Revealing area.
Therefore we see what I want you to see. Come see.
Can I have your ghost?
Okay.
Can I have your ghost?
Go back there. Go.
Yeah, sure.
See you gonna go. Sight. Hey, we go here, bro.
Go. Okay, push.
Shadows traveling.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
They rotating here.
Headshot. Heaven mark.
Standing ahead.
One enemy remaining.
I'm low.
Last player standing.
You think you can kill me?
Sweet, that went well. All right, same thing this time.
Sahabatan 3/4 nggak diupload lah ya? Gue upload. Sabar, gue open deh sekarang.
Keep up.
Shadows
Revealing area. Take flight.
I have no muscle on.
One behind.
Sage half.
Die.
Sage garage half.
Last player standing.
Nggak bisa gua public ya. Ke public gak boleh, coba lu lihat dah. Copyright claim.
and then we will die.
Yang hashtag 4 kena copyright claim anjing. Aditya Ramadan, nambah 5 menit nih. Tambah nggak 5 menit?
Get out of my way.
Tambah kan 5 menit?
Shot push.
Bomb buddy out.
Okay, long. Maybe left, right. Yeah.
I think we can go garage, just walk.
Player standing. Spike down A.
Nice.
Ciao.
Yeah, full.
Thirty seconds left.
I will take back what's mine.
Where we go? Let's. Wanna go see? Only one omen inside. Also one tag and out in this.
I have no wire.
Bang, oi, Andika Yuda. Buat appreciate effort lo dari jam 5 pagi mulai. Ya nih, nggak kelar-kelar kan jamnya pagi.
Next side.
One enemy remaining.
I watch garage.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
Semangat, Blay. Semangat dong. Habis ini jadi tidur sana. Mandi dulu. Kalau di bawah setengah jam gue bakal nggak tidur. Gue kelarin. Cuma kalau di atas setengah jam gue pause dulu. Lanjutin malam.
We go A. Jet no gun. Careful shotgun. Come.
Break call my don't need that in fun.
One heaven. Stay.
Ailing.
Stay on heaven.
They can rest.
One enemy remaining.
Left. Going to you, Jack.
Two heaven.
Oh, you buy the new bundle, Jack?
Yep.
Okay, I only have like 78.
Wanna try to use it?
Sure.
Maghriban dulu, Bang. Iya. Udah tadi. Juga sih.
Keep up.
Nah.
Deploying drone. Revealing area.
Bye.
Two backside, omen low. Three backside. Omen low.
Two inside, two inside, two inside.
Yeah, two backside.
That's it,
Yeah, one city. Yeah. That's city. Omen side.
I kill omen, I think.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. I've had 4 long.
Cover going out.
Where is everyone hiding? No more charges left.
Nice.
If we go easy on them, they will never
Total
learn.
sahabatan udah berapa jam lah? Pokoknya dari Senin sore. Senin sore apa siang ya?
I drop you, Jack.
Thank you.
Okay, someone heading for. I think Jet gonna push A, and we effect C first.
Okay, I smoke.
Scanning ahead.
Take flight. So what are... I think only one A.
Gue deh. Oh, one more, sure.
I think can go back. They're rotating to A.
Back C.
Yeah, they rotate. Senin sore ya?
I think one here.
Spike down, C. You will not kill my
Scanning
ally.
ahead.
Karena was sure.
30 seconds left.
Cage triggered. Tripwire destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
Last low. Nice one.
Let's win. Let's go there.
Race it to the spike site.
Cyphernya jago anjing. Nembaknya clean banget. Clean banget ya nembaknya.
Echo A. I'm down.
Dia belum main 3 hari Blay. Dia baru main ini. Masih seger banget Blay.
I think they're gonna push.
Ya, I can smoke.
Get out of my way.
Fought by.
Hey, I'm low.
Go.
Shadows traveling.
Take the hunter.
Nothing.
One shot. So
No,
far, one
wait.
shot.
Two. One more.
Spike down A.
There's Sage. Oh, two. Sage and Omen. Nice.
Let's go back. Omen side. Don't know Sowa. Oh, okay. So I had that.
Wait.
When you can, I will go window.
Omennya semangat banget anjing.
Shadows traveling.
City.
Both city.
Boss city. He walk. Come down. Let's city.
City,
Both
both.
city, yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, can you come with my ulti? Omen away pay here, one right. Calicon. Tuanya.
Hey, don't make sound. And then we proceed. Wait. They think we go A. Wait.
One garage.
I'll wait for 9 seconds. We got scan. Wait. 9 seconds. Come see.
30 seconds left.
I cannot penetrate. They can come behind.
Nowhere to run!
Lost in sight.
He does.
Jet aside, jet half.
Last player standing.
Good shot.
Satu kolek nama billing gak sih? Enggak dong. 1K. Kagak ada Blay, sabuton like nambah Blay. Janganlah. Sudahilah. Udah Blay.
Will you try the same over?
Oh, ini pengen Renation.
Wait my door.
Udah makan dulu, Blay? Tadi udah?
Gusi.
Malam belum?
Yeah. I face
some
Stay
more.
here. Stay here.
Omen C. He TP.
Spike down, attacker
He
spawn.
go back. He TP back. Wait for Cypher.
Sorry.
Healer kill.
Omen C long.
One heaven.
Whatever. Omen C.
Wait, we can kill Jet.
Scanning ahead.
Satchel out.
Nice. One more.
30 seconds left. Satchel out. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Ooh, good shot.
Last round before the switch.
We lose our money after this. But we'll use it.
Can you go?
Let's make some chaos.
Scanning ahead. Deploying drone.
Backside.
Yeah, I can plant.
Spike down, C.
Wait.
One C side. Reyna.
One enemy remaining.
Last C side.
Let's see.
Let's go. Wait.
Gue jadi jago belum pakai crosshair lu. Crosshair gue yang mana? Crosshair gue yang mana nih?
Yeah.
I think he can let trace.
See.
Got you. Camera taken out.
Crosshair gue tuh ini. Bro.
Good shot today. Don't worry. There are other ways to use.
Ini crosshair gue.
Can you solo C? Cyber. Passive.
Kalau 1422 buset itu crosshair 8 juta umat, tau gak?
Les. Can you shoot the recon for me? Thank you.
My intel is their obstacle.
Hilang.
Can you leave side?
I leave side. I can.
Two side.
Spike planted.
Two and a half.
One close.
Got it.
Last player.
Buset 3 orang gak tuh?
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Sure.
Let's go.
C.
We go C long?
Correct.
Spike planted.
One mid, jet, in B, one in B.
Last player standing.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Gue gak mati lagi. Ada duit gue belai.
Say.
Omen 10 HP. Boleh nih smoke-nya. They went back.
They go back.
Hah, kenapa nggak ditembak?
Si.
Bullseye.
Nice.
Omen low. Makan dulu, Blay. Lagi beli makan.
Okay.
Cover going out.
No, not yet.
30 seconds left.
Mid.
It's smoke.
10 seconds left.
Cover going out. Blinding.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
What?
Depot.
You take defense.
Sebagai user Roman, saya kan langsung mempraktikannya. Anjing, keren juga ya. Smoke-nya anjing. Gue baru tahu, Bang.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Keep up.
Silong lot.
Drone, can you shoot drone? Yeah. No, it's over.
You will not kill my ally. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Jamin banget nih komen sama Cypher.
That's right.
Gue belum pakai rifle sama sekali nih.
Camera is broken. Oh, wait. Okay. It's fine.
Mandi dulu, Blay. Tanggung banget nih, Blay. Udah mau kelar. Langsung frag gue, Blay. Set. Padahal
Nothing sih.
Oops.
Just see long.
My eyes are better than yours.
One outside kalat and see long.
Where is everyone hiding?
See long in.
Pin.
All in C.
Wait me.
Spike planted.
Omen, come here.
One C long.
Come here,
Omen.
Last player standing.
Oh, Tommy.
Both there.
Yakin kelar, yakin Blay kali ini Blay.
I hate to say
Kalau
it,
kelar
but
juga gila nih.
probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Cypher, do you mind? Trade?
Huh? What?
Buy me OP, I buy you Vandal. Oh no, never mind. Do you want money not?
I have. Request.
Last player standing.
One hell. Saya tidak yakin gue kali ini. Udah sisa.
My burden never ends.
Jadi comeback nih Blay. Ngantuk Blay. Capek.
You better run, Silva.
I'm shotgun, you shoot the gun first. Oh, see a lot. Can you shoot the gun? See a lot.
One enemy remaining.
Last long.
I could not have made that easier.
Anyone have any speed? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Oh iya, Prime Axe. Gila Vito, lu inget aja anjing. Gara-gara ngeliat apaan ya? Gara-gara ngeliat apaan ya? Gue pengen pakai Prime Axe ya.
Where are you?
Gue lupa anjing.
Baca sini.
Oh, gara-gara ngeliat konten gue yang lama.
Okay, got it. No one watching that.
Jadi inside. I got that.
Spike down. C.
One HP so far.
1A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Yeah, I take him.
Wow, gue coba. Bener-bener 1 HP. Literally 1 HP, Blay. 149.
Can you drop him?
Sure.
Soba, can you sell? Soba?
What?
Sell. Jet drop you.
Literally 1 HP. Kali ini 1 HP kagak bohong, Blay.
Keep up.
Menit.
10 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Shot.
Last player standing.
One shot, Soba.
Match point.
Let's close up shop.
I try
They're gonna come
retake.
see you. With ZOWIE, they're gonna come see you. Touch me, touch me.
Yep,
With
try.
ZOWIE,
You guys go
die.
gamble A. I mean, go C.
kill C.
Gamble A.
Yeah.
Gamble C. I play C also. I'm coming.
Yeah, I think they're coming see.
I shoot recon. Garage recon.
Tiger,
Outside garage,
mid,
outside
outside mid.
Garage smoke. They garage in. I cannot shoot. One garage.
I help Sova. There's two outside B. They can revive.
One enemy remaining.
Where the last?
Unknown.
I think
I
I
don't know
push
where.
it.
Defenders win.
Smells like victory. And gunpowder.
Kelar Blay. Setelah 15 menit kita ngobrolnya lah, ngobrol. Do you know ngobrol? Yes. Do you know ngobrol? Yes. Wah, gila. Mungkin bakal kelar 15 menit kelarin, Blay. Ini gue tungguin sampai kelar, gue mandi, gue tidur. Jangan, Blay, jangan nambahin billing, Blay. Gila kali, Blay. Nonton warung activity aja. Apa ya? Sambil nonton video apa, Blay ya? Ah, Blay, yang seru, makanya kasih tau gue dong, yang seru. Yang seru apa, Blay? Beli baju di mana? Ini merch gue. Live lagi ntar lanjut besok. Besok lah paling, kalau nggak lusa. Blay masih ingat nggak akun gue di ban 100 tahun? Anjir, buset 100 tahun. Nonton cari backingan. Apaan tuh cari backingan? MLI. Mager, Blay. Art of Weaving. Udah nonton semua gak sih kita? Udah nonton semua kita, Blay, Art of Weaving. Tim Liquid versus Vitality. Ntar, coba gue cek Twitch. Emang udah mulai, Blay? Oh, udah mulai. Yuk nonton yuk.
Wow, 560.000 dari Angga. Pesan, gas terus Blay, sampai elek.
Wah, enggak, lu gila nggak? Blay, tapi Blay, gimana kalau gue pause dulu, Blay? Gue pause, gue tidur, malam gue lanjutin, Blay. Boleh nggak sih, Blay? Enggak, lu nggak mau masih nonton sih, enggak? Kayak lu mending kerja dulu gitu enggak? Kayak lu mending kerja dulu gitu enggak? Kayak lu nongol harusnya kayak 20 menit lagi gitu enggak? Streamingannya gak bakal gue matiin, Blay. Coba gue pause aja nanti karena gue tidur. Sumpah gue gak kuat banget demi apapun kalau ini gue lanjutin sampai sejam berapa lagi nih? Sejam setengah lagi gue gak kuat sih kayak. Kuat nggak ya? Ayo nonton sambil kerja bentar deh, coba ceritain. Sabi, gue Agustus setengah ke Bali. Tidur aja. Sabar deh, gue sambil nunggu makan gue dulu. Gue nunggu makan gue datang. Nih gue pause dari sekarang deh. Demi viewers tercinta gue. Gue pause dari sekarang. Ke pause ya. 325 ya. Tak kenapa Blay? McD tadi ditawarin sama adek gue. Lagi OTW McD-nya. Ini gue tidur paling kebangun tuh jam 12 jam 1 lah. Ini gue non-stop dari jam 4:30 pagi, Blay. Dari jam 4:30 pagi gue kagak ada rehatnya sama sekali. Ada nggak dari tadi gue rehat? Kagak ada, Blay. Buset. Gue bisa gila tuh lo. Ini kok nggak bakal ada suara?
Oh my god, the plant gets completely destroyed. We said when you've got pistols, you
Mereka
can't really break the walls, but it's very different when you've got three rifles ready to spray away, and they are just dominating Vitality as they attempt to make it out of this choke point. With the spike down in the open, round's pretty much done.
Yeah, Bram's trying to get across just to make sure he at least has a rifle in this fight, and if anything, it might just be worth saving into the next round. But Sender, he's going to want to die. Like, there's not really anything worth saving here. He'll have enough money to buy into the next round anyway, so...
Vitality jago nggak sih, Blay?
Holding onto the rifle would be great, making things a little bit more costly because this is currently
Brams
a
masuk
flawless round.
Vitality, Blay.
This is sort of what I said. Like, that's one of those plays that you see it in your matchmaking games. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to put out some utility. Like, maybe there's a few extra pieces here and there, don't get me wrong. But there's a reason it doesn't work that well in competitive play. Team play, that's the main reason it doesn't work. Just everybody spamming through the wall, no defense to actually hold on. And also, the problem especially when coming from bathrooms, you can't really cover your teammates because it's a very narrow choke point. So they made that one a little bit tough for themselves.
I think it makes sense in the round that it was to try and roll that gamble. If they get the spike down, then their weaker weapons, their specters, their ghosts become much more valuable in the face of these vandals, not having to take range kills in taking the map control as well.
Ini hari ini berapa, Blay? Ada berapa match? Schedule and info.
IMP. Good spot. He's going to win the opening duel. The question is there a fallback
Bisa
from
sih
here?
harusnya.
Doesn't even feel the need to. He's going to use his Algebra to try and find out a little bit more. Someone who's definitely been advancing his agent pool, it seems, since Masters. Like we saw him on the Killjoy at least.
Skin Venom Scream sama Jumpy keren banget. Black Carbon.
It seems like he's definitely started to put that extra time into Valorant. We know that he's sticking around at this stage. Link seems to be almost on that judge only, but then again, I think it was him and Vanity at Masters where I almost became physically ill with how many kills they were able to get with this gun.
Anjing Soulcase pakai Vandal ini gak? Ini Vandal spring enak banget.
You know, with the judge in hand on defensive side, hookah holds are nigh impossible to get through. Soulcase showing off, but not getting anything. I was gonna say, you know, this is the Sky that we've been ranting and raving about. He is shut down. And this is a plan for Vitality in a 4v2 that looks pretty much unlosable. It really is a disgusting crosshair. I think, you know, so if you want to just not show anything from Link's perspective, I'm okay with that.
You know when you were a kid and you would like fold the paper, and then you would like cut it and it would come out like a snowflake? I felt like he somehow managed to do that with his crosshair. Like, it's one of the weirdest looking things I've ever seen.
Itu crosshair apaan anjing siling?
I'm not use a judge with that. It's like pinpoint precision. But look, at 2-1, Vitality pick up another round, push themselves on to 3. Little bit of a hiccup when it came to the bonus round, but they have battled back beautifully. And you also have to take into consideration, Link is, by the looks of it, not... Oh, he actually does just about manage to grab the rifle at the last second. So, they managed to get out with 2 Phantoms, but that doesn't put Team Liquid in a good position at all, Tom. When a team bounces back like that and shuts you down, it's going to put your economy on its last legs. I think they're very lucky that they got away with so many players alive in the previous round, because they should be able to buy up here. But this is going to be, you know, credits going all the way down.
Seriusan nih crosshair begini? Ini crosshair dia make judge kali ya?
And more interestingly as well is
Lu dukung siapa, Blay? Gak tau, gue gak terlalu ngikutin
sure,
EU.
there's a few being built up along the way for Liquid, like you're not that far away from a Viper's Pit, which especially on Bind, we know can basically just lock off one portion of the map, especially going into Menit or the showers as well. We see a lot of teams just basically
main Fnatic jam 9.
hold that down completely.
Fnatic lawan
And then also on the other side, you can say the same. Like, I think the res as well coming up for Loki, like we know how much that can change around, especially if he can start to pop off, because it's been a bit of a weird one with Vitality. Just in general, when you look back through the history of this team, like
turnilan gitu ada persyaratan khusus nggak buat monitornya?
I remember Vac being like this
Turnilan, kalau turnilan monitornya dari mereka semua, dari organizer ya, dari IO-nya. Tapi kalau online nggak ada sih kalau online.
And we've now seen nearly every single member of this team play a duelist at some point. So they've definitely been testing the waters. This definitely seems to be the best form I've seen Vitality in. If they beat Liquid though, Mitch, I think that's the statement that starts dragging me towards, okay, this team can actually qualify.
It's the funny thing when you see somebody who's playing a duelist swap onto another role, saying that they might not know how to play that is, or like out of their comfort zone for the most part, it's almost disrespectful to the player, you know? These guys have got a lot of depth to them. I don't think there's any top tier professional player in the top 10 of EU that sits back and goes, I play Jet, I play Prim, I cannot play anything else. No, these guys know how to play absolutely everything.
I will say, I feel like Vac does it better than most. That's the credit I will give him. Like, I don't think I've ever watched Vac play an agent and gone, maybe that's not the one.
Yeah.
Every single time I'm like, oh, he's sick at that one. But he can also
misalkan nih adanya monitor 144 tadi musuh pakai 240 nggak bilang. Kalau online nggak. Kalau online kayak nggak peduli deh enggak. Kalau begitu. Kalau LAN harus rata.
I'm gonna have to list every agent as one that you could potentially play.
For someone like Vac, though, that's been a necessity in this game because he's been tossed around between so many different rosters and mixes that you better be able to play whatever.
Fnatic juara 2-1
You don't know
Blay.
what your teammates are going to be picking up this time next month, or who your teammates are going to be. But
perkara lawannya abang-abangan aja Blay. Kalau lawannya abang-abangan bisa timbal banget mainnya.
Early skirmish
rapi
towards bathroom that didn't quite go Team Liquid's way in the same on long that we saw on cam. Puts Vitality in a pretty strong position, and with Team Liquid's economy as scrappy as it is, 2 players having no cash to buy up. In fact, I think it's Yampi and Sulcus that have no cash to buy up for the next round. It makes sense that these guys are going to look to save these weapons and drop over their teammates coming into the next round, especially if Link is going to be keeping that judge. But this is where you need to now become much more reflective. We've seen a very different Viper setup come through on the A side. We've seen the judge hold on Hookah. We have seen the KO playing inside of Lambs and popping that knife out on contact. And so far, Tom, with the exception of the bonus round, there has been very little to say about this default setup from Team Liquid. It has not been successful with Vitality. I wouldn't even say that they're like countering it. They're just beating it. Like, just
they're being patient in a lot. Like this round was just them holding a default. Like they were just waiting for people to aggress. And one of the things I wanted to bring up was when it came to the defensive side from Challengers 1, I would say in a lot of cases they were actually pretty decent from Liquid, but I wouldn't really call them a defense. Like we saw Scream basically use that jet as a very aggressive agent, just playing and then dashing out of positions and finding them so many openings that a lot of the time teams couldn't recover. So that's not an option anymore. They can't do that anymore because there's no quick escape. There's no agent that can just get them out. It has to be based on team play. And that was actually some of the things that I think Liquid were a little bit more lackluster.
Oh, dia yang ada strat ini ya, ngebuang ini terus masuk ke dalam TP.
And that was always the thing I was kind of looking at. Like, this doesn't seem
itu
like
strat di mana ya?
Doesn't seem like the team that was challenging at Masters and finished in that top 4 spot. So I know Sliggy's been on them for sure, but again, these aggressive plays, they're not working. These are just easy openers for Vitality, and in most cases, it's not even a trade.
Yeah, interestingly,
10.000 dari Rafa Raditya. Pesan, yuk Sultan give lagi dong, biar gak selesai live-nya.
Hah? Kok jadi 3 jam lah? Takes the fight, hides in the corner afterwards if they get a kill or just manage to get out of there alive.
Kok jadi 3 jam?
The wall goes up and they fall back. Alternatively, you can get the orb control if you don't spot anybody there. But that early map control that they're poking for ends up with Yampy dead, and now Vitality are capable of pushing into this B site. They have got 3 coming up on 4 players, and they're exclusively pushing through long here, Tom. They're avoiding that judge completely from Link until the very late round when we're going to see Sender lurk through here. Solkas opens this one up but leaves Scream in a position that's looking good these days. Jeez.
So good.
He's going to be taken down right away, and now the site is theirs. This is a disaster for Team Liquid and a very polished attack
jadi banyak banget. Kagak nggak ada yang donate.
They're looking really good. They're trading on point.
Nih gue kasih lihat.
Entries working out as
well,
and even using a little bait res, and they're gonna get killed with a blast pack. That's not something you're gonna see every day.
Didn't even activate.
Liquid are just getting owned. Like these are the sort of like miniature plays as well from Vitality. Like the fact that, as said, using the res to just bait one of the final players into peak. They had spams coming through the back of the wall just to isolate some of the jewels, and on the entry, it almost just looked a little bit too easy. Vac coming in with 3 kills, and yeah, I don't think they've really broken a sweat so far. Like this is a match where we were expecting Vitality to be pushed to the limits. As I said, like I've seen a fair few of their games. I think they've looked good, but I was waiting for them to face off against the top opposition to see if they were going to be able to match up. Thus far, oh, it's looking like they're doing even better.
Apa gara-gara pas lagi gue pause?
Knife to completely counter the ultimate. It means he has to pop it super early. Can't blast pack to sight. Can't afford to even aim. Really, as soon as you hear that knife activate, you have to fire that showstopper, or it is going to be cancelled out completely. Now, with that counter underway, Vitality lose a lot of the push that they wanted, but they've seized hookah control for what feels like the first time, and I think Link is going to be upset that he didn't have that judge in there that he has in every other round. The push through the smoke, not quite going according to plan. Scream is waiting and taking them down. Vitality have only Sender, the previous lurk and slow player for the post-lines, now in a 1v4, a huge clutch needed to pull this one off, or Liquid will be seen on the board. And you can see these players grouped up inside of Hookah. They've got the spike on the floor. They know Sender is on his way, and Scream is primed and ready to pop that 4K. 5-2 we go. Team Liquid finally, in a way, having an answer.
Kontrol sama
I will say
spasi,
they won the round, but I don't know that they figured out Vitality's default play. That is, coming into this round, where I will be worrying for them.
Yeah, they beat the 4 players trying to jump through a smoke strat.
Yeah.
I don't want to harp on Vitality, but was that ever going to work?
Well, in fact,
needed that pop flash to be one of the best things I've ever seen.
If Scream had not have went into the corner, if he had have stayed holding that smoke for his teammate, he would have been blinded up. Shalakbi probably would have taken both of them down, and then the side is theirs. In fact, I think Vitality would have won that round if Scream was 3 centimeters to the right of where he was. But the positioning was perfect, and if you give Scream a micro opportunity like that, he will capitalize on it every single time.
Yeah, 3 centimeters can be a lot. It's just depending on how it's used.
Motion of the ocean, baby. That's what it's all about. Vitality, they're starting to move into a much slower play than what we saw in the previous round. No longer directed towards a straight push through Hookah. They're not going to die on that sword this time. Instead, they're lurking towards the A side. They're waiting for that Team Liquid aggression that so far has been the downfall. But Tom, Liquid don't feel the need to aggress. They're playing much more passive now. And, well, I guess it's a success because 50 seconds in, they still have all their players alive.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is this Viper's Pit is a direct counter to what we've seen so far. Like, the B long control has been something that Vitality have been fighting for in the majority of this map. So to just lock it off completely, not allow them any space, it's a good call. However, Vitality, they're just going to try and go in the other direction. I don't really blame them. And then the thing is, a lot of teams now have started to almost counter that counter of the Viper's Pit by pushing through it. So Liquid can't actually dedicate other players over. And it's going to be up to Solkas here, who's playing a pretty audacious angle. He's going to try and break the wall. They're doing this strat again, Mitch, and now they have their own Viper's Pit to cover it off.
This could be a little bit dangerous, man. I mean, when you're running into those Vipers pits,
Sorry, gue nggak tahu kalau 3 jam
you're losing
santai
all your
apa.
HP
Thank
right
you, by the
away,
way.
and no amount of suppression can really make up for it. Vitality have got the edge. A flash through the smoke is good for someone holding close. Did he just get wallbanged?
Yes, he did.
Oh my! And the ultimate's now gone down.
Gila, post plan-nya.
Hard post plan.
Udah gak bakal ada waktu anjir ini.
Disgusting to play against. Solkus though catches Sender off. The time isn't too far gone just yet. If they can actually manage to lock them out, they've got it. But there's the orbital strike just in time. That might just have saved the round with Shalafi, the last player alive. He's holding off inside a bat. The blast back doesn't work. They can't get there in time. A wallbang headshot delivered, but it's not enough. Team Liquid walk away with 3.
I think if he lands on that blast pack properly,
Wait, Niling masih nol nih.
It's so brutal. Just you see him just bounce up into the air so slightly, and it's like, oh dear, this has gone wrong. I do have to give credit where credit is due. Liquid played this in the only way that they could. Like the fact that they managed to get so aggressive in behind. If there's another snake bite falling onto that round is over. So yeah, sure, it ends in comedic fashion, but.
I love
they played that well.
Absolutely giant picture of Shalefi just staring at us while the replay's happening, looking straight in the Capasol.
Don't look at this.
Link finally has the opportunity to use this judge.
Ini mau gue jalanin aja, Blay. Gue tidur gue jalanin aja ya.
Quick. You see that immediate reaction. Shalefi's going to be happy that his blast pack worked that time. Link actually avoids any damage from all of this utility.
Bahagia gue, Blay. Kalau bisa dijalanin mah.
Picks up another opening. This is Liquid looking a lot better in the early rounds, even finding some upgrades on weapons. Vitality need an answer now.
Yeah, this was a round where financially they had to take a risk. They had to play more aggressively. I have to say, I'm really loving the poison cloud through the TP, because it not only it weakens the players as they push into the judge. So if there was any chance of survival, they're now even more screwed than they already were. And it seems like getting the openers. Well, now they're just picking them apart. A much more passive gameplay after winning those duels. Abby, though, just... I don't know. I get those feelings that any moment he could just explode onto the server. And after the last round...
Ya kali, Blay. Gue kemarin tidur kagak gue pause. Anjing lu ya.
Oh, that's...
Gimana nih?
I did enjoy you saying a much more passive play. And I think the second that you finished that part of the sentence... Solkus ran at them and died. But no, yeah, in general, very true. And Solkus 9-6 right now. He really is one of the best guys in the world right now. If not the, like, this guy, his turnaround
with an injured hand as well.
True, actually. Yeah, I forgot about that.
How's he flicking those hawks around corners when it went?
I saw that, yeah, yesterday was, I think, the first day that he was recovered. And I don't even know that the recovery was full. So the fact that Solkus is here playing with an injured wrist, Tom, that's a very good catch. That I don't know how he's still so damn good with that weighing in on him. Another
worst agent as well for having an injured wrist. Like, because you literally have to, like, flick the hawks around the corners. So, like, it's like left and then right. And it's just like, that's literally the worst agent you could play if your wrist is injured. I can't think of anything even close to as bad. So, maybe if he just is Scream because of the flick headshots he seems to get. But I don't think that's really an option when it comes to agent selection. I would like to be Scream, please. I'd pick that every week, to be honest.
Yeah.
That would be my go-to choice.
Pick that in all my matchmakings.
Maybe I'd hit a few headshots here and there.
Well, 5-4, Tom. A tactical timeout for Vitality has just come to an end. And I'm curious to see what their adaptation is going to be. This wall is a big fake wall from the attacking side of Vitality. You put this down because it means that the guys inside of Lamps probably aren't going to face without help from their teammates. When you have a Sky, though, on the other side, it's quite likely they pop that flash down mid and seize the control. In fact, Liquid skip a step, and they just rotate over towards the B site right away. They don't believe there's anybody floating outside of that A site, so they're going to have a 3-man stack that Vitality are still looking to push into.
Yeah, they pinged so many players. Like, they've got so much information ability now with the combination of Sova, Sky, and of course KO, that they pinged 2 players outside of the site straight away. And realistically, you have an idea that probably someone missed it. It's Link. This is bold. He's gonna go straight through. Shalabi's just waiting on the other side, just like, I don't think that's gonna work, bud. An easy kill for him. doubling up the fact that they've already got the opener, this round's looking a little bit more rough for Team Liquid.
Udah mandi belum sih? Belum. Nih gue
Yeah,
mandi
it
dulu dah.
definitely is. I mean, the early round fights have been the downfall for at least the first couple that we saw
Parley,
Vitality
mandi
get on
dulu,
the board. Here, Cryptix is able to fight back and holding off against this sort of fake A aggression. He's burning up some of his utility. Could definitely come to play later on. Yampy's dead. He's wishing he was on the jet right now, able to dash out of that. Slowed, naded shot. There was nothing that didn't hit him right there. And with Screaming Cryptix being the last two alive, locked out of the site, and in a 2v4, saving is probably the right choice.
Going to be much that they can go for in this sort of scenario. It is quite surprising to me that, as said, like they got the pings outside of sight, they got themselves so much information in terms of where Vitality actually were, and then still, not only did they lose the opener, but the plan is then to try and run through the smoke. Now, I understand that there was a Hunter's Fury in combination with that to try and clear out some of those positions, but I don't think that it was put through the smoke. So they didn't know if there was anybody actually behind that. So it does seem like a lot of the rounds or a lot of the aggressive plays that Liquid are making are much more 50-50 than I would like them to be. Like, these are moves like, okay, I'm going to take a risk here, I'm going to take a risk there. And we've seen it just a couple of rounds ago work perfectly, like pushing in towards bathroom, finding that opening pick. But it's still ultimately a 50-50 duel, and when you're the defenders, I don't know, I don't really want you pushing into those sort of battles.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Oh, look, another one of this. I didn't even notice the molly was on him as well. Oh my god.
And
they
the
really
slow.
committed
That's
to taking
filth.
that man down. I mean, when you're slowing and mollying or slowing and nading, the guy's already dead. You know, you can put one of those bits of utility somewhere else. But they just decided to hard nerf Yampy, and I suppose I can't really blame them when you look at how important this guy has been for a lot of the victories. This is a very different approach. In fact, they're going to sneak into the TP.
Oh, that's sick.
The adaptation, using the same utility, the predictability round on round, and then switching it up that tiny bit. This is what top level teams do. It looks like Vitality are suspicious. They haven't seen, actually they have seen this smoke down before. It was used in, I think, the second round when we saw, or maybe even the pistol, when we saw the recon go through to be mid. So I wonder if they're going to suspect the TP play. Surely you don't. No, you really don't.
You know, the information already getting too much for them though, but Link's gonna hear everything here. And with the poison all down, that is just that extra little piece of the puzzle, just going, well, okay, there's normally someone behind this. They are actually watching this. Like, I think it's Brams was keeping an eye on this, but now the push, he's expecting it, but it doesn't matter. Link has got the timing perfect. He uses his own orbital strike to clear the players in front of him, and now just 2 players on Vitality remain. This is such a sick adaptation.
Ratty gameplay is exactly what you want to see. Loki's left all alone in a 1v4. He's made it to elbow. The problem is they know he's there, and they're more than capable of taking him down. 6-5. We're looking at a potential tied up half. Tom, considering how we got here, the Vitality were leading by quite a bit. I mean, I was feeling really bad for Team Liquid in those first 5 or 6 rounds, and now they have bounced back. They're looking much more comfortable, and you have to ask, you know, for the Vitality side, how is that affecting the mental coming into the next half? If they manage to be equalized and feel like, you know, out of the last 7 rounds, they've only really won kind of 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's been a solid turnaround, and I think that the theory crafting from Liquid has just been insane. Like, these have already, like, if you go and break down just a few of these rounds alone, you already have more content than you probably get from most matches. So it's been enjoyable to watch.
More content than NAVCT.
All right, I see the shade. You're on Valoranting now. You got to try and take down some of your fellow co-workers in that regard.
Regional enemies.
It's going to be flashed back off the angle. They've gone back to this long play, which has been fairly successful, and they've caught out Cryptix, which, well, that's a hell of a lot of utility just gone within a second. Luckily, well, the other Viper's gone as well, so I guess it works both ways.
Yeah, shout out Brams for keeping that disgusting crosshair alive. I've seen Shadow use it before, and now he is doing the same, but I think Link has definitely taken the cake for the biggest abomination.
The Tom Trump's battle.
Yeah, that is That is just ridiculous. He can't see half the screen. The wall up. I don't know if Shalapi was quite expecting that. He seemed caught off guard as he went up above. Loki able to take down Blink. It buys them a chance, a small opportunity. Blinded in the corner. On. He's even hit by the squids. Good night and sweet dreams. Spike on the floor, and it's left to Brams to clutch it. 6-6 we go. Team Liquid tying it up at the half, and a very impressive turnaround on what was a very disappointing start to their defensive side.
Yeah, it was definitely a slow start. Oh wow!
Look at updates.
Yeah. 11-3. Who predicted BDS in their thing? Like,
who would do that? Yo, shout out to the people on Twitter who told me that I was underestimating BDS. Yeah. 11-3. Let's go. 10-star
I
actually
definitely don't have them all the way to the low bracket final.
No, as
I
I
believe
said,
in the comeback.
For me, BDS is like a decaying team. I feel like they really need something new to lift them up, because they have just been slowly getting worse over time. And Gatch added to the roster confused me even more, because who the hell is he replacing? Why is he there? Why are you 6-man rostering? I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. I feel like it's a desperation play of a dying roster, let's say. So maybe they can impress me moving into the next maps, but for now, 10-star wrecking them. But we're back into this series with the pistol round going live, and Team Liquid, oh, they are pushing out that B side, but little do they know, Vitality are right behind them.
Oh, no, never mind. It's going to be Link who's dead instead. He walks back around the corner and spots the whole Vitality squad. Yumpy still in play, but they knew he was here. They saw him walk there just moments ago. Sender in a good position, but now they can actually just take control of the defender spawn. The thing is, they won't actually know this. Expecting the full squad to come in from behind, the information garnered by screen, however, might give them a little bit more, knowing there's still 2 players on long. Loki getting it, and actually he's just going to tap the defuse, try and bait them into position. It's awkward. In fact, he doesn't even get the kill, but it doesn't matter in the end. Vitality, that was a pretty nice pistol round. I like the idea. Completely taking everything away from Liquid in terms of control, and they'll get their lead back.
That they will. Hey, you can be good in the early rounds in the pistols, but I want to see what else you got to offer, you know? Liquid's ability to come back into that late half and look as dominant as Vitality did in the early doesn't fill me with a lot of faith for this Vitality side. But with that pistol round under their belt, they'll now face into a very weak buy from Team Liquid, and this should be somewhere that they're able to survive with the majority of their players. Again, similar to the second round of the first half, Liquid will be happy if they walk away with 2 kills, just removing that 1 rifle and forcing 2 players to force up in the next round. Brams, that was a risky play to go for the orb without even having that wide swing there, and eventually they're going to abandon that plan.
Again, this round's all about damage. Can Liquid make this one costly? Maybe get a plant? Probably not. Especially not with the position of Sender. Then again, they've managed to take him out at least. Bram's just going to be waiting patiently around the corner, and I still think the chances for this round in general are slim to none. In fact, I thought for a second, might actually get caught here. Peek out, Brams is going to get the quad. And a plant at least will probably bring back some of the credits that they at least paid into this round. But it is still going to be Vitality now, reaching 8 and only losing 1 player.
Not too bad. I mean, especially because Loki came into this one with a ghost. He can drop a ghost or a Spectre to his teammates, and they don't have to make any reinvestment, really, with the exception of armor and some utility. So overall, a very positive round for Vitality and a great start. The foundation's now built to hopefully extend this even further. The buy round for Team Liquid is going to see a lot of rifles. It's going to see full utility, and this is where they can be scary. That's how it's done. Yeah. We don't need to make any more memes about you, Tom, if you can just learn from what you've seen on the screen here today.
You know, I'm basing myself off Soulcast. I'm going to be that Sky main, because I can't throw Viper utility, so it's fine.
You can throw games though. That's the good thing.
I don't know. I think you do that better.
I call you the European
randomly
steel.
going AFK. Mitch genuinely the other day walked off because he had put sausage rolls in the oven at the beginning of the game that take 10 minutes to cook, and and then thought that he would be able to finish the game before they would be done. So man is a moron. Don't play matchmaking.
Hey, we won that game, Tom. So let's not be toxic about it, right?
That was probably a Harry hard carry. That's basically what we've learned.
Harry got 35 kills, but that doesn't matter. We won the game. That's and without the sausage rolls, it might have been different. You never know. Pushing out onto the site, Team Liquid are surprisingly going into B and blitzing in at that, giving the opportunities for these Spectres to tear them apart. Orbital Strike is committed, not finding anything, and oh, Liquid getting pushed out here. Cryptics hadn't got a chance. That's a devastating round. Up against the bonus. Hey, if it was a clutch, if it was a 1vx that was won out, then fair enough. But right now, they're 9-6. Vitality lost one player in the previous round. They upgraded most of their weapons for free. This is the best start they could possibly have into this half.
Yeah, and this is the map that, if anything, I'll be honest, I was expecting Vitality to lose. Like, they recently lost it to Wild Multi-Gaming, which definitely a bit of an upset there. And they're on a 3 losing streak. Sure, one of those is to FPX, but they're losing to Excel as well, who definitely haven't been in the greatest of form. So, again, they set themselves up as good as they can. Winning both pistols, getting both bonus rounds, I believe, as well. So, off to a flying start in both halves. The thing is, though, what we witnessed in the last was that Liquid were able to break back. However, the problem being here, not going to be much invested into this round either. Just going to be some pistols. And again, I feel like it gets to the point now where making things costly isn't really enough. They need to actually be doing some serious damage in this round.
Yeah, they definitely do. And oh, there it is. Right off the bat, Jampy's able to get one. A second follow through on from Link, and maybe damage isn't going to just be the name of the game. Liquid might actually have a chance to get into this. Now, Link is very low on HP, but you notice Sokus is right next to him. I'm not sure if... Oh, no, he doesn't have the heal online. That's very disappointing. So Link is now kind of hung out to dry in that sense. What could otherwise be a decent round. In fact, they don't even get the rifle. I don't blame them for not going for it, but there were 2 up for offer. The Sheriff play from Team Liquid being stalled inside a bathroom. The mid guys going to be pushing through Viper utility, which certainly isn't the easiest. In goes the knife to stop it, but Cryptics peeks before it's down. Scream able to trade. Shalakby on the site, creating distance using that Vandal, but Link, 8 HP, and a second kill for him in this round. Plant even to come through, and with Orbital Strike online, he can maybe play post plant, but Brams is pushing him quickly and connecting the shot with a Sheriff of his own. Double digits for Vitality, but Tom, they got a spike plant, they got 4 kills. I think on paper, although Vitality have won this round, that was a pretty solid performance for Team Liquid with just Sheriffs.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they're definitely in isolation. Solid round for Liquid. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed that they didn't manage to close it out, especially in the 2 versus 1. But hey, it was a serious weaponry disadvantage, HP especially for Link in the end. But now we need to see them break back, because again, if you don't manage to actually crush the economy of your opponent, then it's all not worthwhile. If there's an instant return in this round from Vitality, winning it flawlessly, it really doesn't matter too much. And by the looks of it, we're going to see a little bit of aggression. We've got the Operator already into play for Loki, and Sender a little bit too close for comfort.
I like the idea here in the early round for Screen to use his knife immediately, but use it on a high velocity or high elevation, let's say. So the knife goes really high up in the air, and it takes a long time to come back down, meaning that you're refreshing it the whole time. Like, your cooldown is already in effect from the second that you throw it, and then you get a knife down a little bit later on in the round when it's slightly more impactful, and they combine that with the utility they had going in through hookah. I'm looking at this mid play, and they've droned it out, but not spotted anybody inside of this ulti, which is lucky because Sender was, what, 10 HP at the start of that drone. They're going to throw everything at this man. Orbital Strike's going down. Sender can just step right back in there without a problem, surely. In fact, he's got a free angle where he's not even slowed down. And Team Liquid have committed quite a bunch there, Tom, on what was a gamble that they would get the Viper, and now that they haven't, they're falling back. But why is Sender pushing?
Did you see the gun?
30 seconds left.
Don't think so.
Oh, I thought for a second they might have actually seen the gun just poking out of the smoke, but that might just be the slight visual advantage we have from observing from outside. The problem is now 20 seconds. 3 players are ready and waiting on the B side. Shalabi heard everything behind. If they make the push through, he's just going to be waiting for them. Easy kills for him, and now the time really is ticking. This round has gone completely wrong for Liquid. And, well, if anything, holding onto the gun might be the best case, because realistically, there's no way they're winning this, and Scream's even going to fall at the end. 11-6. As said, this was the round where they needed to put the pressure on to break the economy of their opponents, and Vitality survived with 4 players.
Hey, not too bad for Vitality, 2 away from victory, and no matter how good Liquid are at those late halves, this is going to be a really tough comeback for them. The start of this half is about as good as it physically could have been for Vitality. Like, every step of the way, they're getting away with murder. The fact that they lost a couple of players to the Sheriffs definitely looked like a bump in the road, but it was nothing more than that, a little bit of an inconvenience. Now they've got plenty of credits stacked up. They've got rounds aplenty. And they're starting to pop off. Shalapi's even fixed his cam, so, I mean, everything's going their way.
Oh my god.
Backblinded himself.
Well, the thing is, though, he's actually dropped Scream. Like, it may still look like this is a 4 versus 4, but then again, they walled it off. Never mind. Scream's going to come back, so it's not really that much of a problem. I guess he's a little bit lucky that he decided to use his ultimate in this round, otherwise he would have been dead. It's also worth noting the previous round as well. Sender almost died within the first, few seconds, 19 HP. Ends up not only locking off half the map with his ult, but then also helped Shalabi get the other kills on the other side of the map with his screen. So it still feels like that last round was close, even if it wasn't in terms of personnel. 50 seconds left. Looks like they're building towards the A site, at least in this case. But again, it seems like Shalabi is almost just rotating and re-aggressing all across the map just to try and find his teammates' information, give them the pieces of the puzzle that they wouldn't be able to get elsewhere. He did the same in the last round, pushing down mid. This time he spotted absolutely nothing, but if he can catch Link, this is going to be rough. Luckily for them, though, Link is going to win that duel.
Oh, well, down goes Sender as well. So Liquid are just rolling over this site. Brahms is trying to make a sneaky little play, but they know he's been playing around Lamb, so they are clearing him from the front and from the back, with Solkas catching him out. Is Loki going to go for this with the operator? I mean, they have got plenty of cash, but it's a 1v4. You know you're not going to win this 9 times out of 10, but he's going to roll the dice looking for that 10th reality. I mean, even after the first, the second that he finds it, they're just going to push him down and spawn, make sure he can't save this weapon. It just doesn't seem worthwhile. And now you're in trouble, because look at that. Look at the immediate shift from Team Liquid to start running at this guy and make sure he can't get away.
They pincer him.
He's still going.
Solkas. He's already running in behind them. Loki. So, like, he's got nowhere to escape at this point. Yeah. The flash also stuck. He should be absolutely dead here. I don't know how he gets away with anything. And really? Okay, there we go.
I don't know if you completely lagged out there, but I did.
I did. Yes,
yeah, okay.
I did.
I was getting very worried, but hey, it worked out in the end. Very strange post-round play from Loki. I don't understand it. Like, let's pretend he kills Scream there. He's still gonna die. He's gonna be pincered between the spike and 2 players rushing him. And the #1 objective, the second they hear that operator, is let's kill this guy. Let's make sure that he doesn't save it, because you earn more by saving that operator than you do by dying.
Yumpy's got it now, which
yeah, exactly.
You've just given Yumpy a free op, which I'm gonna go ahead and say for any team out there, not a good idea. He's pretty good with that gun. So, yeah, we'll see if that comes back to bite them a little bit. If Yumpy gets a few kills in this round, we can tick that off as a yes. But again, it's Liquid now trying to almost scrap their way back into the map. Same as the first half, very far down. I think it was a 5-1 scoreline before they really started to build back in. Ended 6-6. Now, it is very similar in the second half. So we'll see if they can do the same once again, or if there is going to be that same resurgence. Now, as you sort of mentioned, Vitality have still got plenty of cash to go into this round. They also have some pretty damn deadly ultimates, which are going to make things pretty hard to hold on to this site. I am, however, looking at that Viper's Pit.
Lalu ku na baka Mansen menyesal. Sudah pasti.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's dealing a lot of damage. Yampy half HP, Solka's dead. Losing basically your primary duelist in this composition, right? With Solkas going down, the Sky is played as a duelist. You're losing your flashes, you're losing information. That is a bunch taken out of Team Liquid's inventory to start such an important round with Vitality holding on the backside. Oh, that's such a good ultimate. The corner's cleared and Brahms is down. One final pulse going to go out, and that even tags up a couple of players as well. Loki and Sender getting hit by that, and Sender finished off the information Scream had to play with. That is an absolutely incredible ultimate from Yampy that has just pulled Liquid from the depths of despair, really, into an advantageous position with Spike planted and the Viper's Pit to play around in the post plant.
I wonder if Vac expects two players to be sitting this far back. They're so deep within. Cryptic's actually going to fall there. This leaves Scream alone. He corrects his aim just quick enough to get away from the boombot. The flash, perfect, but it leaves both players behind. They're next to each other, Mitch. And now they're just defusing. He's got an operator. This is the worst gun for this sort of moment. He needs to jump up, and the pistol will be there to close things out. The biggest sigh of relief, not just for Mitch, but for Liquid as well. That was way too close.
I am
sweating,
blown away by what I've just witnessed. That was a crazy round, man. And it's not often that you'll see those Sage walls to try and go for the sneaky defuse on those tiny little angles. It's not often you'll see them work either, but it came very damn close that time around.
This is the most ridiculous duo I've seen in a long time. Like, Vac blinds himself. It's almost just like a meme of just like,
they don't win
I
that.
can't see, he can't see.
They absolutely do not win that round if Yampy doesn't have an operator. Like, if he had a Vandal there, he doesn't win that. It takes him like 1 second longer, half a second longer to kill Vac, and then the defuse is already through. Genuinely, they just lost that round because Loki gave them an operator in the previous round.
Sure. Well, this one is already off to a flying start. Rams has fallen early. We know how much they've been delaying with their utility. This time, though, it's looking like a much faster pace round. You're going to have the flash in combination with the Seekers, which just forces them completely off of the site. This is a perfect execution once again. After plant guaranteed, and well, the remaining players just left behind. Now, Vac, he needs to get something at least here if they have a chance.
Indeed, but he won't. They'll be taken down right away. And Team Liquid, okay, another onto Loki. They're looking very good to close this round out. The spike ticking away slowly, as are the numbers for Vitality. But Sender looking to just save this weapon. Potentially, maybe pulling a little bit of an exit. Okay, off angle towards Heaven. That should catch Solkas off guard. Little bit of damage. Another ult point ticked up. He's being hunted from behind, but he knows it. He's going to be more than ready for these guys to be on this angle, but Scream's too quick. 11-9. Liquid not letting this one go without a fight. That's for damn sure.
It is somewhat unbelievable to me that Soulcast is now, he's got an injured wrist. He's been moved into much more, as you sort of said, like he's basically playing like an entry fragger here in a lot of cases, because for Scream to do it, like, he's still Scream, but it wouldn't make a lot of sense with the agent that he's currently rocking. So we're seeing a lot of those pop flashes in this round in particular, running in behind all of his Seekers. He's still wrecking everyone. I do have to say, like, I feel like the development of Soulcast when it came to this agent coming into the game was just almost like two completely different players. Like, he's improved so much with that addition of Sky. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried now for Vitality, because I feel like it's almost like, I feel like this time in this half at least, they've almost given the opportunity to Liquid to break back into this map, and Liquid have gone, all right, thank you very much. We're now back on the horse. No pun intended.
No, it definitely feels that way.
Or the prancing horse, if you're Zesh.
The prancing horse, indeed.
I love how he says that. It's like, how can you tell?
It reminds me of the Jontron video whenever he says it as well. I don't know if you've seen the exercise one, and there's a prancercise, which is a woman who has a DVD of,
mana Mansen kemana Mansen, lu kayak kagak bisa banget nggak ngeliat gua ada di facecam 5 menit gitu ya, 1 menit. Kenapa sih Blay?
Probably not as beneficial.
Kalian protektif sekali. Kalau gue udah mau pensiun loh Blay.
He did say he was filming a commercial yesterday, so maybe that was it.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Jonas. Welcome to Prancer Size.
I like to prance while I'm learning my lineups.
Kan protektif sekali, kenapa?
Oh, I would pay money for that, Jonas. If you release a DVD of you Prancer Size, you showing some horse-related exercises, I'm down. I'm down.
Not an operator this time. It's going to be the Marshal. Shot's not going to be connected either. So much utility just holding players back off the peak. Nowhere really to move. Sendei's going to make a play through though, and this time the flash is perfect from Vac. They take 3 players down with the Spectres, and everything seems to have fallen apart. Just going to be 2 players remaining. Of course, it's going to be a switch up of weaponry. Actually, a Spectre picked up for Yumpy. He's going to try and hit them back with their own weaponry. And there is a long flank coming in. Vitality realizing, okay, let's sit passive. Let's not give them any of these jewels and look to try and surround them. Yumpy instead going to try and take the initiative, but he walks into the Marshal, and now it's all onto Cryptics.
What a nice shot from Loki as well. Cryptics has got the first, but now he's been spotted, and all they need to do is group up and not offer 1v1 duels, which so far they have not done. Still offering 1v1 duels as Cryptics is now stuck in a corner. The ult doesn't actually hit him. He's still alive, and the 1v1 just about goes to Shalakbi. It will be 12-9. Vitality reach map point, but that one came a little bit too close for comfort zone.
I believed. I thought it was about a 1v4 ace. That's an incredibly nice attempt from Cryptics, and Vitality very nearly threw that one away. Like they had the right idea. It was just this small amount of aggression that sort of brought things back for them, and it's slightly disjointed on some of these peaks. So close, a nice try, but ultimately it is still going to be what was a weak investment actually winning the round for Vitality. So ever closer to closing out this map. As said, a map that hasn't looked particularly good for them in the past. So a victory here and heading into the second, which I believe is split, right? They're looking pretty strong on that map. So for Liquid, it's still a worrying prospect, but let's be real, they could still very easily bring this back.
Most definitely. Yeah, we're not going to count Liquid out at all. But one of the most important things for me in looking at this Vitality roster is that they've had before. This is a team that, well, Tom, you've been on a lot of desks with me, you've been on a lot of casts with me, and you've heard me insult Vitality as a roster pretty much every time the opportunity came up. You know, I don't know why he was still jumping. That was ludicrous from Brahms to just bait them into that, but Yampi gets him eventually, gets a sweet revenge. Plant can be found, and well, I'm not gonna... First of all, I want to point out that Scream is not the first man in, right? He's popped his ultimate, but he's letting Yampi enter. He's making sure there's no utility for the enemies to play around. Link with a quick 180 catches back. Gorgeous stuff. And Liquid here really just playing textbook Valorant when it comes down to this. Holding all their angles for these guys to push back in, making sure that they're harassing any map control that's being attempted. And Vitality have no way back in, really, with the exception of some incredible individual plays that just don't come through. So Vitality, typically, you know, pretty much since the inception of being a terrible team in Valorant, they've never done anything noteworthy, really. They've not been a contender for titles. It's just been a so-so team of really good individuals, but no kind of thought behind it, it felt like. Now, though, with this roster, they've reached a point where I actually believe in them. And it's worth mentioning they knocked out Wave, Heretics, NIP. This is a damn strong roster that I even predicted to win this series, which I presumed meant they were going to get 13-3'd.
Wait, you predicted them to win? Oh, so that means they are screwed.
Yeah, they're dead.
As is being proven right now. Now, of course, this is just pistols, for the most part. An SMG for Sender, but not much invested. They are playing for the full amount of rounds. 24 likely to come through unless some sort of miracle round. Now, I will say they did win the last round they won with SMG. So not gonna hold off completely. Shalabi forced off the angle, but they are being picked apart one by one, and it seems like Cryptics is well aware of any positioning of these remaining players. So they are cleaning things up wonderfully. A flawless round coming out as well for Liquid. And now it's crunch time, because as said, it seems like Vitality have almost given Liquid a way back in. As said at the beginning, they've now won both pistols, got off to, what, a 5-1 start or something in both halves. So if this now goes the way of Liquid, you almost have to look at Vitality and go, you kind of threw this one away. Even if it was an impressive comeback from Liquid.
Yeah, well, most definitely. I mean, in this instance, one pistol round, or in reality, one pistol and a follow-up, going Liquid's way, they win the map. You know, and that's not nice, because early rounds are historically unreliable. You don't typically have teams that consistently win them. Sure, you have teams that consistently lose them, like Fnatic, but you don't normally have teams that win, you know, 90% of their pistol rounds. And when it comes to this series, or to this map in particular, Vitality have gotten quite lucky to have those early round leads, to push themselves into the early half advantage in both halves. But now they have a real test, closing this one out right here, right now, or it's going to be overtime. And in the buy rounds, Liquid have just looked better, and that is a fact. For Vitality, I'm worried. They've got a res, nothing else to play with. Seeker's going to be popped. Orbital Strike is available for Link as well, and I feel like it's going to be put out very early on indeed. Over towards Lamps, and it catches Vac. Down goes Brams. They need a hero, and they need one now. Sender will not be it. Wall banged and hit by Snake Bites, but Jalami collapsed them through the smoke, leaving it down to Loki. A 1 versus 2, but a res available, as we said earlier. He's going to slow it. He's going to pop that res, but he needs to cover that player as they come back online. The swing together, Scream does it, flashes there, back 6 HP remaining. He's hunting it down, and he gets it done. That is the map win for Vitality with a defuse. It is 13 to 11, and what an incredible way to close out map 1.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, definitely stick it on the player. They had to almost let Vac go so he could actually defuse the spike. What a way to close it. I was thinking towards the end of it, like, there's no way that this res is as impactful as it needed to be. And then Vac, we have to talk about this man. We brought him up so many times. His depths of agents are ridiculous. He's now putting himself in the running for sure as one of the better skies in Europe. And they have taken bind. It was a grind. It also took them getting off to flying starts in both maps. But they're not going to care, Mitch. They now go on to some of their comfort choices. Like Bind and Haven are the ones where they're definitely a lot more shaky. Going into the maps remaining in the series, they're more than happy to play.
That they absolutely are. Split is going to be the next map up. And Tom, after that performance from Vitality, yes, they get the early half advantage every single step of the way. They put themselves in a good spot to close out the series, but they still get it done. Now they only need to win one of the next 2 maps to knock Liquid into the lower bracket. This is the team that eliminated Heretics, NIP, and Wave. And we'll see if they can knock Liquid down below in just a little bit. For now, though, it's time to go to a break.
Kok makan kucing sendiri? Kucing gue namanya Maxi, ini McD lah. Si banyak bocil, gue pengen ngejok. Cuma jorok. Kasar. Nanti bocil-bocil dewasanya marah ibu bapaknya. Timernya nge-freeze karena gua salah nyebut tadi. Gue bilang, Blay gue tidur deh Blay, ntar gue pause. Sebenarnya emang nggak perlu Blay, cuma nggak tahu kenapa gue sebut Blay ya. Harusnya itu tak terucap dari mulut gua yang sangat tidak becus ini. Harusnya gue nggak gue sebut. Apa tuh sebut sih? Mereka taruh deskripsi dong. Waduh, ribet Blay, asli. Ini masalah gue juga mau tidur. Lu tinggal cari di Wikipedia kok. Otak sama mulut kagak sinkron. Iya Blay, karena udah kelewat capek tadi. Terus kayak gue tadi melihat, wah komunitas nggak mau gue off, tapi nggak ada cara lain lagi. Kayak, ayo udah deh, gue pause dulu deh Blay, gue tidur gitu kan. Kayak gue tuh merasakan kayak gitu dah, ngentot. Sih banyak ngomong.
Welcome back to the VCT Challengers main event, where Team Vitality have taken map 1 over Team Liquid. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm joined back on the desk by Twiggy and Geo. Welcome back, you guys. What a map that was, and what a statement from Team Vitality. They haven't done too well on this map in the past, but Twiggy, what a time to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have so many rounds down here, round 4, round 5, round 6, round 8, all these Vitality just coming through and being so smart to stay away from the positioning of Team Liquid players they knew were holding great positions, being able to find picks on all sides of the map and giving themselves the opportunities to push in, and they really made the best use of it, coming within 2 rounds, but they got the job done absolutely flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such an impressive game, and it sort of makes me laugh watching that game, just seeing especially how someone like Shalaby popped off, and thinking that when he first got picked up by the roster just a couple of weeks ago, there were a lot of people online who were giving him a lot of flack, a lot of criticism, saying he wasn't going to be good enough, and I don't think you can watch a game like the one that we just saw and hold that to be the case anymore. It was truly impressive.
Oh yeah, I mean, that one round where he could have just blast packed them and won the round for me. I don't know about you two, but I was like, oh, Shalaby, that was so close. But he did great there. Well, let's talk about the elephant, the sentinel in the room. How about that? The robot in the room. Gio, what did you make of Scream's KO here, especially it being his debut on this agent?
Yeah, I mean, this was the big thing that I was certainly looking out for, especially as Liquid said that they really wanted to pick him up, and we're not getting any jet out of Scream in bind. It was an interesting one because when Team Liquid were on the defense, I think they were getting a little bit less out of him than they were on the attack, which I think is totally understandable. But a lot of it in that case really seemed to depend on the way that Vitality were playing. You know, Vitality had a lot of very passive attacks. They would spend a lot of time kind of poking and prodding at the defense before committing. And it was on those sorts of rounds that Scream really, he would use a lot of his utility quite early, and it wouldn't necessarily have a huge turning point in the way that Vitality were playing. But it was on those rounds where Vitality got very aggressive very early. We saw the clip of it at the beginning of our little set of clips there, where if Vitality did get aggressive at the beginning, he could use his utility so much better, and it would give Team Liquid the time to get in those ideal positions to really punish the incoming push from Vitality. In general, it looked a little bit better on the attack anyway, and I think Team Liquid were less patient in their attack than Vitality were, so he could use his utility a lot more proactively. And what we especially saw, for example, on round 19, was when he would use his KO utility in conjunction with other utility that was coming out from the rest of the team. So this specific one I'm referencing was a Hunter's Fury from Yampi. It really gave Team Liquid so much space to push up on their attacks and take down a lot of those really frustrating positions that we found Vitality holding. So it was a little bit here and there, and I would like to see improvement on it on the defense especially, but for a debut, it wasn't terrible.
Yeah, and Twiggy, what did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, there was just some brilliant plays all round from both teams. I mean, Team Liquid, they did do absolutely brilliant. I didn't expect this composition to start with, and they came out of nowhere to well, I mean, taking 11 rounds with a team composition that we haven't really seen from them whatsoever. I mean, this is obviously just scrims that they've been doing this one on. It's impressive.
Yeah, well, Liquid, you know, they were doing some good stuff. Twiggy, I know you're going to talk more about one of the rounds where they managed to pull off some cool things here.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 11. Round 11 was a strategical adaptation of the setup they used pretty much every other 4-buy round. Link uses a smoke both to cover his cross to the D-short teleporter and hide Cryptix' Poison Cloud, which opened the teleporter door, and then you can see later on in the round, Link stays there. He hears the utility from Vitality passing. Now, once they're spotted in hookah by Scream, Link uses the Orbital Strike to push the Vitality players either into the view of the Liquid players waiting on B, or back towards him, and he uses the surprise positioning to take his first pick onto Brams, and then they push through. From there on out, it's too late. I mean, Liquid have already made use of the Rush Choke Point brought on by the Orbital Strike to take those 2 picks. Loki is trapped by himself on site. The last player who can actually do anything is Sender. He tries to catch Link back on his attempt to retake hookah, but Link is already there in time.
It was actually a really interesting round too, because on Vitality's side of things, not many of their attacking rounds did they have a full team focus on hookah. I mean, even when you look at the way that some other teams will attack onto that area of the map, usually you get a really aggressive raise. And even Shalabi, generally on a lot of these rounds, playing a little bit further back, you'd kind of poke it a bit, but not fully go in. And you'd have a lot of focus over on Belong and Garden, for example. So the fact that Vitality were sending all of their players up there through hookah, it was almost like, you know, digging for gold there for Team Liquid. The fact that that setup was just so perfect to deal with so many players.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, they did a great job there. They did let Liquid get back into the game a little bit there, Gio. How impressed were you with the way they closed it out? Because Vac, in that situation, I wasn't quite sure if he was going to make it.
Well, I mean, the thing with Vac, and this was something that I really noted when I was going back and watching a couple of the VODs from Vitality's closed qualifiers. I noted this quite a bit when they were playing against Ninjas in Pajamas, but Vac is that player who is so happy to get in there and get aggressive rather than just holding angles, especially if he's either the guy leading the charge or if he's the last one playing. That's when you're gonna see that. So he's the guy who'll like jump down from heaven and literally go hunting through hell rather than trying to just hold passively. And that's really what we saw in that final round. Of him pop off like that. You know, we looked to Vac quite a bit for some of that leadership, some of, you know, he's kind of in some ways the glue that keeps the team together. And for him to end it like that, it was so impressive and a big heartbreaker for Team Liquid.
Well, Vitality, they have made a great start here, but Team Liquid will have a chance to bring it back. Map 2 is on the way right after this break.
Anjing, padahal ketutupan lo mukanya. Lu udah gila-gila banget lu, Blay. Lu yang lu lihat apaan dah, Blay? Kan ngomongnya ketutupan facecam gua, Blay. Pantesan lu fokus banget ya. Setelah gue liat seringan gue, iya juga ya. Lorong mukanya kagak ada, Blay. Pantes lu mata lu pada jadi aimbot. Solo jadi segerak buset. Blay. Indikator seger, Blay. Hands up, Mansen. Nah, itu tangan gue di sini. Ya. Mandi, Blay, seger, Blay.
Last round in the half.
Copyright nih lagu, Blay. Bodo amat lah ya. Nih, Blay. Tutorial lampu mati. Ini nanti bakal segelap ini, Blay. Katanya mau tidur nih, sebat tidur. Habis makan, Blay. Habis makan orang nyebat, aneh. Kasih gua tidur nyenyak dikit ya, Blay. Habis itu kita kelarin, Blay, 1 jam. Asli. Gua umpetin link donate gua.
Went Vitality's way, but this best of 3 is just getting started. I'm joined once again by Twiggy and Geo on the desk. Guys, Split is up next, and Geo, this was Vitality's map pick.
Yes, and this is where things get a little bit worrying, because at the beginning we kind of discussed the idea that Bind was pretty much going to be an advantage to Team Liquid. It's not a map that Vitality like to play that much, and clearly things didn't go that way, but in my opinion, I think Split is lent way more towards Vitality. It is a real favorite of theirs. They've played it a ton recently. It makes me a little bit concerned for Team Liquid, if I'm totally honest with you.
Yeah, Team Liquid only played this once during week 1. They did win the game, but it was 14-12 to BDS. Not quite an easy fought win. They played, well, 2 initiators once again, but this time they were playing Scream on the Jet. They were playing quite a normal quite a normal split composition, and what they've played on Bind is really not what I would consider to work for them on Split. So I'm interested to see how they play this.
Demi komunitas, gue pindahin tuh ke tengah Blay, demi komunitas.
They have to win here. The lower bracket is not the end of the world, but you don't want to fall to the lower bracket so early on in day 1. So Twiggy, what do Liquid need to do to get back into the game here?
I think the big thing for them is that, they were doing well to figure out exactly how Vitality were playing that one, but it came too late in the game. I think it took about 5 or 6 rounds for them to really figure out exactly how they wanted to get back into that first half. By that point, it was almost too late for them, and Vitality took it on the second half. They need to really get going on this one. They now know how Vitality play, and I think they really need to start taking those first few rounds to really get themselves a head start on this.
I think that there certainly is that whole idea that because Vitality have played Split quite a bit lately, Liquid may have a little bit more to go off it. But, you know, as you mentioned, Yinsu, you don't want to be falling down into the lower bracket on the first round, but that's exactly what happened to Team Liquid back in week 1. So they're going to have to outdo their previous selves to actually get further on here, and I think they've got quite a mountain to climb considering the position we're in within this series right now.
I mean, as you said, Gio, Vitality, they played Split quite a lot. They seem very confident here. What do you think are some of the scary things about Vitality on this map?
Well, I think with any map, with any team where you know that there is a specific map that they want to go to, you have to consider that that's scary in and of itself. I'll be honest, one of my big curiosities here is the fact that Vitality have recently changed their composition that they bring on Split. When I did the Vitality versus Wild multi-gaming game, one of the things that we really praised about Vitality was the way that they held mid-control on their defense, and a lot of that was a compositional thing because they were bringing a Sage and their opponent were not. They've actually started to relinquish the Sage and instead bring a Jet. So a lot of what I gathered is the idea of how Vitality play this game pretty well, especially defensively, might have changed now because they're not playing the exact same sort of composition. So that could have in and of itself produced a new kind of playstyle and new ideas that make Vitality scary in a different way that's actually a bit different from what we've seen of them in recent history.
Masa gituan.
I think the main thing here is we don't know what to expect going into this one. It seems like Vitality, they've changed things up. Liquid, they've changed things up completely. I really don't know if they're going to be playing this Breach yet on this one. I really do hope they bring the Breach, but once again, it's going to be one of those things where we're just going to have to play it by ear in terms of what they pick.
Well, speaking of not knowing what to expect, they threw a bit of a curveball already on Bind. But Twiggy, would you like to see the KO again on Split? And more importantly, would you like to see Scream pick up the KO again?
Okay, here's the thing. KO, it takes one of those initiator spots. Once again, I guess you can play him as a duelist, so if they wanted to play triple initiator, that could be kind of interesting, but generally they play the Breach and Sky on there, and I think Breach and Sky is kind of they have that throne on Split, and it's hard to take that away. If you're going to take away one of the initiator spots, it's going to be difficult to justify putting KO in.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to go. Just, I went over a couple of my criticisms of Scream's KO, that the problem with it is that, as I say, while it wasn't a terrible performance on KO, this is Liquid's last opportunity to actually stay here in the upper bracket. And so is going on a new agent a risk for them, or do they want to go back to something that makes them a bit more comfortable? That's where the predominance of my concerns come from, is that this is still a new composition for Team Liquid, and they don't have the buffer zone here anymore because they just lost the last map. So if they lose this, they've lost it. There's no real wiggle room there.
I mean, before we went into map 1, I asked both of you, I asked Gio specifically if you saw this matchup going to map 3. Do you still stand by that? Do you think we're going to go the distance here?
I'll be honest, I'm worried, because when I said I thought it would go to map 3, that was on the pretense that Team Liquid were going to win blind, which they didn't. So, I still have faith that Vitality can probably win split, and 2-2 makes Liquid not winning this series. I would love for it to go to map 3, mostly because I just really want to see these two teams play on Breeze, but I have not had my faith shaken enough of Vitality on this map just yet.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing for me. I thought with Team Liquid picking that first map, I thought it was going to be 2-1 to Vitality either way, but at this point it's looking like it's going to be 2-0 to Vitality if Liquid don't really step up their game. We have seen a lot of teams take maps against people who pick them. It happens quite often. I think alarmingly often now, but it's going to be difficult because Vitality, they've played this one a lot. Liquid, they really haven't.
Well, agent select is on the way, and again, both of you have said there is a potential that we're going to see something different here. But if we work off of the assumption that things aren't going to change too much, we are probably going to expect, the double flash kind of compositions from Team Liquid versus the double duelist. Now, Twiggy, where do you stand on this? Is there one that you feel like just works a little bit better on split?
I think especially on split, you're looking at double flash is going to be the most important thing. You got Breach who can send his lines up every one of those routes because it's there's so many choke points on this map, and it's definitely that kind of thing that double duelist, I'm not sure if it would work. It's too flexible, and it's good for stuff like Haven maybe, but apart from that, it's kind of being phased out even more with the meta changing.
It's an interesting one for me because I agree on paper that the double flash is probably better here for split than the double duelist. The thing, however, is that Vitality actually only changed their composition after they had a pretty big loss against Giants Gaming, which was a 13-3 scoreline, so not their best one to write home about. And that's when they actually started to change it, and they've only had wins since then. So it's one of those things where you have to try and strike the balance between what is theoretically better and what is clearly working for this team better. And when you consider that it is a team who have recently made a roster change, it's entirely unsurprising that they will have tried new things that work better for them now, that maybe weren't the best decision in the past. So it's hard for me to judge just because in practice it is proven that actually this double duelist seems to be better for Vitality here on split.
I mean, Gio, looking at the team as well, they can play quadruple duelists if they want to. Like they got the players that could do it, right? So we're gonna head into agent select now and see what they are selecting again. On the side of Vitality, I feel like less likely we're gonna run into anything too funky. Like you guys have said, they like the Raze and Jet, sometimes bringing out that Breach as well on Vac. And let's just ignore Scream for a second.
My.
Okay, let's not ignore Scream for a second. Yeah, so it's back. We talked about whether you guys wanted to see it back, and now
10.000 dari Fahmi, pesan, jangan tidur dublai, komentatornya lagi bagus.
Triple flash now with the paranoia. How do you feel about this?
I feel excited. It's probably the best way to put it. I don't want to make a definitive conclusion about it because it's new, right? But I am very excited for it, and the fact that you've got Cryptics over on Cypher, which isn't new, but I feel like combining the sort of initiative if that's a word, like prowess of the flashes with that kind of flank watch that you can have with him could lead to some great things if they can get themselves in sync, if they can coordinate well. Very similarly to what I said on Bind, it was always when that utility was used out of coordination with each other that they were really struggling to get a ton of value out of the KO. But I feel like with the amount of intel they could have available to them, you got a Skye, you got a Cypher, that could actually really help. So even though the KO might not be everybody's favorite pick for Split, we got to look on the bright side of life, and I think there's certainly potential.
Well, Twiggy, you know, you were favoring the double flash. We got triple flash and no duelist. Who's your money on here?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I did say unless they go for that triple initiator, and well, there you go. I wasn't really expecting the Jet to be swapped out, but I really can't shy away from Vitality winning this one here. So.
Well, here we are. Liquid must win here if they want to avoid the lower bracket. Over to you, Tom and Mitch.
Well, supposedly you're muted, so I'm just going to take this away from you anyway and carry on as if you weren't. Yeah, this has had some interesting picks here and there. Like Scream obviously coming in with a KO is something I'm incredibly excited for. Personally, I've been having a little look through this certain guy, I think his name's Jonas, videos recently, and he was talking about this map in particular, saying that the reason people don't play Sovas is because there's a lot of positions that you can't really clear with a lot of the darts. Well, you know who can clear a lot of those angles, Mitch? There's this certain agent called KO who can just scam people through walls. So that B site becomes a little bit tougher to hide in. And I'm excited to see how Liquid are actually going to be utilizing that, especially on the attack side.
So I'm going to roll the dice here, take a guess that this isn't live right now. Couple things giving that away.
Ooh.
First is nobody moving. So I think they just need to do a little bit of a refresh. Shouldn't take too long. I know. I have deduction skills, Tom. But you know what? I look at this composition. I think defensive side for Liquid, one of the scariest things is actually outside of that A site. You can throw that knife at an angle that pretty much nobody can clear it. And I'm going to look towards the Vitality side to really counter those early knives if they're used up by Scream. I think it's kind of a lazy way to use those knives. And from what I've seen of Scream, at least on Bind, he wasn't going the lazy route. He had a lineup that went from outside, from basically attacker spawn into hookah that bought him, 15 seconds from when he threw the knife to when it landed, making late round impact. So that alone tells me that he's going to have something spicy prepared for us on Split.
Yeah, I think as well, there was a stat that I wanted to bring up that actually, it really interests me, and it goes over to that Vitality side. So Vac is someone that we have mentioned plays a lot of agents. In the last 60 days, you got Sova, Jet, Breach, Raze, Skye, and Sage. A decent amount. Now, some of them he's played less maps than others, yada yada, get whatever you like. But one of the ones he's been playing quite a lot is Breach. And interestingly, in terms of his own statistics, so ADR, for example, ACS, his highest kills or his highest damage is done on Breach. So out of all of the agents he's played, including that Jet, including that Raze, this is the one that it seems that he's actually performing the best, which I'll be honest, bit of a surprise to me, but I think this map is a big part of it. We've seen him perform incredibly well on an individual level, and I think it just almost seems to suit him better as a player, which, as said, going back to the Nolpenki days where he was probably the flashiest Jet we might have even had in the entirety of Europe, to see him now performing this well on that agent, it's getting me excited for this matchup.
Most definitely. Now, we have to mention the previous map and what went down there. Liquid were in a position that is not enviable, losing the majority of the early rounds, finding themselves at 4-5-1 deficits before they even really got to have rifles out. And I feel like moving on to this map, Vitality, although they barely edged it out on Bind, they have such a huge advantage because they don't need to win this. It's upper bracket. They have 2 maps to win on. They're feeling comfortable right now.
Yeah, especially with the last one being Breeze as well, which is another comfortable map for them. I think the main worry in this veto was always going to be Bind. So the fact that they've now ended up on their choice. Now, I do want to premise this with saying that this is a map that Liquid didn't play massively, like for a long period of time. In fact, they as well as Fnatic sort of let that one slip through the wayside. but they've always had pretty decent results on it. Like sure, against V1 it was incredibly close, but they managed to see it through. We've seen them play against some other pretty decent teams here and there and still put up some reasonable numbers, like destroying Crew again in Masters, beating Fnatic on it, and recently beating BDS. And although I know you have your opinions on BDS, they destroy a lot of teams when it comes to split. Like this has always been one of their comfort choices. So although this goes in and you still have to leave the favorites as Vitality, I'm not going to count out Liquid by any stretch.
No, you definitely don't want to be counting Liquid out. In the pistol round here, they're on the defensive side and receiving a lot of pressure over towards that A site. Now, with some right clicks going through, but nothing landing, Yampy decides to push on in and try to do some damage, losing most of his HP in the meantime. And they're going to be able to close it. It's now nade clear. I think this is quite scary, really. If you're Team Liquid, you've already been pushed out of heaven for the most part, and having to play super passive, but even despite the low HP, Yampy's able to pick up one.
Yeah. A bold peek. Link stunned on the site. Now, all the utility's going to be taken away, but without him actually peeking, just sitting at the back, him and Scream are holding down the line, something that Link has been excellent at, but when he's got Scream alongside him, they look almost invincible. It's left on to Shalabi. I almost feel bad for him. He's done so much damage, headshotting multiple players, and if you look at the HP of Liquid, well, there's barely 100 HP between them if you exclude Link from the picture. Unfortunately, they don't get any kills. So for Liquid, it does end up as a flawless round.
Flawless as can be. Which is interesting considering how it started. I was certain Yampy was dead. Even got a nade chucked towards him, but they get away with it. And I think... It's what if Breach's voice lines when he kills someone? Freak. That's so toxic. And I love the voice lines in this game. They always get me. It's Jet's one when she hunts down the last player. But there you are, you little shit. That gets me every time.
Oh. Turret going to be expended. Again, fighting for orb control. Not the most surprising thing in bonus rounds, but, well, for Liquid at least, the orbs are the other team. Everyone earned just from the single kills they get. And, of course, wanting to make sure they don't lose a single player. The fact that Link has actually stuck to this crosshair, like, there was a part of me that thought that maybe it was a little bit of banter. Do you know what I do genuinely wonder? Do you think there's some sort of way that you can display a different crosshair to the one you're using? Because that would just be the ultimate flex. Like, you just run around, like, showing a crosshair that you don't use. And just, like, in reality, you're using the most normal crosshair in existence.
I don't think that's possible. For one simple reason, I know somebody would have a crosshair that just covered the entire screen. Like, left the
You're
top
not allowed
corners.
to see what I can do.
Yeah, only the corners of the screen are visible for, like, 5 pixels, and the rest is the crosshair. But let's
just
hope
leave
that's
the
never
kill feed
applied.
open.
Oh, he got a kill. We didn't see it, but I saw him shoot. It's a good question. Would you still see the gun model? You would, wouldn't you? Yeah, it wouldn't draw over that. That would be really weird. But hey, it's 2-0, and Team Liquid face off against a full buy. This is where Vitality get the opportunity to really deal some damage and get themselves on the board. Look at what they're up against, Tom. 4 Spectres and a Sheriff. This should be, on paper, a pretty easy round for them, but oh my! Sulcus has made it difficult in the blink of an eye. 2 players are gone from Vitality. Spike is dropped on top ramp, and there are weapons there potentially to be retrieved. Vitality have just made a big slip up.
Smoke dropped onto the head of Sender, and any sort of play through it would have massive amount of risks. Looking to try and reclaim the spike, but there's a cam watching it anyway, so information's already going to be there. Sender is caught as he tries to make the push, and now the remaining 2 players, they're kind of screwed. They need Liquid to make some sort of mistake. Now, sure, they're still going to have some advantages when it comes to at least the range positioning, but now the rotation's even coming back from Yumpy as well, and he has a rifle.
Clearing out down below, rushing into these players, and the Spectres are just so good at these group waterfall tactics, just spilling all over your opponents and sweeping them away. That is horrendous. we said on Bind multiple times that on the second half, Vitality had pretty much the best start physically possible. They've just had the worst start physically possible here. They've given free upgrades, 4 free upgrades to Team Liquid. They now have Vandals and Phantoms at 0 cost. They've lost their entire economy. So, yeah, but I mean, they've done nothing, right? The pistol was flawless. The previous one was pretty much like... This is pretty much as bad as it gets. And Vitality have got a mixed bag of weaponry here, a Marshal and 4 Sheriffs to try and deal some damage. Winning the round is not likely, but if they can have a similar effect to what they did on Bind with pretty much an identical buy, where of course they ended up killing 4 of the players from Team Liquid, they'll be very, very happy.
Interestingly, Cryptix is actually delaying when he's placing down his utility, which it definitely seems to have its risks about it, but well, at least can hold on to it till slightly later on in the round. For Vitality at the moment, again, they're almost just looking for players to make mistakes, and although Soulcast is just wide peeking this angle, I'm not doubting him missing at this stage. Like, he had a fantastic performance in the last map, even considering the loss. And I think it has to be put into context that if you looked at that game, it already seems close. But if anything, Liquid probably should have won it based on how many of the early rounds they actually lost and the fight back that they had.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I'm 100% with you there. And it was a big clutch by Vitality that even made it happen in the first place. Okay, this is just a shutdown. Now, obviously, they were just versus pistols, no armor. It's about as easy as it gets. But getting away with this one flawlessly, look at the credits. Watch when they pop up. It's going to be ridiculous. Team Liquid are stacked. They've got ultimates online. They've got more than enough credits to buy like 3 times in a row. And yeah, that's not something we see every day.
The funny thing as well is that 1 kill came in the bonus round, or the second round, I should say, for Liquid, where they were only SMGs versus pistols. So if anything, that's the one Liquid are probably most likely to take flawlessly. So the fact that the other rounds are the ones where they've got no kills is even more worrying. But that's a much better start. Soulcast, who's been a terror thus far, is going to be caught trying to make a cheeky play down mid. Of course, with his flashes going through that smoke, it would have been a risk, but there might have been reward through it. Loki, though, is just going to hand that advantage straight back. I don't see the benefit of that play at all.
No, I think I'm with you there. The Vitality have managed to see some control over Heaven. Spike is behind, but they're watching it from the B push. They're holding for any aggression on A. This is going to be a very, very slow round for Vitality. Now, we've seen their defaults pay off massively, but the majority of the time that that's happened, it's been Team Liquid pushing into them, giving them the advantages. And as you can see, they are not looking to do that this time, playing much more passive on the sites. And with Soulcast down, though, Tom, they've not only lost their flashes, they've not only lost the top fragger and one of the strongest players in the world right now, but also they've lost those Seekers. The ultimate game doesn't swing in their favor quite as much anymore. And this is going to be a much more difficult defense. Good time delay by Link. That aftershock completely halts the push. And with 20 seconds left, Vitality are going to have to just run at him and hope to take him down. Link is so strong in these positions. A 3K goes his way. Scream is taken down, though. I mean, this is a plan pretty much secured. They're going to have to just stare at him. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
There we go. Scream's been hitting the gym. It takes a little bit longer to take him out of the rounds now. You really do have to kick him while he's down. Still, this ends up as a 2v2 scenario. Jalabi gonna take this close range angle. Teammate trying to spot into Heaven. And Yumpy has been seen, but knowing that both players are in the site, he's actually going to be able to get very close up. Both double peeking. Jalabi's gone. It's left all onto Brams to try and turn the tide. One player incredibly low. The clock burning down, but Yumpy hits the final headshot. It's going to be another round on the board for Liquid. Even with the fight backs, it's still not enough for Vitality to get there first.
That's a kick in the teeth.
And some BM as well. Rub the salt in the wounds, Yumpy. Rub the salt in. 3 HP clutch.
Hey, let them know. Let them know what happened. Well, 5-0. Not a pretty scoreline for Vitality, and especially considering how this one was going. I did like Scream's usage of the ulti here, stopping anybody pushing down the alley. Like a really important piece of utility in him throwing the fragment at the alleyway, which just means that Link doesn't need to divert his attention from that main push because he knows nobody can get down beside him. The ultimate pop stops them from flashing, fault lining, ulting if they had them, which they didn't in that case. But moving into this round, I think that'll be more important. It's really, really solid stuff. Yampy's aggression is going to be taken down by the drone. Now, one thing, the difficulty with playing against someone like Yampy when he's running the operator, on this map, you don't have a Sova most of the time, and one of the easiest and most common counters for that operator is to have the drone go through. So I like the little bit of an adaptation in putting the turret there, which catches the op aggression and sort of buys you that little bit of extra map control at a very low cost.
Could be so much information. Scream. I'm sure the knife is going to be going through in just a second. It's going to catch so many different players, but they're still just looking to try and run through the smoke. Scream trying to watch onto the angle, and he will eventually find the first kill. The stun coming out as well. It's so perfect. Nothing for Shalabi to do, and Yumpy just still trying to play around the edge of the smoke, but he is being pressured. Still takes one with him, though. However, Brams has made this one more than possible. The Seeker gives him away, not that the information wasn't already had, and he's trying to fake things up, and the smoke faded. Oh, Cryptix is just looking at him like, yeah, nice TP, bud. Nice TP.
I thought that the smoke in the first place that he threw was ambitious, but the fake shadow step? That man completely miscalculated how much time was left on that, which is funny because he was standing in it when it popped.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, don't show the whole thing, please. Please, turn it off now. No. Oh, don't do him like this.
Cut away. Everybody turn off your monitor. This didn't happen.
No! Oh, I gotta watch it back a second time just in case we didn't catch it the first.
Oh, we've got attack. Should we watch it again?
Yeah, let's see it in slow motion from Bram's perspective. Yeah, 6-0. Liquid are definitely improving on what Vitality had for them in the previous map in terms of early round score lines. And it really is. I don't know if we can. I don't think observers can hear us, right? But if they can we pull up the scoreboard? I think at this point, Vitality have at least accrued a couple more kills than previously, Tom. But it's really, it's getting heartbreaking on this attack side because you can see them finishing on like 5 rounds and still being in a pretty good position for the next half. But the way things are going right now, it seems unlikely they push even to 4.
Yeah, no, it's definitely looking rough. Now, I will say that we see a lot of teams still put up pretty ridiculous halves over on the defensive side, but you don't really want to just have that level of wiggle and this combination of utility. It's already going to make things a little bit awkward, and it delays the push, but realistically, they are still making their way around this corner. Yumpy needs to be very careful on this peek, but with no trade potential, it's almost too easy for him. Peeks in, fades out, early advantage.
That was a weird situation from Loki and Sender inside of B main. The smoke went down and it seemed like they didn't really know what was happening. Yampy still going forward with this operator, picking up every single player he sees. This is ridiculous. The frenzy reloaded, he still gets away with a 4th. 1 player remaining, and Yampy's going for the ace, connecting it. 7-0 for Team Liquid, and they are just giving Vitality no room to breathe.
Well, it's a map 3, right? That one was Breeze. I think that's what we were heading to. Like how do you come back from that? How's he get this kill? Like, what? He reloaded and then still corrected his aim. Like, that's just arse. Like that shouldn't have happened. And then still has enough to correct his aim at the end. That was a sick round from him. Yeah, sure, it's versus pistols, but I think just the manner in which he won it, impressive to say the least.
Go get it.
And we are going to see... I thought the Blade Storm might come through a little bit earlier, but we'll get it in this round still. Loki not actually putting too much into the last, so maybe just buying up for a teammate to make sure that they have something extra for this one.
Look at the B play.
It's definitely been a rough start, but this is a route.
Rolling Thunder.
Like yeah, but that's the thing. Is it a fake though? They're going to fake Rolling Thunder and send in Loki? Like that seems like an awful lot of commitment just to try and bait them in on a rotation. That's a lot bigger.
Team Liquid are literally playing to counter this rolling thunder. They're back off site. They're allowing them to take all the space they want. And they've got the cam, the tripwire. This is just perfect. Team Liquid know exactly what's going on here. I don't know if this is advanced preparation, but it looks like Sliggy's got the little, but it doesn't matter. He still got killed. The ult would have done the same thing, right?
Give me those back.
I mean, playing anti-rolling thunder on site and then letting him run into heaven is you know, questionable. Slightly. I think the early round setup from Team Liquid here was perfect. They had the read. They did absolutely everything right, but Vitality have just found the opening with Loki getting behind. Yeah. This is going to be a free site plant.
No way.
I'm so glad they were baiting him. They were baiting. They were going to 180 the second he completed that, so I'm glad Yampy didn't commit to it.
I don't know. Somehow I still believe he would have got a kill, at least.
I pretty would have got all three with one bullet.
Somehow this has gone wrong. As you said, like, the read was very good. It's just like that slight hole in the defense. One going down at least. Loki still causing them issues. He been the main reason that this round has slipped away from them. And now Vac hits the timing almost perfect. No way the Yumpy gets that shot at all. No chance.
That was a dash and an updraft, right? I mean, I don't know if we can get a replay of that. Did he dash into the wall and then updraft? That was weird. Unless I completely misread that. I swear I saw two. Because I heard him dash, and then he didn't move. He just stayed completely still. That was bizarre. But 7-1 we go. The Brazil comes out, and Liquid are still going to be feeling pretty confident. That was a lapse in judgment, but they had the right read. They knew exactly what Vitality were going to do, and it's only that sneaky play by Loki who really just completely opened up the round, giving them the B site, the plant, and then everything fell into place. For Team Liquid, they're still not really there when it comes to the ultimate game, and their ulti's not being that strong in general. But Vitality have already burned up the first, and that's going to be the Killjoy ultimate. Now, nothing found off of it because it's destroyed. The players pushed out of main. Great counter utility, but look at Vitality's response. They immediately move in through heaven. They push down to the site. Now Yampy is again going to be isolated with this operator in hand, but still a double is found. Going out wider, Scream has already taken the pushing back, and they've got a double man set up inside of B main. This is a ridiculous round. Vitality making the perfect counterplay, and Liquid counterplaying that counterplay. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I will say it seems like a lot. There's been a few rounds now where the counterplay has involved Yumpy killing everyone, but honestly, with the way that he's performing, it doesn't matter too much. Because let's just say in a world there's a 1-for-1 trade there. His teammates are now completely surrounded in main, but instead he gets 2 kills. The rotation comes in from Scream. Scream gets the final, and that's a perfect hold. But it really is relying on their superstars performing to such a high standard, but they are. I'm liking all the counter utility. Their aggression into B main has been almost perfect. Like, they've taken so much control there in almost every single round, be it with paranoias, with fault lines, this time with the aftershock. Like, they are just running them into the ground with utility. And Vitality's, well, the only round they've won is basically off Loki getting some cheeky kills, sneaking through. Scream, though. You don't want to give this man the opportunity. Somehow comes out with 3, even while turning the flash. And while Vac will at least be like, yeah, guys, I got a rifle. Guys.
One enemy remaining.
And then you ran into Yampy. that's how that one goes. The turret up, Yampy's not even gonna bother. He just waits, wall bangs him through the turret. Beautiful.
Oh,
9-1. Jeez. Well, I mean, we said this was a difficult map to call. You could see it being a 50-50. You could see Vitality coming out with some decent plays, especially Shalakby on the Rays, but I don't know, man. Some people really hate Omen. I think I've heard Dream, I've heard George from Upcomer say that Omen's just a trash agent, worst agent in the game. Now, credit to Dream, I think he did say on Split he's very good, but on every other map he's trash. And you know, I don't know that I want to say it's the Omen, Tom. I don't want to say that it's anything to do with the Omen. I think Yampy might just be one of the top 10 players in the world easily at this stage.
Twice. This is the second time that they've managed to wrap through heaven and get behind the player trying to hold outside B. I'm not quite sure how that's worked twice, because it's normally one of the positions that if you have given it up, you're very aware of it. But hey, Vitality finally pushing down on what is looking like a vulnerability for Liquid. And now in this retake, It's not looking too good. I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to get back into this one. They've got no ultimates to play with, a very small amount of utility other than Yumpy, who, I'm going to be honest, I don't really want to see him put away the operator to try and pull out any of that utility. So unless, again, there's going to be some wide swings, I don't think there's anything there. And Loki, again, he's going to be the knife in their back.
Yeah, his flanks have been fantastic. Whether it's that playthrough spawn on the B side or right there lurking through mid to grab them. The second round on the board, and I think both can be attributed heavily to Loki's impact on the round. And for Team Liquid, I'm seeing a lot of players towards that A site in the early stages of the buy phase, but it looks like they're shifting back over. It's still only going to be a two-man B setup, and it looks like they expect Vitality in the final round to make it towards the A site. In fact, you'll even see this knife come through and pretty much confirm the information. Where he's going to throw that is breakable though, right? It gets slightly deeper than some of the other knives that we've seen. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. What a good flash. Yumpy just single-handedly entering on the defensive side. 3 players down. Vitality have to clutch this one back. And with Brams on 30 HP after Yumpy's push, well, Tom, I'm not feeling too confident about Vitality's chances of hitting 3 in this half.
Some would say they're screwed, and I would be part of the sum. Because, yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any way back into it. They finally decided not to push B main. Almost like, let's avoid Yumpy for once. And the man had the 6th sense to be on the other side of the map. I think for maybe the first time in this entire half. Like, I don't think he's done that once. So, I don't know how they made the read. I don't know why they made the read. But it worked perfectly. And now they got 40 seconds to try and... Alright, never mind. 10-2 half.
Yeah. Got 30 seconds for Sander. Spike dropped up in heaven. 2 players on the A site. He'd have to kill them lightning fast, get back into heaven, pick up that spike, get to site, plant it, and then win the 1v2 post plan. That might seem unreasonable, and that's because it is. 10-2. Liquid take it across the line in what I think it's fair to say is convincing fashion, and Yumpy dropped 20 kills in that first half with 4 deaths. That is absolutely ridiculous. On an Omen as well. So we can't even give him the excuse of, oh, it's just a jet, no skill agent. Look at that. He runs into 5 players and he kills 3 and leaves another on 30 HP. How does he get so much value out of every situation he's in?
Yeah, I think as well, like the utility usage there, not only the paranoia, which is of course still one of those abilities that is just so difficult to play against, but they also had the fragment in the corner so that nobody could even run back. So they had just like a nice little setup from Liquid, and that's been a lot of their defense, just having these cool, quirky little ideas to try and shut out a lot of control. We've seen it a lot when it came to their B-site defense as well, and, well, this time it was a Loki. See you later, mate. Peek through the smoke, caught out already. Shalabi, he needs something here, and he's going to go down as well. It's Whiff City for Vitality, and a pistol that's basically keeping them in the map.
Not the strongest hold I've seen on mid in a pistol round. Team Liquid flying ahead. Now, again, Sulcus doesn't have that heal. Buying up a ghost means that, well, he ain't gonna have the creds to spend. Sander, come on, that's a free kill. He's running away.
He's just wasting their time as well. They're going A. Like, him being there is literally just to be as annoying as humanly possible. Leave the low HP player behind. He's low as well. He's 22 HP. Link just swings and takes down back. Oh, God.
One down.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, we got
there
him.
we go.
Solgus is also 20, Cryptic's 38. This is definitely winnable for Vitality, but it's tough. There's players absolutely everywhere. They're fighting into 2 or 3 on every angle they push. Look at the crossfire down below. Cryptic's ready to swing with Yumpy and take that kill. It's 11-2, and honestly, that pistol round was probably the last beacon of hope for Vitality. Losing that almost confirms this is a Team Liquid win. In fact, I think it's quite likely they go for a force buy coming into this round just to try to make that comeback happen. Because conceding for OT and winning 10 in a row would be a risk, a difficult task. I mean, look, best of a bad bunch, really. There's no right choice. There's no easy choice.
Yeah, there's nothing like at this stage. There's no, unless they can rewind time, there's really not much that Vitality are going to be able to do here in terms of their purchase. So they're gonna take the risk. As said, at this point, it's really not that much of a risk. And this is patient play from Cryptics. He's just trying to bait them into a push. He's actually got the spike alongside him as well. So if he was to fall, it would be a bit of a... Oh, no! Oh, that was the split second that you don't want to be shooting the trip. Oh. Roll on, Breeze. Just roll it on. Like, this has just become
like Breeze
torture.
a lot. I like Breeze a lot. I think Vitality have a much better shot there based on what we're seeing, because this is not the team we just witnessed on the previous map. I mean, the fact that they went 4 rounds without a single kill, Tom, pretty much sums it up. Ooh, Solka's getting tickled, and he's the only player that can't be healed up, now vulnerable to these stingers. No one's using the Lothar trick. You know, the right-click triple burst. Oh, come on, Yampy. Leave him alone, for God's sake. I mean, if they get this round, if Vitality have force bought and it's flawless from Team Liquid, that is... Oh, God.
Player standing.
I feel like I'm talking over a funeral. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, especially after the last map. Like, it was a close victory, back and forth rounds, Liquid fighting uphill to try and bring it back. Well, Vitality... Yeah, Vitality are definitely going to have to fight uphill, but I don't know. This is like trying to climb Everest without the use of your hands. Like, it's like you're just going to use your teeth on some of the rocks. Like, I don't know how this would ever be possible as a comeback. And the worst thing is as well, because they invested into that round, this buy is going to suck just as much as the last one. So, yeah. Good luck. I wish you the best, but I am not feeling too confident.
Cover going out.
Not confident at all.
The reality is Team Liquid's gameplay has just been on point so far, and it feels like every single attempt that Vitality have made, like the fact in the early rounds, I can give Liquid a lot of the rounds that they won, but sometimes there were just these clutches that it felt like Vitality were lost in. Losing out to like 2v4s and such. Okay, nice little paranoia by Brams. Nade through, stops the push. Liquid are now going to have to fight back in. This also a flank play. Loki has been very solid when it comes to those attack side lurks, and now he's pushed all the way down middle, hiding for these guys to come back through sewers, meaning that they can pretty much commit towards a heavier A stack, like 3 or 4 players for the entirety of this round, and Liquid will still be running into it by the looks of things.
They've almost tried to bait them back, but because of Loki's position, no one's actually rotated off. They know they haven't come through mid. Vac is already going to pick off the first, and Brams' corner is deadly as ever. It's not going to be checked, and the swing out grants him a couple of kills. Shalabi is there to close it as well, and Vitality have their lifeline. A solid round for them at least, maybe a little bit of wind back in the sails, and I'll be honest, Mitch, I don't believe that they'll be able to bring this map back at all, but if they can at least get a few extra rounds, make it a little bit less of a dominant performance and maybe build up at least a little bit of confidence going into the final map.
Down A.
Exactly. That's something we speak about a lot, and it really is important. Getting those fist bumps in, winning a round, just bringing the morale right back up. And for Vitality, look, that was a solid round. The push down middle, get the information, they react perfectly to it, keep the 4-man stack on A, completely destroy the push on through. Now Team Liquid pull out the rifles yet again, and Vitality aren't really in the same boat. They've got a Vandal, a Guardian, and everything else is going to be Spectres and Marshals. That's a pretty tough situation to continue fighting just for an overtime. But they're going to try. They're going to try their damnedest. I like the setup on A, actually. They're going to have faster rotations from the mid play. Maybe they suspect Liquid to be more mid-centered after the pistol round, after what they've seen in the past. And they'd be right on that.
This is still a much better purchase coming up for Liquid. Loki left with just a Marshal in hand. He's done some damage with it in the past, but they are ready for any sort of aggression to come through. In fact, I'm wondering if are we gonna get a pot flash? There it is. Just trying to force him backwards. Even the stun afterwards, so he can't run away. Scream looking to try and push around the corner. Might not expect him to still be so close, but it doesn't matter. He wins the duel anyway. The clearance from Solkas even bypasses the aftershock, and leaving just 2 men standing to try and save Vitality from what has been an embarrassing map.
The 2 versus 3, low HP on 2, it's doable. That's for damn sure. Plenty of utility. We've seen what Yampy can do from this very same angle in the past. The smoke there, so if they dive off, he'll see them down below. The spam is not actually landing anything. Yampy's good, just tucked in the corner. Oh no. As they push out, look at that. Oh, you saw him. There we go. 13-3. That was not a nice map for Vitality. After a very close bind, they have been slapped out of the series, or out of the map, rather, here on Split.
Yeah,
not of the series. Not of the series, because there's one more. There's one more left to go. Of course, Breeze is going to be up next, Tom, and I think it's fair to say it can't go much worse.
Oh dear. Why have you said that? Like, why have you said that? Like, it's almost like you're trying to will it into existence, but you are correct. Like, it couldn't have got much worse than that. Not even, I think 1 kill in the first 4 rounds of the game was almost the stepping stone for what ended up being such a dominant half. Liquid looked incredible, though. As said, this is a map that I never really saw them pick into it that much. It was one that they were willing to play. I'm hoping they do from now on. I think teams are going to have to start banning it against them. You can see the interplay between a lot of different players, some cool little ability combos that they've got to set themselves up. And Yumpy looked on point, which he's had good games, but I think so far, at least in this stage of VCT, that's probably the best performance I've seen from him.
Yeah, that's fair to say. You know, 1 kill within the first 4 rounds was definitely a bad omen for Vitality, but Yampy was anything but a bad omen. That's for damn sure.
Worse omen.
When it comes down to the next map, though, I'm gonna hope there's gonna be a bounce back. One thing I'll say about Liquid is that in this series, in this map in particular, the level of preparation was so apparent.
Yeah.
Although they ended up still losing, one of the key rounds that I would highlight as being one of their better ones for the prep, they were ready for that fake B play. They maintained, so going back to the round, it was the Rolling Thunder coming out of the breach onto the B site. They played for that. So they played back inside of the spawn so they wouldn't be hit by the Rolling Thunder. They committed to a 3-man A stack, conscious that they might use that as a fake, which they did. The only hole in that was that they let Loki lurk up. They did not account for that level of aggression and him coming back behind them in spawn, catching a player off, and then completely changing the outlook of the round for Vitality, who then rotated to B and took an easy plant. I still felt like that pretty much sums up Liquid and how good they are at counterplaying. Vitality thought well on their feet in that. Loki sensed and took a lot of space. But ultimately, when you're sitting down and you're looking at what this team likes to do, having the ability to know when they have this ultimate, they like to do this. They're likely to fake out, to roll this B site. It puts you in a position to win a lot more and to push your opponents out of their comfort zone, which I think is one of the most important things, Tom. But it looks like we're just about ready to throw things over to a break. The AD finished snacking up on their lunches, but they need a couple minutes to drink down some water, get the vocal cords ready. So we're going to go to a little break now, and it's going to feature something special because we've got the song of the week for you. It's by Kashmir. Ooh. Take a look at this one.
Yeah.
Dancing in a bonfire, each move with no compromise. I can't live the same without you. Your heart makes me come alive. You bring joy through all the sadness. Let's not do it unless it's the right. Cause I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready, love. I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready,
Welcome back to the VCT Challengers main event, where Team Liquid have managed to level things up. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk and joined by Twiggy and Geo. Welcome back, you two. What a great response from Team Liquid. Geo, after the way they lost on Bind, they were not going to lie down on Split.
No, no, they really made a mark here on Split, and I feel like, well, me especially, have been made a little bit of a fool out of, just because I had quite a lot of faith in Vitality on Split, but Team Liquid weren't having any of it. And I think one of my suspicions about them having a lot of, you know, like VOD resources of Vitality playing on it lately probably really helped for them, because that was a resource that the Vitality, I mean, significantly lacked in comparison.
Yeah, there was just so many times, like, my notes devolve into just like, I just started writing words like, what a Liquid, everything's just going wrong, and it's just, I think there was just this point round 5, 6 or 7 where at that point, you know, Vitality, they just kind of lay down and took it up to a certain point. They got themselves 2 rounds in a good fashion, but it was not an easy few rounds to get for them.
Yeah, no, it wasn't easy at all. But Twiggy, you know, you said what you wanted to see from Liquid is a quick start to making a lot of impact, and yeah, 7-0. Was that enough for you think?
Yeah, I think that'll do it. If there's any way to open up a game, I think 7-0 is probably the best way to do it. And I mean, it was brilliant. The first 2 rounds, especially, obviously the pistol round, 50-50, and they got that one quite convincingly. Even after they lost positional advantages, they just won through pure gunplay, and then obviously second round was expected, but the third round was really one of the big turning points, where Solcas, he displayed brilliant patience, and you know, Vitality had a really tough task gaining it back 3v5, and then round 4 it was expected for Liquid once again. Round 5, I said, was the turning point once again. In the gunplay crutch really didn't work out for Vitality. You know, they have 2 duelists, and it's difficult when you have no support after your duelists die. You know, they have much less support util than Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, you could even just see from the stats that were present on the screen there, the MVP of Team Vitality was Brahms, who had a 0.8 KDA, and then compare that to Yampy on the other side, who had a 6.0 KDA, both playing the exact same agent, by the way. So I think that tells the story quite well enough.
I mean, Gio, Yumpy was feeling himself on that map. I think on Bind, he was sort of trying to get into the game a little bit slower, but on that map, his operator was just ridiculous.
You know, yes, and you put an operator in the hands of Yampy, like, what do you expect is going to happen? I think we kind of know the tale here, but it certainly didn't help the fact that Vitality just really had nothing to go against him. You know, there was a lot of face checking being done on Vitality. It was very, very clear what the difference in the triple flash versus Non was having on this game. And you know, one of the big things that I noticed was, you know, when Vitality decided to forego the Sage and they don't have any wall available, it's really hard to take a lot of this space on this map, whether that's going to be mid, whether it's going to be B. A lot of their pushes had to be over at A, and that meant if you've got someone like Yampy who's standing there very steadfast, he's got the operator, he's hitting his shots, what else are you going to do to try and shift him out the way other than literally taking him face to face? That is really the only option that they had. They didn't have many options to try and clear him or anyone else from Team Liquid out. And, you know, so while a lot of it is to do with the fact that Yampy is just fantastic on that weapon, I think that the way that Vitality were playing and the limited options they had certainly helped facilitate his success.
Yeah, it's the thing when you have, you know, you can push out enough utility from those flashes if there's 2 or 3 of them. But, I mean, Liquid had 4 of them. You push through, you burn a bit of util, and then you've got to do the same thing somewhere else. And you have to keep doing it. And if you keep losing your duelists, you don't have any support util left, you can't get in anymore, and they still have flashes to spare. We saw how many rounds Yampy just got like a 3k, a 4k off of just a flash. Scream did it as well. And it's just, unlimited flashes give you unlimited pushing power.
I mean, do you guys feel like, Gio, I'll come to you first. Do you feel like the fault and what went wrong for Vitality did come down to the agent compositions?
I think a lot of it, yeah, it definitely felt that way. Their composition just felt like it was being flattened and they didn't have much answering power to what Team Liquid were bringing. You know, we can't understate the power that the flashes that they brought had. And I think that it's a very poignant example of it, that all the way back on round 1, the fact that 2 different flashes were used on Shalaby as the last remaining member on a pistol round were used to secure that final kill. It kind of showed what an abundance of it that they had. But I think the fact that Team Vitality were really struggling to make space for themselves. I kind of mentioned earlier, they were naturally struggling to take B and to take mid at all because they were lacking the utility that you would usually look for to be able to do that successfully. And that meant a lot of the time they had to go over to A. But if you saw the way that they were pushing onto A, not once do I think they actually got any real clear onto elbow. They struggled to clear out screens. There were lots of angles they couldn't get. There was just no way for them to take room.
Well, we are going to take a quick break now, but do not go anywhere because map 3 is on the way.
Let's get the money.
What a start for the VCT Challengers main event, because we are going the distance here for Team Liquid versus Vitality. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Gio and Twiggy. Now Breeze, that is the decider, that is the third map, but Twiggy, the momentum is firmly in Liquid's hand right now.
Yeah, Liquid obviously, well, I mean, there's no other way to put it, the momentum is well in their court, and I mean, yeah, they've played Breeze a few times. They played it in week 1 3 times, but every time they won it, it was to teams that were lower seeded them, Alliance and Finest. They lost it to Fnatic.
I mean, I thought that was some kind of like pause just for dramatic effect then, to be like they lost it to Fnatic.
Yeah, you cut me off. It was a 20-second pause for some dramatic effect.
I mean, yes, it's been a while since Team Liquid have played here, and I think that's a really important thing as well, is that everything that we know about the way that Team Liquid have played here on Breeze, I suspect is actually going to be turned on its head today, because following their pattern so far, they're probably going to be bringing new things out.
Well, you know, we spoke about what Team Liquid needed to do on Split to kind of get themselves back in the game, but now the shoe is on the other foot, Gio. What do Vitality need to do to get back into this game?
Not whatever they did on Split. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly the most important thing for Vitality here is to regain their mental, because one of the suspicions that we had in Split is just that they were getting boomed, and that's one of the really tough things. It's relevant in esports, it's relevant in any sport really, is it doesn't really matter how skilled you are. If you are mentally out of the game, you're out of the game. So it's really important that they kind of recuperate, and you know, one of the things that we discussed is, given how dominant their last victory on Breeze was, which was against Heretics, it was 13-2, they might have a lot better a chance to come into this map with some confidence, that can kind of make up for what they lost after that Split game.
Yeah, I would talk about the composition that Team Liquid play on Breeze, but I really doubt they're gonna play it. It seems like Scream is quite committed to this KO at this point, and I'm expecting him to pick it once again here. It's a difficult one to judge. I don't think they're gonna be playing the same thing as they did last time.
Well, I mean, they've been more consistent here, right, with their agents. They've been kind of changing and flip-flopping on all of the other maps, but here they have played it 3 times and have only played the same composition. I think it'd be fair, Twiggy, that, you know, we'll at least see the Viper and maybe the Cypher too.
Yeah, Viper's definitely a big part of Breeze. It's always it's how you cut off mid, it's how you get to each site, and Cypher obviously a great way of stopping the Jet players from getting through onto site. Killjoy isn't really that much of a player on Breeze, so I'm expecting those two at the very least, possibly a Sova as well, but maybe we see that Sky swapped out for a KO this time.
Oh, I mean, yeah, maybe. The big thing that I'm going to be looking for is the fact that, you know, even though we say we don't want to rely too much on what we know Team Liquid have played in the past, assuming that they're going to be bringing a Cypher again, and I'm a big fan of seeing Cypher played here on Breeze, and we know that, you know, someone like Cryptix is a big fan of playing Cypher. That is something that we know very likely will not be brought from Vitality because of the roster swaps and therefore the role swaps that we discussed earlier. And when I've seen Vitality play on this map in the past week or so, one of the things that did become quite apparent to me was that when they're playing against a team who's bringing a Cypher, you can really sense how much lacking that you know, flank watch affects them. And so what they oftentimes have to do is actually send someone to go and physically flank watch rather than relying on utility, and that can have a big effect. And I worry that being fragmented in that way could give Team Liquid a big advantage over them, especially if they're going to be playing in a way that gives them way more control like we saw on Split. Because another thing that we know about Vitality is that after their loss against Ninjas in Pajamas, they also switched their Breeze composition very slightly to include a Reyna. So they got rid of Omen, they brought in Reyna, so it's a Reyna Jet double duelist composition. It's the only time they've played it like that, so we don't know if they'll continue on. But judging by the pattern that they've had so far, I wouldn't be surprised. So the question is leaning into the double duelist going to hurt them like it did in Split? Especially when you know they're not going to be bringing flank watch? Are those kind of points of weakness that Team Liquid are going to be able to exploit? Because after our last map, it would not shock me if that is the way it goes.
I mean, the good news here, right, is that the last time we saw Vitality play on this map, they absolutely steamrolled Heretics 13-2. And that is when, like you said, Gio Brams was on the Reyna. And having spoken to him right after that match as well, it felt like it was something they were comfortable with and they had a very, very clear game plan. So do you feel like that is what they need here? And maybe the double duelist didn't work out on Split, but Breeze could be a different story.
I mean, I've always been a proponent of, at the end of the day, a team has to pick the composition that is going to feel the most comfortable to them. And that's why I said at the beginning of Split that, you know, while on paper we might think X, Y, and Z about these compositions, but ultimately it comes down to what the team think is the most comfortable. It didn't work for them on Split. Okay, they move on. Here, while I am a big fan of quite controller-centric play on Breeze, not all teams are, you know, not everybody is. And if they have gone through the motions of actually playing the games themselves and they've come to this conclusion that going into the double duelist and playing with the Reyna is better for them, then cool. And you know what? After seeing the way that Brahms was playing the Omen on Split, I do wonder if maybe he would be better off on Reyna here on Breeze, because he was being very aggressive and he was getting a lot of kills, but oftentimes the way he'd use his utility wouldn't actually help him close things out. Reyna is very self-serving, which is why a lot of teams don't necessarily like to always play her, but that could actually help him find more impact from those kills that he was getting on the previous map, but not actually closing out rounds with. Maybe this is what's actually going to put, you know, the ball in the putt, or whatever, golf. Oh my
Sorry.
I don't know, what's it called?
You mean the green?
A hole?
You're just talking about a hole, okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Twiggy, come on. How much golf do you know? Give us some analogies here.
Oh no, I'm gonna disappoint my dad so much here. Yeah, golf. You put the ball in the green and then you put it in the hole. That's about how much I know. So honestly, I'm expecting it's a difficult one here. Team Liquid, they need to really bring something out. I do think the Reyna is actually a good choice on Breeze. I do like seeing double duelist comps on Breeze. Jet and Reyna are a good pick, and we did see, obviously, Brahms was very much... there was a point where we said he was definitely doing kind of the duelist work a little better than the smoke. There was that smoke that he missed a little bit when he got killed on that teleport, and that was ouch. But, you know, I think it would serve them quite well.
Well, like we said, they have plenty of players that can take up that duelist role. Nothing to worry about here in that department. We are going to head into Agent Select very soon. We're going to head into Agent Select now, actually. So as we theorized, Liquid, they've had one comp on this map. We've only ever seen them play one comp on this map, but everything goes out the window today. You know, Scream, he could just be a KO main at this point. And Brams, yeah, he's decided to lock in that Reyna like you guys predicted, Twiggy.
Yeah, I do love that pick, actually. And I think we're actually going to see Liquid play exactly the same comp as before. Yeah, looks like we're just going for exactly the normal one. Ooh, that is interesting from Vitality.
Talk us through it, Twiggy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Sky, obviously, you do expect it, but when you're playing with that Reyna, sometimes you do forego that Sky, so you have that you have the Cypher available for your team, but this time it's not happening. Well, I mean, they're both regular comps for Breeze. It's just that picking out that Reyna has definitely given them some interesting choices in the support roles.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I was just going to say that's what I was wondering as well, because, you know, simply since Jessamine left, there is no one really to play Cypher on Team Vitality, so they have to be making decisions like that.
And Gio, no KO this time. First time on Scream is going back to that Jet. What do you make of that?
I think it's boring. I hate it. No, no, it's fair enough. It's understandable, but I was very looking forward to seeing how KO could be used by Scream here, because I was pretty impressed with some of his 0 points that he used back on Split. I thought he needed a bit of improvement on Bind, but I don't know. I mean, it's... they're clearly leaning into something a little bit more aggressive, and I think that's fine. And I think with the long ranges that are here on Breeze, it's understandable as well. I guess we'll just have to wait.
We will have to, we don't have to wait too much longer, fortunately. Neither of these teams want to drop down to that lower bracket, but unfortunately, there's just one space for the next round. Mitch and Tom, let's head into this decider.
Thank you very much, Sue. Tom, I'm excited to get this one underway because Both teams pretty damn sick on Breeze. I mean, Vitality knocked out Heretics here, and obviously Liquid, they beat Alliance, and they had a super close game up against Fnatic that they lost 13-11. It's got to be the best map so far.
You'd hope so. I will say that Bind was pretty good. It was just the manner in which it was played was kind of weird. Like, it always seemed to be an uphill battle for Liquid and some incredibly strong starts. And I think that's going to be the main talking point here. It is coming into this matchup. We're looking to see who's going to kick things off with a bang, and if it is going to be those sort of like slower starts coming in for Liquid again that could come back to bite them. I have to say I'm excited to see Brams though, because like seeing the Reyna come out once versus Heretics, it worked out. Heretics playing an incredibly long day though of Valorant with back-to-back best of threes might have been caught off a little bit. I don't think Liquid will have the same issue.
Yeah, we've seen this from Vitality pretty much every time that they come into the game. They decide to play non-sentinel. And it's kind of an interesting composition that you see, because it's going to give you a lot of ability to play those entries, but they're starting on the defensive side, and how they're going to make this one work. Actually, let's pause that point. Let's put a pin in that, because look at the B side and the pistol, Tom. There's 3 players grouped up on that B side, including Viper, and they have nobody on A. They're playing complete dedicated retake.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a hard read. Vac's got to be really careful because he's already being isolated. I love the deep poison orb, which basically just gives no information and also gives the opportunity for Soulcast to give so much info back the other way. Vac now going to be even lower than when he started with no armor available to him in this scenario. And in fact, this is going to be a perfect split. Now, they're using a lot of utility, dash, everything to try and find out where these players are, Mitch. But as we said at the beginning, there's no one there. But there is a hot flank coming in fairly fast. The problem is, Liquid do have themselves a Cypher.
Yep, they just spotted it out. Cam was left in spawn, ready for this kind of a push coming through. Again, it feels like Liquid are ready. Like they're reading the strat book of Vitality a lot of the time in these early round setups.
Oh, no.
Where's the right clicks? Cryptic's not able to get away with anything. Shalafi comes in with a quick kill, but Liquid are bouncing back so damn quickly. The low HP on center, he didn't stand a chance. It's all on to Bramson with 10 HP. Well, he goes the same way. It is 1-0. Team Liquid take the pistol here, and it looks like a slow start to the half will at least be pushed back for now. Although, recall map number 1, Bind. They win the pistol, they lose the second right away. Now, we've seen Vitality go for force buys before, but something tells me we won't see it here on Breeze. Unless it's Marshall.
Yeah, I'd be kind of surprised. Yeah, maybe a few investments into the Marshall, which of course at this point is only a slightly more expensive Sheriff, so not too bad of an investment at all. Also, something was talked about on the desk is like Scream, KO. I think on this map in particular, a lot of his utility, you'd have to have a specific counter for it to be worthwhile if you were going to bring in KO here. Like, we sort of talked about it a little bit. Brams. Oh,
so good.
Perfect. Oh, his teammate's kind of taking the brunt for it. I don't know if he was ready for that many players to come running around the corner.
That wasn't pretty. That was not a pretty fight at all. The side's going to be theirs in a free plan for Team Liquid. Now in a 5 versus 3. What felt like they were about to run into a 4-man firing squad ends up in a pretty comfortable round by the looks of things. Now, Vitality will want to play exits on this, and they have every single angle covered. Coming out through mid, spawn, and indeed towards the attacker spawn. Problem is the weapon. Wow. Problem is the weapons. I think Vac's face says it all after that. Not a great fight for him. With Cryptics and Scream both low HP, you really wish you could just land a couple of those body shots. You know, 2 body shots. One on Scream, one on Cryptics, and this is all of a sudden a decent round for Vitality, but instead they end up with nothing done, and Liquid have a flawless round and a free bonus. Now, Solkas got off to a 7-0 start before he was eventually shut down over on Split, and Tom, he's doing it again, man.
And the thing that gives them such a benefit in these bonus rounds is his ult costs 6.
Yep.
So if he's getting 7 kills, it doesn't take a genius to work out that that's enough for him to get his ultimate almost instantly. If he gets 1 orb here, he's going to have it online, and that's so useful for clearing out all of the site, especially if you combine it with Viper utility. It becomes very difficult to destroy all of those little squids before they get towards you.
I love the Viper orb used to push up into mid. Now, Solkas is going to be dropped right away. The Vandal having a decent advantage when it comes to these kind of fights, but they've dashed past. They're on the side and they're overrunning it now, capable of just getting that plant down. Their Viper wall covering the retreat as it will come back up online in a second. And this becomes quite difficult for Vitality to fight back into, especially with this lurk play from Link. He is coming behind very slowly. I mean, this is off-brand timing. There's no way that you expect it at this point, and he's able to catch Vac completely off guard. Brams on the Cryptics at least gives them a chance, though. A foothold back into this round, and oh, the wall completely saves Scream's life. At this point, it's all about running the clock down, and Team Liquid are doing a fantastic job of it. A great tag by Yampy, followed up with the kill, the defuse, not even halfway as they rush around the side of the site and indeed stop it. Brams has no time left and no ammo. No. That's a round for Team Liquid, and Link with a phenomenal 3K, great mid lurk on that flank, and fantastic job on the site of just delaying that push in through middle, using the wall, spamming through it, and making sure that Vitality were facing towards the site so that Link could catch them from behind.
Yeah, the time wasted is one thing. I think also this is again just showing how Link is almost like that Swiss Army knife of Valorant, where it's just like any agent he seems to pick up, it almost just like, oh yeah, he must have been playing that for years. No, I think this is his 4th time ever playing Cypher, and it just looks natural for him. So we'll see, maybe there'll be a few holes in that, but I highly doubt it. 3-0, bonus round victory. Again, it's a flying start for Liquid, and we're watching Vitality to see how they can come back from this. But again, a complete change of pace, a move for Scream to just walk right in, and already it's looking like the plant timing though. Well, there you go. Maybe we'll get caught every once in a while.
In the words of a great man, what a timing, and that most certainly was. But Liquid bounced back very quickly, taking down every single member of Vitality and putting it 4-0 with 4 players left alive. Now, this is starting to become very familiar, Tom. It feels like the start to the previous map where Liquid got themselves a ton of credits. Oh, who's doing the replays today? They're just savage. Every time someone gets timing, they're outdone, they're just popping that on for the world to see. I love it.
One of the other talking points that I've always had, especially with Vitality, is it is really intriguing to me, especially on this map, that Shalabi is actually the one playing Sky. An agent, again, that he never really played in previous teams. Also, he is an absolute monster on Jet. And well, speaking of Jet, see you later, Loki. See you later, Sender. Link is popping off. This is their proper full buy round. This is everything. All the trimmings on the side of the meal. They had everything they desired in this round. And again, they're just getting slapped. Shalabi, he's dead. There's no way he survives. He's got 2 HP. He's blinded in the corner. He's stuck and he's caught. But somehow, Mitch, is this a 2-on-2?
Yeah, it has flipped into Vitality's favor quite quickly. Link is the only one left alive, and he's creeping up behind. His flanks have been on point. He found the double earlier on, but now 2 more sit in front of him, and Brams is staring right at that corner. A 4K out of him with 30 HP remaining. And that is going to be the first for Vitality found at last. A heavy investment from Liquid as well. That's actually eaten decently into their economy.
Yeah, that is a weird round, I have to say. Like, it mostly came off the back of an individual play from Brams, like being able to take down 4 players while pushing up through the connector. I don't know if that's something that they'll be able to repeat, because realistically, I feel like Liquid almost threw that one away. But hey, if he can get off the starting block, and I said get off it, I think he's already on like 9 kills, so he's definitely off the mark. Then maybe that can be a game changer for them. One of the main reasons we've seen him switch up to the duelist is we know how good Brams can be individually. Now Soulcast, he's actually he could get caught here. If he gets tagged up, yeah, he's screwed.
Oh, that shock dart right onto Sander. Does a lot of damage, but not as much as the operator. Now it's Scream down. Pretty much all notion of pushing into this B side is gone because they had to split in through middle. With that Viper ultimate, you do not want to push through that choke point. I mean, you are dead if you do that 9 times out of 10. So instead, they slowed the pace and hope that Vitality get aggressive, but they don't need to. Brams is still going though. And I suppose because they're playing retake on A, they want to get this information very quickly if they are rotating over, and it's going to work out so well, man. That time. Oh, no! A wallbang headshot. He just about stays alive. Oh, no. I would just give up at this point, Brams. I think you've overstayed your welcome a little bit. Vitality still maintaining the 5 versus 3, and now they've got the info that this is going to be an A hit. It should be
30 seconds
Pretty
left.
difficult round for Liquid to get anything done in. I've already used their wall on B too.
They do have a Viper's pip. It's whether or not they'd want to commit it here. And actually, the look back could give an angle. Never mind. Loki connects the shot. Second player dropped as well. And now it's left all on to Link, who is at least going to make things a little bit more expensive. But with still 2 players left on the A site, no chance at the round. It will be Vitality to double up and take their second. And now the money really is scarce for Liquid, but I do still see a Blade Storm and I see Scream with the name next to it. So I'm not going to count any chickens.
I found that really interesting, actually, over on the B side, that we had the wall put down early, and it's something that we'll see as an adaptation from a couple of teams on Breeze, and just in general, when you're playing up against a Viper. But I feel like Viper so consistently plays the B side here. Like, you pretty much never see a Viper on A. So when that ulti is online, pressuring with your own Viper wall means that you then are relying on dealing with Viper. And often that's going to be done with a drone or something like that. Brams is so aggressive.
I like
it's working out.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid would have... Like, this is one of those maps where aggression other than into mid is incredibly difficult, especially because all the angles are going to favor the attacking side a lot. Oh, dear. Is this about to be the counter to what we just saw for Solka? Never mind! Vat comes out of the drone and then still manages to find the kill onto Yumpy. Seemingly having the sixth sense that somebody was around the corner, and even tapping up Scream as well. This is starting to fall apart, and that was the spike.
Not great. I mean, they had 2 players going through tube, so I don't mind sending the spike there, but peeking out afterwards, it's a death sentence and a flawless round between Brams and Vec. I don't know who to compliment more. That was a gorgeous one out of Vitality. Some with aggression, pushing down through B, or through middle, I should say, into elbow. And others just more conventional plays, allowing Liquid to walk right into the trap and being very conscious of where they are. You can see Vitality's comfort level with this map is so much higher than it was over on Split.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think their willingness to almost just be this proactive, and I think the change that they've made for Brams, a lot of the time Brams' role when he was playing Omen was to almost garner mid control in a way that just denied the opposition. In this case, it's almost... gloves are off. I'm coming to fight you, no matter where it is on the map. He's already pushing deep down tube as well. Like, he's gonna have a perfect flank, and there's not really anybody watching that angle because who does this?
Oh, Shalabi's actually completely avoided the Hunter's Fury. The flank from Brams isn't going to be successful. This time they're quite conscious of it, and Shalabi can't really do anything. They have to wait. The tag actually on to 1 and a second as well. Good follow-up. Shalabi shut down, and Scream, the one-tap machine, delivers the bullet to put Loki in a 1v4. Vitality have had a couple of good rounds, but Liquid are back to play. And even with Yampy falling, he's still got 3 more to deal with. This just feels undoable.
Yeah, Link's position should basically end the round. He's taken a very long route to get there, but this will...
No!
I have 2 major issues with that. One, Loki opened that door a few seconds ago, so to just not expect him to be there is madness. 2, that's the biggest whiff I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that as not just as a shot, but as a situation. Opening the door, being surprised he's there, missing the shot, he's not even looking. And of course, our replay operator is going to show us this one. Hey, chuck it on 0.5 speed, why not? Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Look at
They're
that.
nice this time.
They're not being savages
so we found
anymore.
out they're Loki fans.
Biased replays. Biased replayer. Oh, man. Well, look, they're going to want to put that one behind them pretty quickly. And what better way to do it than with the full buy they currently have? An operator again in the hands of Loki. You know, hopefully a little bit more successful this time around. Now, for Liquid, their A play seems to be a favorite. After that previous round, they're going there again. They put the wall down. They're taking sight. They're probably going to even commit Viper Ultimate to it as well. Shot not going to land by Loki. He was under pressure, though, in fairness. He didn't expect to be that quickly, and he's found the information for Brams, but sadly, Solkus has wallbanged the man and headshot him through the doors. Link is still shutting down mid. The Blade Storm at least connects to him, but now they've got to fight back. Oh, they've already used their drone. They've used it way too early. It's not going to clear out the Viper ult. Now they've got to go in dry. Oh, but the timing is so good. Still not going to be found, and now Cryptics can just fade back in to an unknown angle.
One
I don't know
knife
how you
left.
fight in here.
It's all he needs. Just one. Never mind. Yumpy with the double flank. So, yeah.
I saw that, but
a lot of lurks in that round as well. Like I'd like the mid control almost just being a ruse. Like the rest of the team just in the meantime just pushing onto the site. Liquid looking pretty damn good, Mitch.
I really wanted you to full sell that. I saw the little flank coming in, and you're just like, one knife left. I really wanted to full commit, like, he's got one knife. This could be the play to make it happen. And then he just gets shot in the back.
After the ult, so after the missed shot in the previous round, I wanted to give him something, man. Come on.
Yampy didn't, unfortunately. And yeah,
no.
I'm really surprised at on the one hand, I'm surprised at the drone. On the second, the fact that it's used from so far back, I guess there's not really that many places you can use it from other than maybe the boxes up close. So, like, the main counter to a Viper ult, for those of you that don't know, is just popping your drone, right? Go through, tag her, she's dead. Especially on a map like this where it's so open, there's nowhere for her to hide. She can come back through a choke point. If she did, she wouldn't be able to get back to her ultimate. So, it's very strong indeed. Brams, we've talked about the early round aggression, and it has been very successful so far, but this time, they're just going to be pulling back a little bit. Unfortunately...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I feel like the squids almost blocked the vision of the fact that Brams was there. He's popped the Empress in this round as well, so just trying to put his team on his back might not be needed. Sender holding off. He's just like, you know what? I don't really fancy peeking that one. Just going to try and fade back, but Screamer's already crossed into the site, and they're still ready, waiting, and watching for any sort of peek to be made. However, Sender doesn't need to do it. They are in a 5 versus 3 retake. He does not need to overface here. However, Brams is going to fall on the flank. Scream, actually, with re-aggression. And just as quickly as they get the advantage back, Shalabi puts them in the ground.
How do you fight up against Scream in this situation? There's 3 players, but we've seen him win them before. The first goes his way to flank, coming around. Oh, I almost thought that hit. I thought the dash was the sound of the kill. About to lose my mind, but Vitality get it done. They deal with Scream, they deal with Liquid, and put 4 on the board. Already shaping up to be a good defensive half. They can push up to 1 more. They're going to be over the moon. And when you look at Liquid, the situation that they're currently in, I don't know how comfortable they're gonna really be. Remember, they're basically the Vitality of map 1. They've had their super early lead, but now it feels like they're finding it incredibly hard to actually close these rounds out, and Vitality are finding their groove.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with the fact that, okay, sure, the flanks might be a little bit of a problem when it comes to not having Cypher on the second half, but realistically, it's the defensive half you almost worry a little bit, because there's a lot of information lost. The trips to hold onto the B site is such a common combination alongside with Viper. So if Vitality end up with like 5 or 6 rounds here, they've done a pretty damn good job, considering this is...
Oh my god! This is such an important round. If Vitality win, it's an eco from Team Liquid going into the final with 0 ultimates to play with as well at this stage. And that double opening, that collateral from Loki puts Team Liquid on the back foot, even with the trade onto Shalakbi. That will be Seekers taken out at least, making it slightly easier in this round. And actually, you can already see it. Seekers would have been popped probably at this point, or at least a deep flash to confirm there's still players there. Instead, Vitality now have to commit to a full retake on B. But the wall that they have allows them to do that. This wall is perfect for getting back into the B site, and so they're content to stick with a 4-man A hold, or at least close to, with the mid obviously being a big consideration. And as Team Liquid go out onto this site, oh my, that is unreasonable. Well, very unlucky for Vitality, I suppose, the yin and yang of the collateral they found to start it, that now they're on even numbers as they try to fight back in. 0 information on where these players are, and as Sender comes up above that wood, he will be spotted and taken down. The trade is very quick to come in, but a good crossfire on the players on site. Even able to see Loki coming through the wall. Vac is tagged up by every piece of utility remaining, and a 1 versus 2. This is basically for a 6-6 half. Big pressure on Vac, but it's taken off him quickly. 7-4 we go. Team Liquid answering back in this buy round and making sure that a solid attacking half is within their grasp. I mean, they can definitely put 8 on the board here.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with how, I guess, the operator has almost changed a lot of the game in terms of Vitality. I'll be interested to see if they can afford it here, because Loki was off to a very, very slow start, but his operator play excluding the one round which shall not be named, has been incredibly good. Like even opening up with a double in this round. So the fact that that's going to be missing, definitely a bit more of an issue. Doesn't have his ultimate, and in fact is all the way down to a Spectre. And even Brams, who has been the aggressor in the majority of rounds, is left only a pistol. You sort of mentioned how integral that it was for Liquid. It seemed like it was the same, and already a fast push in, the dash distraction coming out from Scream, giving space to the rest of his players. Loki now trying his best to make some sort of play.
Oh my God!
It's very awkward, and he's not going to win the duel.
That was a beautiful attempt. That was absolutely beautiful attempt. I enjoyed every second of that, Loki. Making a tunnel towards him and then dashing out of the way. God, if that was an operator, he got that kill as free as could be. Feel bad for him. Shalapi coming around the corner is caught by Yampy, and Team Liquid looks set to take this across the line with 8 on the board. This has been an incredible half for them on the attacking side. A 4-0 lead certainly propped them up to the position that they're currently in, but oh my God, Brams. What was that shot? It won't yield any big result on the half, but hey, it was nice to look at. At the end of the day, Tom, 8-4 for Team Liquid. They've matched up pound for pound in the buy rounds. They had their early game lead. This is a fantastic position for them to play from. And even with Brams having so much space, seizing so much on the B side, pushing up on the mid aggression. I mean, Brams has had a fantastic time, but that hasn't translated to rounds for Vitality, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's the issue. It seems like, although a lot of the mid aggression, the B aggression actually worked out, it always seemed to be at the surrendering of the A site, and their retakes didn't really look too good. As you mentioned, like drone usage just didn't really clear some of the spots. I think also the interplay from Liquid and Afterplants looked incredible. Like in every single round when that spike went down on A, that for me at least, that was the round done, because we never really saw anything in the retakes. The rounds that were won by Vitality were them being aggressive. Now, luckily, they now move on to the attack. Their double duelist is going to be thrown into play. The Lurk, instead of obviously being the normal Sentinel, is actually going to be put down to the Viper. So it means that either we're going to have maybe some earlier walls thrown in, and the other will be Brams. Now, the thing with lurking with Arena, it has its benefits of the... He can basically be self-sufficient and heal himself. Oh, no. Oh, no. He almost won that duel, which does irritate me, but nevertheless, he is going to die.
Tom is currently leading a holy war against the...
Do you like the rope accuracy on the ropes?
No.
Do you like them?
No, I don't.
Then shut your mouth.
I don't like it, but you hate it.
Like, I always get owned by it. Yeah. You get like one tap with a Vandal while flying through a rope on Icebox.
We're playing Split or Icebox, and I just hear Tom go, "God damn it!" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know what happened. I know what's up." Oh, they tagged a few up. It's not going to land any kills, though. Team Liquid are falling apart at the seams in this pistol round. Scream's dash doesn't really get him very far, but that might be to his advantage. Inside the smoke, an awkward fight ensues, out of ammo, but the right click comes in for Vac. It's going to be Yampy to clutch it all out in a quick double. There's only one left. A 1v1 from nowhere, and Yampy comes within one shot of acing the pistol. But it will be Vitality with 15 HP on Sender, walking away with 8-5, a pistol they desperately need to close the gap on Liquid, and one that they've only barely found.
He's looking good. He's looking very, very good. I don't know if it's based off the ZOWIE usage in particular. Again, I think it's the same as what we said about his Omen. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be raving about the agent, but I am going to be raving about Yumpy. That was so ridiculously close in what was looking like an impossible scenario. Just going to be a few pistols invested into this round. Maybe a little bit of aggression along the way. They've got the window covered by the cam, and the information not being found almost grants a freebie kill to Sender, but not going to be the case this time. A spread out offense, just waiting for any little pieces of aggression. They know that Liquid have to take a risk in this round because, well, they haven't got much else.
Yeah, well, exactly, right. You roll the dice, you take some aggression as a team. Now, it looks like aggression is sort of what they're going for, with the fact that you've got Yampy pushed up into elbow, but 3 players on the B site with a Viper on A. Something I mentioned earlier, you never really see the Viper on the A site. But this wall, it's more typical of just denying that sort of, well, typical push. You know, it's what everyone likes to do. Put your wall up on A, push in, get your control. This
Good
way, though, they
retake
kind of...
wall as well.
Exactly. This way they split it as they push in, meaning that if you have someone on site playing closer from the doors, they can actually get through and still fight for that. And indeed, you kind of force your opponent to play on site. Now, the spike being swapped over to Shalakbi because he's just one away from picking up that ultimate now after planting down. And Seekers could be very valuable to catch some of these flanks. Sander wisely starting to create some distance and back away, but he'll still be caught by Cryptics. That's a weapon that can be retrieved. Like, this is now quite scary with the fact that you've got Yampy Scream alive and capable of playing with a rifle.
They not. Oh, there we go. Okay, so took them a little while, but yeah, that's the only rifle that they actually have into this round. So they basically just handed over their most valuable weapon to their opponent, and Yumpy's even going to pick up a Spectre. Now, for the majority of players here for Liquid, they're still just going to want to die. There's not really any reason for them to survive into this one. So the main thing will be just making sure that they don't die to the other players. And that's exactly what they do. Yumpy even gets another kill. And Soulcast gets to hold onto the rifle as well. Other than winning the round, that's pretty much as good as it gets for Liquid.
That is a win-win. Yeah, you give a consolation round to Vitality, but Liquid are the real victors there, certainly in the economic game. And I think it's ridiculous, again, that you look at around the halftime. I think Yampy's averaging like 16 kills a half at this stage. It's just, it's unreasonable. It really is, regardless of what agent he plays.
On Split, that didn't really happen because there weren't enough rounds.
True. Yeah,
The second half was about 3 rounds, so it didn't really count. But yeah, I'll give it to you. Scream. This is a much more aggressive stance. Of course, now he has his dash back. He's not just working with the flashes, the fragments, or even trying to take abilities away. He's looking to try and take lives, take heads, as he pushes all the way through. Now, Shalabi is aware of this potential, but he turned. Oh, what's happened? Yeah, there we go. He was just trying to scare us. You know, Scream would never miss a shot like that.
Yeah, he's going to cut the first couple of seconds of that fight out of the highlight movie. It's just going to be like the headshot dash. Like, yeah, it was clean, bro. It was clean. Well, he got away with it in the end. Link heard some steps, right? Right? Did he not hear them? I swear I did.
What's going on?
Oh, no. Guys, hello? Liquid, are you alive? Well, this is ridiculous. Vitality have just walked onto the site completely under in front of even Liquid's noses. I don't know how that's happened. Putting Liquid in a position where they have to really contemplate, do we go for this? 3 rifles committed to a retake where our opponents have rifles and in fact some upgrades for free, and the site control and a wall to stop us pushing in. I don't think they go for this at all. I think they've made the right call in falling back, but that is a devastating loss, Tom, in a round that, I mean, I don't want to say they'd won it, but it had only just started, but they certainly shouldn't have lost that quickly and convincingly.
No. And then why, if they do want to bring in something a little extra for the next round, Brams has got it. It's going to be that operator. Everything about that fight was just incredibly confusing. The fact that Brams is just able to walk up mid, like with no one seemingly having any idea about it. And then even after that, once Link goes down, it seems like they still didn't know he was there, because then you have Yumpy peek back through and like try and take a fight on site. So I feel like something just got lost in translation, communication, maybe a bit. Because how does that happen? Like, this is the play. Like,
he's on cam, like. I don't understand why he's on the cam, because I swear I heard a step to his left. Now, maybe that was his teammate and I completely misheard. Maybe I had my headphones on backwards. I don't know. But to cam like that and not have anybody watching for it, it was just so strange. And a hiccup. Look, it's a communication hiccup. These things happen. But it's the cost of it. How did Brams expect that? Come on. He's staring at the angle and his screen jumps up, peeks his little hair bun above the wall, and it's shut off straight away. Gone. This is suboptimal start.
He hits such a nice shot and then it cuts back to that crosshair, and it just ruins it. It ruins the moment. He's taken all the beauty out of any play that he would ever make by having that crosshair in. Well, the gamble to be, well, it's been worked out seemingly by Vitality. Even going to invest the Seekers into this one. Don't want to lose any weaponry. A good opportunity to build up some extra cash. After the last round, they still had a decent amount already, but this will set them up at least for a couple of rebuys. And you know what, Rams? He's looking to just farm up those kills. I am enjoying thoroughly him playing this Reyna. It seems to just be a comfort pick for sure, but it means that he's able to almost just be that initiator, that aggressive player pushing into the site, taking a lot of those early fights, and just making it so that it doesn't even come down to retakes anymore, because they have to get through him to get to the retake, and so far Liquid haven't been able to do that.
Well, this has been a damn impressive comeback by Vitality. In fact, matching Team Liquid pound for pound in terms of the early half that Liquid had on their attack. Now that we're tied up 8-8, you really got to give a lot of props to Brams, man. Like, you look at that scoreboard. Dude's on 20 kills. He's top fragging on the server by quite a bit, and we'll talk about Yampy all day long, especially after that. It's also to do with how flashy he is. But Brams has been in a position where he's hyper aggressive. Right, on this map, he has been so aggressive, and he's finding success the majority of the time. That is invaluable to a team.
Already we're going to see the Empress popped. It looks like he's going to be the one leading that charge as well. Drone alongside, pop flashes ready and waiting, and Cryptix is going to have to try and deny some of the space with his utility. The Umpy already here on the rotation has a drone of his own that might give him a freebie, and if it's Brams, that would be quite valuable. There he goes, straight out of the round. Any extra damage, great. Nice. But you've taken out the Danger Man. He actually tags 2 other players as well.
Yeah, really good adaptation. I was wondering where that third burst was going to go and hoping it was Elbow, and it was straight down, because there's nowhere you can go, right? Like, Elbow, if you ult in that with a Hunter's Fury, there's maybe 2 pixels that you can stand in that you're not going to be hit by it. Now, Scream is being spotted. Just notice, Scream has the same hairdo as Jet does. You could do the little thing down the side, you know? And then it will be perfect. Maybe dye his hair white, do a little cosplay. I don't know. But for now...
How low they are.
It's a 4 versus 3, but heals are coming in. Shalakbi's able to heal up Sender and put them into a pretty reasonable position. But I have to feel like for Vitality, they have somewhat of an advantage if they take down Scream, because then that's an isolated B player. Problem is, taking down Scream ain't that easy. Now he's dashing away, back on site, and ready to help with stopping this push.
Cryptix, so much utility just to make these ratty angles so hard to clear. And in fact, he's even going to get rid of Shalabi as well. Scream there to support. And that's a much better looking round from Liquid. I always hate just like highlighting one player, but it really does seem like it's the Bram show at the moment for Vitality. They need him to get them those openers. Otherwise, everything almost just grinds to a halt.
I really felt bad, actually, on the push-in, because they had perfectly read Cryptix. Look at that. This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. They put the snakebite down, but then they only have 1 player peeking into that corner. The second still not connecting, even though he's taking double damage. And they peeked through the one way that they knew was there. Like, they saw that one way before they even went towards that corner and decided, nah, screw it, I'm going to go for this fight. Terrible decision making, really. Like, I feel like they could have done that so much better. Oh, that dash. Loki taking damage, but he's made it to the site. Cryptix wants to try and deal with him now, playing inside the jet smokes, but doesn't want to overextend too much. That's Loki down. The spray from Cryptix catches a second after being tagged up, and oh my! Screams delivering headshots through walls or just straight up. Sanders got it all to do in a clutch situation, and, well, Scream staring right at him for the 3rd kill of the round, and double digits for Team Liquid. That is a quick round, very swiftly dealt with.
Yeah, at the moment, seems to be the main struggle when it comes to this A site, is that even seemingly knowing where Cryptix is going to be, having counter utility, having fast aggressive plays to try and clear him out, they're really struggling. Like, it's just like... Wow, it almost sounds harsh, but it's like the cockroach that survives the nuclear bomb. It's just sat there in the back. There's nothing you can do to clear it out. And at the moment, that's been the issue, especially with that B site. And it's only going to get worse, because now he's put down the Viper's Pit just to go, all right, come my way. All right, see you later, Loki. Goodbye.
It almost feels like in the previous round and at the start of this that Vitality are eco, you know? It's like, I know they had rifles. I saw the rifles in their hands, but it doesn't feel like they had rifles in their hands. Shalapi's here to change that perception, though. Link still hasn't been detected up close, and now he's ready to play into his cage to catch Vac off guard. The spray is decent, but as he's oh no! He only tagged up Vac for about half, and then in comes the shock dart to finish it off. Vitality just being slapped in these last couple of rounds. They tied it up to 8-8, but Liquid pulled out those rifles, those ultimates, and now with Scream and Yampy fragging, What can you do? Yeah, that's always been, it's been the scariest thing since the second they signed Yampy. We used to say with Scream fragging, you know, oh, what can you do, man? Then they added in Yampy, and you're like, all right, well, GG, we've got Solkas who can have 40 kill games on that Sky. What are you going to do against that? They need an answer pretty soon.
Yeah, and as said, like, for the majority of the rounds, it seems like their answer has been Brams, and he's been silenced over the last few. Like, he's had some really solid plays on the defense. In fact, I would say the majority of their defensive rounds was his, like, re-aggression and pushing around the map to give his teams information. Now on the entry, it's a little bit of a tougher task. Like, he's very much just reliant on some solid flashes and almost forcing some people out of positions with utility. And as said, like, when it's come to the B site, that's just been a struggle. And then there's also just the rounds where Liquid are not going to play ball and just sit back and be passive, and you have players like Scream just running straight down mid, updrafting, and then headshotting people who are still basically in their spawn. So it seems like, at least over the last few, Vitality have fallen a little bit flat. Now, they do still have the finances to actually invest into this round. They've got a couple of decent ultimates as well, but I do feel like both of them are relatively situational. And as of the last couple of rounds, they've not really had any ground to use either of them.
And Tom, one thing I want to highlight real quick is the fact that, as we said to start the series out, Vitality eliminated Wave, Heretics, and NIP. Knocked them completely out of the running for Berlin, and for some of those teams that meant completely out of the running for Champions. This is a team that has made waves over the last couple of weeks, and now this is their opportunity to really cement themselves. Beating one of the teams that made it to the, top 4 in the world? That is huge. They can manage to do that, but it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, they've definitely proven that they are dangerous. Even winning on a map that I think that they're quite weak on in the form of Bind, they've showed that they're definitely a dangerous team. It's whether or not they are one of those top teams, and that's a very different thing. That's being consistent. That's having depth within your map pool, and that's where I start to ask a few questions. Now, I said it's situational. This is an opportunity, but out of all the players to tag, the Jet's always going to be the worst. The easiest to try and escape. Brams needs a play, and instead it's Link. He goes straight through his own cage to find 2 openers. 30 seconds now for the move to be made, and Scream still alive and kicking. Well, they're investing a lot into this one to try and get some space, but Centaur is getting owned. 1 kill is all he will get, and Liquid hold on, well, almost easily.
12-8 with that. Very quick rotations from Liquid into the site. They knew what was going down immediately. So much committed, and without success found, and with Link being able to lurk like that towards double doors, it was out of the question that they managed to make that work. One other thing I'll say, Tom, Shalakby on the Sky, not so much hitting. And this is a guy I got a lot of respect for. I mean, there's been rumors in the EU scene for a long time that this was one of the better players regionally, like EMEA wise. Obviously coming from Egypt, he hadn't had a lot of exposure within the EU scene because it's difficult to play on that kind of ping in general. But he is solid. I don't think I've ever seen him play Sky before, and so far it seems like there's definitely a lot to learn there. But coming into this potentially final round, looks like Vitality have opted to really up the pace and just dash their way into that A site, getting the plans, but still all of Team Liquid to deal with.
They're now aware. Like, this push that they've had through Tube from the defenders has been something they've done so regularly that Sender is watching, and Vac is actually just around the corner to support him. So they are not allowing anybody to come in behind. The only man really deep within the site is going to be Loki, and they do actually have 2 players close just outside. The timing, though, is not great. Loki gets forced out of the angle. Link is going to wrap around. Do they expect the second player, though? No, they don't. Eventually, though, the trade's coming back through. Yampy with another shot, and Cryptics to close. A perfect retake in the end. And they don't have time. The final snake bite.
Oh, they've just about gotten away with it, man. If Vitality make the comeback happen now, after that round divided by a second, they're gonna feel good. That's what puts a smile on your face, though. Honestly, moments like that, those clutches, that's what gets you going. Hey, we can do this, boys. It gets you riled up, and let's see if they're gonna.
Doesn't help the money, though.
That is true. That is true.
Like,
oh my god, it's
this
so
is
much
a
worse than I thought.
Worse by. Yep, they had 0 players surviving, Mitch. What did you expect?
No, I know that, but I didn't think we'd be seeing this kind of budget. We got 2 bulldogs, a Spectre.
Mitch is going out to the money tree.
I'm pulling credits out of every which way. You ever do that in the arcade? Give the machines a little kick. You know, sometimes something comes out. I used to go around as a kid, all the coin machines. You know, just oh, I tripped over again. Oh, what's that? A couple 10-cent coins. Okay, I'll take those. Vitality, they're going to take whatever scraps they can get fighting into this round. This is their best chance to buy their way back into the series. Brams, 1 away from ulti, not going to be the biggest of impact, really, when it comes down to it. You really want to be seeing something like the Blade Storm, like the Viper's Pit, but obviously they burned these up along with the Seekers in just the previous round, or very, very recently indeed. Liquid have got a pretty comfortable spot to play from, but Vitality have made no real aggressive presence. I mean, this is a stalled play, hoping that Liquid get aggressive in themselves. And so far, Tom, that hasn't happened. So eventually, they're going to need to make that push, and there's still a bunch of utility there for Team Liquid to play with.
Well, perhaps this time there is... Well, I was going to say the Empress, but he was quickly dethroned. Link has cut off the legs of their mid play, and it leaves it down to just all the players trying to push through the choke on B. Scream is eventually going to get one, but they haven't actually cleared this close angle. The smoke fading, though, gives an opportunity, and now Scream is dashed into the open. He has to be dead here. How is he getting a kill? How is he still alive? Kill the man. He's in the open, just flying around, floating past the site, and he's still going to get the remaining 2 kills. What?
Man. This guy is something else. Something
That's
else.
unreal.
What an incredible series from Team Liquid, from Yampy, from
Look at
Scream
his
in
smile.
particular.
Look at his
They
face.
did an unbelievable job. And Tom, I have to say, you know, looking at this game, Vitality have definitely cemented themselves in my
What
heart
are
as a
you
top 10
wearing?
team, possibly going even further. But of course, Liquid now will proceed on in the upper bracket. And Tom, there's a couple more games happening today, aren't there? There's a few really good teams playing from what I've heard. So obviously that series 1 done for the day. But Fnatic are going to be taking on one of the best teams in Europe soon.
I don't think they're facing Liquid.
Tom, I
I
dislike
think
you
in
more
your case, the
every time we
A
speak.
doesn't stand for Alliance.
All right. We won't go through what it could stand for. We'll let the viewers at home imagine that for themselves. But hey, you know, after that series, I'm impressed by Yampy. I'm impressed by Scream. I didn't expect that to be any different. And we need to talk about the players of the match, really, don't we, Tom? Because there's a couple of options. Now, typically, Solcus is going to be one of them that's up there, right? He's just been so consistent over on that Sky, but it really feels like he was kind of outshone by your Scream, by your Yampy. And between the 2 of them, I don't know if you want to give the viewers at home some way to go, but I'm staying hands off on this one. They were both spectacular.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I don't think I'm going to be leading into either of those. That's totally up to you. I think in terms of Twitter, they might lean into the headshot machine, but you know, maybe somebody will go in the other direction. Maybe the Finn will get a little bit of love. Either way, that's the sort of performance we wanted to see from Liquid. For Vitality, though, it's not like they're out of the running. This is double elimination. Thank the Lord for that. So Vitality will have the chance to try and run that lower bracket. And you know what? Famously, that has been what a lot of European teams have done in the past. So I wouldn't want to meet up against them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, there's going to be some decent teams going down there. Of course, we've had 10-Star versus BDS going on in the background where 10-Star managed to win out 2-1, taking the 3rd map in a very close fashion. And then when it comes down to the games coming up next, Ricks versus Giants and Fnatic versus Alliance. Stay tuned for those. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, AD is going to talk you through that game and set up another exciting series. See you real soon.
the money in the bank. Hit you with the
Challengers main event, where Team Liquid have progressed in the upper bracket after taking down Team Vitality. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back here to bring you guys a quick post-match interview with Team Liquid's Yumpy. Hello Yumpy, welcome to the show. Congratulations today. You were absolutely incredible. That ace was something else on Split. Talk me through today's series.
First of all, thank you. Yeah, the first map, I think we just got, not say unlucky, but we lost both pistols, and they just got like a really good rolling on the map. And I don't think we had our chances on the first map. And I guess after that, we just relaxed and knew that if we like have to win, and just need to be more prepared for the stuff in the split, and had a good comms actually, but in both of the last two maps we talked really good with the team, and I think that was the keys today to win, that we communicated really well on the last two maps.
Well, we got to talk about the KO as well. You know, Sliggy said to me earlier today that you guys feel like this agent is really strong, but I guess people probably didn't expect Scream out of all people to play it. So talk me through why you guys decided to switch him onto the KO.
I think it was the best option with the Jet from the KO, and I think it's been working really good, like in practice lately and stuff. So I think it's just good agent for him also.
Well, how have you found your new role as well? Because ever since Iceland, you know, you've been moving away from that Jet, which we're so used to seeing you on, because it doesn't look like it's affected your operating abilities whatsoever.
I mean, of course, the OP is still the same. Doesn't matter what agent you use. It's just with Jet you can do a lot of more stuff. But yeah, I actually like I like those new agents. You know, I can like do some IGL stuff and maybe do like control our game more of like than I did with Jet. And yeah, I like learning. You know, it's always nice to learn some new stuff. So it's been like great process so far.
Does that mean you guys are still sharing that kind of IGL shot calling role? How involved are you with that?
Lately I have been more involving, but yeah, we are still sharing. We don't have like just one caller, but I think it's been working really great lately in practice.
Now, we're going to see you guys back here tomorrow, and you're going to be taking on 10-star. How much do you know about this team? What do you make of them?
I mean, they have a lot of UK guys and one Finnish guy there, so it's going to be an exciting match. But yeah, I watched like a couple of their games. To be fair, I don't really know those guys, but I know like Travis, Link is like really good friends of those, and yeah, I hope they have been playing really great lately, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting match for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty exciting. Well, thank you for joining me, Yumpy, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Always good to chat to Yumpy, but two people who have been waiting on the wings, who I'm sure are eager to break down everything that we just saw, are your analysts for today, Twiggy and Geo. Guys, join me again. Welcome back. Now, it's interesting to hear that Yumpy, ever since going off of that Jet, Geo, is becoming more and more involved with a leadership and IGL kind of role.
Yeah, he says he seems to be really enjoying that, and you, of course, mentioned that this sort of like shared IGL idea, and I think this is something that we're seeing in a lot of teams and a lot of games actually, is many teams like to have almost like situational IGLing. You know, there is someone who takes this part of the round or whatever it might be. You kind of share the role a bit more, and it can give you way more of an understanding of what is happening all throughout the game. And he said as well, you know, he likes that he can have more control with it, because if he's playing these agents, you know, like Omen, we saw him on earlier, he can literally play that more control role, and you combine that with the IGLing, and it can be very effective.
Yeah, there's like this massive thing with IGLing with more than one player that gives you so much more control over the flow of the game and being able to do all that, because usually with one IGL you're just looking at basically, well, a dedicated IGL, you're looking at basically just doing exactly what's going on there. There's not too much flexibility going on, and definitely being able to have the operator in the hands of somebody other than Jet makes for an interesting dynamic for the team.
I mean, I think we were waiting for Scream to pop off today as well, and in true Scream fashion, he was like, I'm not gonna play a series and not actually top frag. So as you guys can see there, 3.8 KD for Scream, back on that Jet, looking quite comfortable too. Now, you know, after this series and looking back on what they were able to do, Twiggy, were you a big fan of that KO? Because it does sound like from Yumpy that this is going to be a permanent thing going forward. They're very comfortable with Scream on the KO.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about how Scream was performing on the Jet before today in week 1, I was definitely excited to see how the KO would change things up on this one, and I think it actually worked out quite well for them. Especially on that second map, it gave them so much more pushing power, so much more flexibility coming into it that we really didn't see from last week with that Jet pushing forward. But he's also made the Jet work brilliantly as well on Breeze there, so I'm excited to see how he plays with both of them. I definitely like the KO though, positive move.
I mean, it's one of those things where kind of, as Yumpy put it, right, is he said, it doesn't matter what agent you play to be holding on to the op. And it's not that I'm saying that that's what Scream does, but, you know, these skills that we see Scream have in terms of his gun skill and his mechanics and stuff, those are doable on any agent. And if you're bringing something in like a KO, I know a lot of teams are saying, you know, kind of essentially like a duelist anyway, but you just have so many more options for what you can do. And I think a lot of teams leaning into this idea of playing more around what you can do for your team rather than just for yourself. It's really nice. It adds so much flexibility. And you know what? If you want to go back to the traditional duelist for a map, you can do it. You have those options.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like having Scream on your team, you know?
Yeah.
He can do a lot with whatever agents you want to put him on. And speaking of Scream, surprise, surprise, guys, I'm going to reveal the player of the match result. And of course, Scream is your winner. I don't know. I feel like Yumpy had a really, really good series today as well. But, you know, when you put Scream in a poll, you probably don't even need to put it out there, Twiggy. It's kind of one and done.
Yeah, I think people kind of like Scream. I think there's this big thing going on there. I mean, for good reason as well. The guy can pop off absolutely massively, and he did that. Well, I mean, we saw the last round to close it out. Like, it's somehow dodging every single bullet, something out the Matrix, and then tapping 3 heads. He has those moments that you definitely can see why people vote for him as player of the match there.
Yeah, I can see it. I think personally I would have liked to have seen Yumpy just because I was so enamored by the way that he was playing in those last 2 maps. But yeah, Scream is Scream, man. Like, he's always like Scream's lowest point is always going to be higher than like 99.9% of everyone else. So
yeah,
you know, man's got fans.
Yeah, he's got 1 or 2, you know, out there. And before we move on, of course, Fnatic even versus Alliance is the next match in this upper bracket that is coming up next. Sadly, I'm not going to have you two here with us, so I want a quick prediction from you guys. Twiggy, Fnatic or Alliance? Who are you backing?
I'm so sorry, Mitch. I have to go with Fnatic on this one. It's not that Alliance aren't a good team. They've been performing brilliantly, but I just think Fnatic, they've got what it takes. I want to see them succeed in this one, especially after last week's performance.
And Gio?
I think for me, you know, I get a little bit concerned about the consistency of Alliance just based on especially how they played in Challengers 1. It didn't quite look like it was enough to cross the mark. So even though they're here for Challengers 2, they're going to have to prove a lot. And this is certainly a proving ground going against Fnatic. But I don't know if I think they can overtake them just yet. So I'm going with Fnatic.
Ooh, okay. Thank you so much, Gio and Twiggy, for joining me today. Congratulations again to Team Liquid. We are going to head to a quick break now, but do not go anywhere because Fnatic will be taking on Alliance right after this.
was shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All the dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One night.
Last player standing.
To look at you, to look at you.
Spike planted.
Gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you.
Here we go. Welcome back to the VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. You know how it goes down right now. We've got 8 teams. We've got just 2 EMEA playoff spots remaining. Who will make it there to battle it out for a spot at the Valorant Masters LAN in Berlin? It is getting fiery. I'm excited to be here. We've already seen 10-Star and Liquid progress to the upper bracket semi-finals with BDS and Vitality dropping into our lower bracket round 1. We've got plenty more to come for you here tonight. My name is Ian Chambers. I'm your host once again. Thank you so much for having me. And today I am joined by 2 exceptional analysts. This man used to have the same accent as me, but he was smart enough to lose it. He's a Valorant visionary. Seriously, you should check this man out on YouTube. It's Ryan Central. Ryan, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
It's good to be here. I ain't lost my old accent. I can still bring it back if needed. Yeah, but it's been great. We've recovered from Madrid, at least, from doing the Red Bull Campus Clutch, and now we're back into the swing of things of EMEA and looking at seeing how Fnatic does, because you would have expected them to get a little bit further in the tournament, but they have a second chance here at least.
Absolutely. We'll deep dive into Fnatic very shortly. Alongside myself and Ryan is a man who, if he's not playing Valorant, is probably asleep somewhere. I met him for the first time in Madrid, and he's just as scary in person. It's Lothar. Lothar, how are you doing?
Was the scare, like, you know, scare look okay?
Yeah, that's scary. That's the look. Right? That's the look. And I saw that with my own eyes, and it haunts me to this day. How are you?
I'm good. It's pretty hot in Poland, but you know, I was playing Valorant in the morning, then I was rewatching VODs, and now I'm here casting with you guys. And I also brought an instrument because I saw that, you know, the 2 previous analysts brought their own, so I have to be like, I I have to like, flex something in the background as well, even though I'll not touch it for the next 2 years or something.
I feel like I should have like a violin or something, Ryan. I don't know, like behind me. Maybe we should think about that for next time.
Yeah. Next break, I'll get something for sure. I'll bring out something like that's definitely for sure.
Absolutely right. Just a quick reminder: you obviously know this, but if you've just joined, Fnatic, Liquid, BDS, and Rick's GG were all directly invited here after missing out during Challenges 1, with 10-star Giants, Vitality, and Alliance all battling their way here through the closed qualifiers. Strong competition here, with every team deserving of their spot, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's this competitive, we're still seeing the typical teams that we expect to see at this level, like Ascend, FPX, Guild, G2, all making it to EMEA so far. But that still leaves not only Team Liquid and Fnatic, two teams that actually got to Reykjavik, the furthest out of anybody else in this region for Stage 2, but also some new faces that have found some really nice form. Vodafone Giants looking really strong. BDS have been somewhat consistent up until recently, and then the likes of 10-star, a recently new org coming into Valorant, actually doing well and winning their first game against BDS. They'll be playing up against Liquid tomorrow.
Exciting stuff. Let's begin by looking now, of course, our first best of 3 here as we go along this afternoon into the evening. It's Fnatic versus Alliance. We will start by taking a look at Fnatic. I will come to you first, Lothar. These guys, they like this route. When it comes to coming through the hardware, they did this last time. Masters finalists, they went out with Challenges 1, it didn't look good, and then they qualified and looked like one of the best teams we've ever seen.
Fnatic, I feel like they always want to go against the stream. They like to challenge themselves. They like to reinvent how Valorant looks for them, which is amazing to see when they're being led by Boaster, who seems to be just playing Valorant all the time and tinkering new strategies. And we have seen again some innovations from them that didn't work out in the previous qualifier that much, because we have seen them play triple smokers. Like we had Brimstone, we had Viper, we have Astra on Bind, and typically Bind was a great map for Fnatic, but now it's in the red. So it's a very interesting topic about Fnatic, because I feel like they're gonna reinvent themselves during this qualifier.
Yeah, they love to reinvent, and at times, Ryan, they look shaky, and then they just like to really turn up the volume and surprise everybody.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's in real time that they change stuff as well. So I would expect to see more KO being added. We might see Fnatic play with it. But yeah, gaps in their play, mid-rounds, trying to make decisions on the fly, usually get caught out. But I did think they ran into a really informed Guild and G2. So we should expect Fnatic to do well in this competition.
Staying with you, Ryan, let's now take a look at Alliance. Mitch was rocking the hat. We know he's back in. I actually made these guys my pick to go all the way. But they are the absolute underdogs for sure. Or could you say, Ryan, that they are the dark horses?
I definitely think dark horses. The only team that they lost to coming up through the open qualifiers was an informed Vitality, Giants even, who look exceptional. They're on the other stream today. But it's a team that, respect to Banks and everybody else from Alliance, the fact that they're building this up from nothing. You've got players like Kadavra, Jusu, who were no names, really. It wasn't built off previous reputations in Counter-Strike. It wasn't signing big, well-established names. It was young, decent talent that is starting to flourish. And I think Kada is one of the best players in Europe and has potential to be something special going into the future. But right now, Alliance is still fostering that talent. They still need to go a bit further, but I can see them maybe surprising Fnatic here a little bit.
It's funny, when it comes to Alliance, I feel like even though they might be underdogs, but coming against Fnatic, they actually not losing that much when it comes to the map pool that they play. Typically, they also didn't play Split, so it's the same as Fnatic. They also are strong on Bind. So coming into this particular opponent, I feel like they're gonna just ban the good maps from Fnatic and not lose much from their own power. So even though they're gonna go here as not the favorite into the match, they might surprise a lot of people on at least 1 or 2 maps. So it's gonna be a very good match ahead of us.
I could speak to you guys forever, but we have to move at a quick pace. And speaking of maps, it's time to take a look at our map vetoes. Hopefully we'll be able to bring those up for you. And Ryan, I want you to talk us through some of the logic behind these choices and where we're going here.
Yeah, definitely. I think when it comes to bans for Fnatic, they're straightforward. They tend to always go for Split at this point, and that's exactly what they're actually going to be banning out for the most part. 10-star and all those kind of teams, they come in with a bit of an interesting look. I would say for Alliance, they also ban out Split quite a lot, judging off previous performances, so there's no there's no winning, I suppose, the map pick overall, I'd say. They both have the same ban, so we're definitely not going to see split. So it's a lot about what maps they're comfortable on, which is a bit of a problem for Fnatic. Their bind, their icebox doesn't look as good as it used to be. These used to be their dominant maps. Now, they don't look as strong, and they're losing quite a lot of these opportunities.
Some wonderful analysis from Ryan there. So let's actually find out where it is that we are going here in our next best of 3. Lothar, Ryan's pretty much bang on there, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's very much dissected how it's gonna go, because it feels like, for me at least, the split will never gonna be played from those two teams for sure. And then the next one, do you want to give a 50-50 even like on bind for Fnatic, even if they don't look good, but it's a strong map for you? I mean, I'm sure that Fnatic will change something on the map, right? So this is why we see bind not being played, and we're gonna go to Haven, which is not that strong for Fnatic as well. They played it 6 times in the past 20 maps, and they won only twice. They were strong on attack with 52% win rate, which is not really that strong, right? While not really great on defense with 46%, while Alliance on Haven is 2-2, so it's like split with also better performance on attack. So it's an evenly split map, but the thing is, Fnatic didn't play for almost a month, and I'm sure that Bosa cooked up something in his lab to surprise his opponents.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, the fact that we're going into this first map. It's a good way to kick things off, really, Ryan. The fact that it feels like a bit of an even playing field for these two teams to sort of start to suss each other out, and for us to suss them out as well.
Win or lose, watching Fnatic on Haven is always a spectacle, because it always goes to overtime for some reason, like against Guild, against G2. It's always just a bit all over the place. You have that freedom for Fnatic to put together some neat plans, but if somebody like Kadavra pushes down mid and catches 2, it kind of throws Fnatic completely off. Icebox is going to be an interesting one coming up. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but yeah, Fnatic on Haven, it would be a great way to start it off, but I think Alliance is going to have their number, as did Guild and G2 in Challengers 1. So Fnatic need to bring something new to the table, or their strategies are just going to be found out, I feel.
Sounds like... Sorry, Lothar. I'll let you continue, then I'll jump back in.
I'm just checking, my stats in my notebook from Riot here about Fnatic, and it feels like Fnatic on default pistol, on defense pistols, they're playing very aggressively on long C, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Alliance will take on that, a strategy that we have seen from Fnatic before, because there's a lot of small things that can happen when it comes to anti-stratting here. But let's focus first on the agent select, and it seems like Fnatic are going for BenQ on Jett, no surprise. Mystic on the Omen, which is not something that we see him play all the time. Bosa on Sova, no surprise here. Magnum on Cypher, a big lurker role here, and Doma on Sky. So pretty standard when it comes to like the meta game on Haven. For the other team for Alliance, they have the Sage over basically wait, what's I'm saying, over Sova, which is a big thing, because now they are lacking the double initiation when it comes to attack, while they try to compensate that with the Sky on Firod. And they do get some informations with the Tasmanian Tiger, but at the same time they don't have the drone, which is such a big and nuanced tool to have on Haven.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, is this pretty much what you expected coming into Agent Select?
It's a hard one, because we saw Fnatic actually running Astra Sova, Boaster playing the Astra, Mystic played the Sova. Now there's a bit of a switcheroo. They're moving away from Agent 15 like a lot of teams have, which I think is a bit of a mistake. We're starting to see the pick rate going up in North America for Astra. She's still good, not as good as she used to be after being nerfed, so I'm a little bit concerned that they're not going to have as much control over the game going forward. But I do think that Alliance, this is where they're going to be sort of homegrown. I think Kada and Jusu remind me of the Kradoma of Stage 2, that deadly duo of duelists that could go in and frag out hard. I'm scared for Fnatic, but ultimately this is a challenge they have to be. I would expect them to be the champions of Challengers too, but this is a really difficult first map to start on.
Yeah, it's interesting with Alliance. Do you think that they seem to almost hit a wall at some times, Lothar, when they come up against the bigger teams, when the heat is at its highest? Do you think it comes down to maybe a lack of mental strength when it comes to the bigger situations?
That's a topic that always comes up when it comes to the teams that are not yet, let's say, proven as much as the big names in Europe and in the other regions as well. But I feel like the more events we have under the belt, and Alliance is getting more and more, I feel like they're getting more, let's say, just confident in the way they play. And we have seen that with Yusu and how he tries to spearhead the attack on Alliance. That there was a big change in the way they execute. They're actually a little bit slower on the executes, more confident when it comes to the explosiveness, but way more deliberate when it comes to the ability usage and the intent of how they try to execute the attack. So I'm pretty confident with Alliance when it comes to how they're going to play on attack. The problem is how they're going to play on defense, because Haven is such a complicated map when it comes to playing against teams that have also complicated executes, just like Fnatic.
All right, well, let's get into it, shall we? Who is going to start on the strong foot in this best of 3? It's Fnatic versus Alliance, and calling the action for this one, we have the brilliant Zesht and John Allen.
Hello, yeah, thank you very much, Ian. We're having a great time here. I'm glad to be here as well. A little bit of a last-minute sub, but I'm glad to be jumping in. Zesht, you're pretty excited about this match. I know Fnatic, Alliance, big names here in the Valorant scene.
Absolutely big names. And you know, the most ironic thing, dear John, is when I asked Lucker yesterday, 2 days ago, you have changed a lot of Haven compositions recently. You have added this and that and removed this and that. He said, yeah, we're still doing a bit of a mix-up. We're still trying to figure out what works the best. And again, they hit us with a new Haven composition. Like, what's next? It feels like sometimes they just find a Kinder Surprise egg, just pop up, and yeah, what's there? Oh, new Haven composition. At the same time, I'm very interested to see how successful that one gonna be, because at the same time, there's a lot of thought going behind it. At the same time, you also have to play with a stand-in, so to say, because Jusu still not officially signed, still not an official 5-man roster. You always have to live with a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even within the top ranks, there have been a couple of shuffles. I mean, most notably over on Vitality that we just saw, the addition of Shalabi, bringing in these sort of newer additions to rosters. And it generally has been going okay, but you're right, Fnatic, they've been bringing in innovations time and time again. Those Kinder Surprise comps, I like that one. I might adopt that into my own. I've stolen it from you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
No worries.
But we are going to be getting into the game pretty soon. Fnatic will be starting off on that offense, and it looks at the moment like they're just going to go for some basic spread out set plays. Nothing really too fancy. Maybe vying for a little bit of mid control there. You can see Omen stacking up towards the garden, so shouldn't be too much to worry about for Alliance in terms of fancy plays off the bat.
You have to say, usually Ryan calls this a Zeshtism, where a weird metaphor comes in. Well, I'm sure gonna keep you up with those. In the meantime, Kadafra finds a great entry onto Dirk, and Jusu is keeping that on and on. Great kills coming over here on the B side, and suddenly Boaster left alive. And yeah, well, not too many seconds we have had our action yet. Well, John, seems like 1 more minute to find Boaster. Hide and seek it is.
I'm a great fan of hide and seek. I think it's a fantastic game mode, but unfortunately, it's not the sort of thing that you want to be bringing in to the first round of the VCT, the upper brackets here. So, I mean, in the end, it's a flawless round for Alliance, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I mean, you look at how that round went. It was Kadavra just nailing these shots over in the middle site and just stopping anyone from moving forwards. Garage was controlled, and from there on out, there was kind of very little that Fnatic were able to do. It's the pistol round. Fnatic now with a chance to try and show up here. I mean, they're not looking to reinvest into the round. They're not looking to try and force this one out, go against those Marshals, against those Spectres, but potentially a rush on the cards here and towards Garage.
Taking their time here. No big surprise at that point. There's no that little alarm bot ready, and same goes for Jusu, the very versatile Irishman that is able to, swap agents from time to time, be an absolute battle sage or rather a duelist, is gonna get some support from Kadafra. Alliance, there's not really too much on the line here. Obviously, this is Spectres.
Yeah, an excellent ice wall at the start. That barrier orb doing so much work to hold off in that Garage position, and it just slowed everything down for Fnatic at that point. It's almost the round over there and then. Fnatic held on a little bit and were able to get a kill, but I just don't think that's really going to be too worrisome. However, that's all really coming off the back of that pistol round. As I said, you don't really expect to be winning these rounds. So Fnatic now really looking to step up into their first rifle.
And this is where it matters. This is obviously where Fnatic can come up with the big guns, the rifles in hand. And at that point, Haven, it's always something that can be annoying very much for a team like Fnatic when you simply can't prepare due to Alliance always swapping compositions. There's a little change here, a little change there. That's annoying. That genuinely must be annoying. And at the same time, it's down to you to play your own kind of game. Durka already entered the side of B, and this has already been occupied by the Fnatic side of things.
Quick 1-for-1 trade over in the mid, and actually the spike pushed all the way up. No control over the back of B anymore, as Durka now has that spot. Trying to go for this retake, actually very tricky. There's a lot of pressure across the rest of the map. In mid as well, it's being controlled. And a hard push to start.
Suddenly, it's a man disadvantage that happens over on the side of Alliance. No big surprise in the end. With that swift take on the B side, the way they obtained territory, the early passage of the game here, John, genuinely not surprised. And this is the thing, right? You lose the first two. This is the classic scenario where you lose the pistol, momentum shift in the way of the one's a pistol, blah, blah, classic amateur talk, whatever you would expect. But here's the thing. The reply right now lays within the weapons and in the hands of Alliance, who got the operator out and the actual rifles in play.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this game, it's the opening, right? It's the first moves in the chess game. You're going for those trades, it's the back and forth, and we're in a known position at this stage. But this is where it starts to pop off with those rifles. Fnatic, though, they don't show signs of slowing. They move straight up to C, and there's no one there. An overinvestment coming through from Alliance to play in the middle of the map, and now they have to go for the retake over on that C site when there's control already being exerted. There's trapwires behind. There's so much intel. Fnatic have the upper foot here.
A bit of an awkward scenario when suddenly those defensive mechanisms of the Fnatic side have been established without even a single casualty. And retaking this spot is going to be costly, not only with casualties, but also time-wise. And Derek is obviously dodging that little Trailblazer. No chance for the Tasmanian Tiger to bite anyone. And he's waiting back in the corner. Still an option coming in from Magnum. And here's the assistance you're looking for. Good old Niels, no chance for him.
Excellent trades coming through from Fnatic to bring the enemy team to their knees. I really liked the crossfires that they established. They planted it in pretty much the perfect spot. They had the Sova all the way down long, and Boaster just nails that. Excellent play being set up and executed very nicely. I was worried at the start with that first pick on the retake, but then Dikit just turns around and does what he does best. Top of the tables, 5 kills on the board. Already got those knives on line after getting the spike down as well. So should be pretty happy with that one.
And Haven recently doesn't feel like it's the sort of battlefield where Fnatic feels too comfortable at. A few losses they have found themselves in recently. For example,
is this last
against
round?
G2.
What's going on?
No, it's just the perfect time where I can actually tell you something you've mentioned perfectly. You pretty much build up on it. You said it's like the first 2 rounds of chess, right? But you can lose in the first 2 rounds of chess. That's not possible in Valorant. Equals Valorant is the better game. Change my mind.
Look, you and I could discuss this for hours, but I think the more important part is if Boaster can hold off with these shock darts against the push, potentially coming on through. The knive's already in, but a triple frag comes through for the Fnatic squad. Traded for 2, but it's getting dispatched down the long. Durka nails the last 3 stay alive for Fnatic and bring them 3 and 2.
For a second, it looked a bit like a nail battle round here, but so case closed in favor of Fnatic. And a thing I have to mention, I really, very honestly hate to talk about how many kills a player got, so on. But unfortunately, Dirk is a player where you want to see him on the top of the leaderboard, where you want to see him dropping those 30 bombs or something like that. And in the recent games we saw against G2, for example, he was missing that. And right now, seeing once more on the top, let's hope it will stay that way because it's a good sign for Fnatic.
You've got him on the operator now as well, so this is the time that Durka can really start to pop off. Take a look at the ultimates as well. Boaster almost up to that Hunter's Fury. You've got Doma on those Seekers. There's a lot of pressure that Fnatic can invest into this round. I mean, you're more than likely looking to see the Seekers potentially over towards the A site this time around. It looks like that's where the spike's going to be stacked up, and then Durka can play that massive threat on the operator, actually trading it over to Boaster, so fair enough. Want to keep those knives in the back pocket potentially, but a lot of ults. The question is, where do you invest them?
Another thing I imagine here is that if he has his dash available. That's the best way to enter a site and find a proper frag. In the meantime, though, Magnum is being eliminated and the Hunter's Fury doesn't seem to find a thing at the moment, but it's Dirk who starts off good with that. Whilst Lucker remains patient, first kill found, the second is not granted, and suddenly the defense on the A side is somewhat weakened. But you gotta get the spike down, and Doma's on it with a triple. That's beautiful flicking and beautiful control. Excellent stuff coming out of the orange squad. What looked a little sinister and that could have been turned around 180, all in favor of Boaster and the boys.
I'm not gonna lie, Alliance had me in the first half there, but I felt like Fnatic, you know, obviously Doma sitting towards the top. Now, you said you wanted to see Dirk pop it out, but the rest of the squad perfectly capable of pulling out the frags when it matters, swinging this corner beautifully. I think that, though, the ult usage from Fnatic was on point, and I mean, you know, fair enough, you've got Boaster at the helm, he knows what he's doing, and investing 2 ults there, they still leave themselves with that neural theft, with the Blade Storm as well. And they are going to be able to look to invest them. Hype, though, they have that Defender Killjoy locked down, so potentially looking for some strong retakes. Set up for the B site. If you go for this, I think it's going to be a mistake. If you know that Hype has that lockdown available, it's such a difficult site to take. You can't move in there because you know as soon as you try and take ground, you're going to be forced away.
Proper 4-round streak, and well, you can't do it like that here. The Marshal won't be the option when your opponent already got the operator in hand. And you mentioned the lockdown. Hype would hypothetically have the opportunity to use it, but is this the round is the question at the same time, John, because the weaponry is not really inviting you to take such a well-fortified site, but here it comes.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at where he's sat. Like, this is the standard place for the Killjoy to drop this ultimate, getting those lineups. The question is, does Boaster have the counter lineups to just get rid of it immediately with those shock darts? So I have to wait and see. Retake, though, already straight on. They're already starting this defuse.
And the problem is right now, not only the flank from Getaver working, one player is detained. Slucker is totally joining that. And it is the defuse that has been initiated and successful for Alliance. The entire chaos that descended over on the side suddenly leaves Alliance with a thrifty, successful round. And I can't even lie to you, that fully passed me. It looked like they were still fighting that one, but what a casual retake it was. It didn't feel like it was that much stress.
I think, yeah, that's potentially a little bit of a misbeat. You do have the shock darts available. The question is, did Boast use them in the round earlier? I didn't quite catch it, but if you have those lineups, you can take down that lockdown fairly easily. It's right there in the corner. It's the same place really every time. Technically, you know, if you're up to date on your geometry, you can figure out exactly where the Killjoy lockdown is every single time, because you can see you can see your tangent to the sphere. But we won't get into that either, because at the moment it looks like C back on the cards. It worked out earlier. Dirk is shut out this time, though.
Kadafra starting to go over the counter frac on the counterparts. But right now you see there is a lot of room to take over on Garage. No tripwire to be found, and Lucker gotta be careful about exactly that position. But it's just 60 more seconds. Seems like they prep up for the A side take, but Firov might have a say in this.
Potential to bring Doma with an orb with those Seekers, or try and find a kill there, but already being a player down, you don't really want to be going for too many ults to be invested here. 4 players all the way up to B. Maybe just get some fast ground here. Get some fast frags if you can. Alliance struggling to hold out this initial push, but the spike looking to get planted.
That's beautiful. And Lucker is even keeping up. That's going to be the B side in favor of the German, and Mystic, as he still tries to take this one home, he's still on it. Most definitely the Seekers, though, should have identified where the final Fnatic soldier is standing, and he's standing strong. But some tasks are also impossible for him. And
10 seconds left.
as he should check on his last rabies.
Yeah, needs to make sure you're up to date. I mean, it's necessary. Dropping back down long, grabbing that op, making sure that you're saving it in. Fair enough, you can put that back in the hands of Durka, trade it over to Boaster when you need to. That's something that I really like that Fnatic are doing. They're putting it into the Jet's hands and then leaving it back towards Boaster to play as that backstop on the Sova. Looking for those retake potentials, looking for the Fendos on the angles to just get those one taps. Mystic with a really great shout there, but it was already a done deal. I mean, that first kill led them to push into B. And then after that, they were just kind of getting surrounded there. They didn't really have the presence. They didn't have the picks. They didn't really have the tempo to be getting into that site. They were lucky to be able to get as far as they did.
There it goes again. Dirk is starting off good over on the side of A. This was swift. And only Cadaver remains to do some of this abracadabra stuff. But Boaster got the same weaponry in hand. That's the operator taking out the Alliance. Jet leaves it only down to 2. Jusu, as much as he would like to revive anyone, slim chances, but therefore he gets a lot of information. Here's the players rotating away from the A side itself. Magnum is coming close, and that is the spike delivered on a silver platter right here.
But it is isolated. It is split off. A really heads-up barrier wall there, and lands a second headshot over on a Boaster. Drops the res, and Alliance have this round now. Mystic again with it all to do.
And it seems like such an odd mistake here from the side of Fnatic. Mystic once more proved like he has the capability to clutch things, but look at that, 35 seconds and 3 opponents remaining, one of them being elevated up in heaven. What a dramatic change of events here, and Fnatic falling short again.
The Irishman for Alliance standing tall right there. What a play from the Sage coming through. Jusu absolutely doing the team proud. So much work there. I'm glad we're getting a replay. I mean, you look out, you get that swing onto Boaster, already drops the wall behind. You can see there was a sigh of relief, as you know that at that point, they just know they've kind of got the round. They're up against Mystic again, and Alliance are going to be kicking themselves for letting that one run away from them. I mean, what do you do there? You have to have checked that site, right? You have to have fully scanned it. They pay the price for not having that happen. And an overzealous return to A with the spike, they get punished for it.
And this is the thing. It seemed so reckless at that point in time, right? It seemed so reckless to just jump on the side when there's 2 more players alive and you have no information about them. That's the thing, right? The neural theft being put in there, sure, you get a temporary piece of information. At the same time, to be honest, that is just too risky. Because sure, you know, Jusu is mainly playing over there in Garage, mainly elevating his wall. That's cool, that's fine. But he knows how to use WASD and knows to move over to the A side. And this is where I think it's so unusual. We're talking here about a Masters finalist doing such mistakes. It's human. We all do mistakes, but it's still odd.
Yeah, it's not the time you want to be making those mistakes. You want to try and minimize them as much as possible. Going into this round, Fnatic, they're not really going to have the best of buys. You can see a couple of Sheriffs. They've got 1 Vandal, the hero rifle on the side of Durka. I mean, fair enough. If there's one guy you want to have it, it's him. He's going to dash over straight away.
And Jusu falling down on the ground early on. Dikit showing his entry capabilities once more as he dashes in, but instantly they're a little afraid to move. And I know this spot. Liquid hates this spot, but this time Firov doesn't need to fear a thing. No, don't let it be cursed. Nope, it's not cursed. For a second, I thought we have to see this again. And Europe is not allowed to play at this spot anymore, but it seems like Alliance gained their 6th.
Very, very solid from Alliance. I mean, that look, I'll be honest, I was very, very worried for Firov there after missing that spray, and I felt like Magnum was going to win it out. But, you know, obviously with the drop on it, with the advantage on the angle, Magnum in a little bit of a panic, you are going to get that one. Let's take a look at that spray one more time. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal.
It's Team Liquid PTSD.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. But, yeah, either way, Alliance pick up the pieces on that round. They bring it back together. 6 rounds already on their half. I'm fairly impressed with what they've been able to do so far, clutching out rounds that probably they shouldn't have done. But it feels like Fnatic, yeah, this is the perfect time to go for this tactical timeout. I was just about to say that Fnatic, it feels like they haven't been quite cohesive and they need to just realign, taking this time, take that breath, and make sure that you can get these next 2 rounds on the board. Go into the half evens, and you've got a much better chance of coming out on top. And at a crucial juncture as well, of course, being in the upper bracket, you do have that lost card to play, but you don't want to be playing it, especially if you're Fnatic, a team who people are looking to be the top in the region, certainly in this run for the qualification spots.
I remember very much the great woman from the production called Leah did a little bit of a survey or you know, a poll on who's going to win this tournament with all our casters. And I think everybody said like Fnatic. And then at one point, I think someone was trolling and said 10-star. I think it was Twiggy saying 10-star. And I'm not quite sure if he was serious or if he was trolling. Either way, I think this shows you how much confidence everybody has in picking Fnatic. And it's a bit of a weak start. It's a bit of something we have seen earlier against Vitality with the guys of Liquid as well. Let's not hope this will happen once more.
Yeah, I do. I mean, 10-star did win their game. They did win the game. A nice ping out onto Fearoth, finds Doma the kill. And the angle found against Kadavra. It's not going to matter. Durka nails it. So does Jusu. Playing forward up in mid. Dropping that spike down. They didn't get the info on that. But Fnatic going to have to beat a hasty retreat to get through there. And that's going to lose them time, allowing Alliance to spread out across the map. You can see they're rebasing their fire line. They move Jusu back. They move Hype over towards that C site. And immediately Alliance have that line. Excellent, excellent tempo control here from Alliance coming through.
Magnum being an individual Fnatic picked up after they got rid of that British duo of T-Sec and Mo. Specifically, he was picked actually for the reason to relieve stress off of Boaster, because he on his own is very capable of being that little setup, little Cypher, little Sentinel nerd in a very good way. And I can understand the point. I mean, the guy is, as young as he is, one of the most crucial individuals at the Fnatic side. Right now, Boaster is the crucial point man on the Fnatic side who just might run into the scope of Kadavra. Yep, he does. And a little flick is no tough task for the Frenchman. Magnum might be just lurking around, but Doma holding the side on his own here. I got my doubts, John, and it seems like they are for a good reason.
Doma able to find Jusu, though, now playing from hell. They have the plant, they have the spike down. Did they not check it? Doma finds two. A quad kill looks for the next. And it's an ace coming through from Doma. Fnatic bring a round back.
But do you want to tell me that they know where he is? You can't be telling me that. And then
I have no idea.
This was so reckless. Look at this again. Right? Okay, he stepped. He definitely stepped on site. Kadavra heard that. He even kills Jusu. So, at this point in time, guys, what do we have right now on our belt that we can use to turn this one around? And this is the answer? No, this is not a valid answer. I'm a little surprised. This seemed very reckless and absolutely unnecessary, but still, what a job.
I mean, you talk about human error, that's it right there, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Just miscommunication coming through from Alliance. It must have been. I mean, that's the only reason I could think that to happen. We'll have to put that aside for a minute, because Fnatic not slowing down one jot. That tactical timeout working out.
Yeah, still got to recover from that one, but either way, Dirk is showing what he can do with the tiny blades. As Jusu is waiting patiently for the players to come around, but Boaster has to reply to this. And as they want to take the plunge over on the B site, still a few more obstacles in the way. And specifically, we're talking about an individual having a lockdown he could use anytime soon. But first of all, he's trying to use the bullets in his magazine. He knows where Boaster's around. He still finds Magnum. And this leaves it only on Lucker. Does he have the right timing? Not too many more bullets. 3 overall. He's got to fake it once. But don't play mind games with Boaster, because he will lose this party of Ches as he still considers to swing. No, still on a little belay over on the wooden floor. And left, right, and center, he's checking. No clue where Lucker is coming from. And he still needs to defuse, and he's still taking him down. This was one hell of a dance, and it seems like this salsa comes to an end.
They are going to have to take a break. Sweaty retiring from that dance floor. The half is upon us, and it's 7-5 to Alliance. Good. They have the lead. They have the advantage here against Fnatic, but you do not want to let them start to get ahead. On defense, with those shot calls coming through from Boaster, you know that they are going to have some solid lines to be trying to move on through. They've got that control from Magnum on the Cypher, moving that over to what looks to be over on that C site, leaving some utility on the B here on the pistol. It's going to be very, very hard to get through this line, and I'm expecting that Alliance might struggle just a little bit. The question is, do they have something up their sleeve? And at the moment, they're looking to stack towards A.
And as we're switching, Alliance seem to be overall in the last 2 games a bit more comfortable over on the attacking side of this map, which could be a somewhat of a harbinger of what's happening soon to the Fnatic side. But you know, I would right now try to give you a German saying, but I rather dodge it. 7-5. Let's leave it like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Boaster playing up close on the A site, looking to control the sewers, and a slow round so far on the pistol for Alliance. It looks like they were looking for picks. You can see they've got someone on the back, and there's the pick they were needing. Boaster does go down on the A.
Silence before the storm hits, and Alliance is not actively gaining too much information. They sent a little guiding light in front of garage. No sound has been made. All good, but here it comes. They realize what's just awaiting them in front of the gates of the side of A, and Fnatic is waiting patiently as Dikit keeps on hitting those beautiful taps. It leaves it only down to Hype, and he's gonna start doing his best Usain Bolt impression to run over to A, but he's not even doing that, rather sneaks around. Right-hand side, there's already a Doma awaiting him. 2 more on the left. It's not going to be that one of an easy task, and it seems they haven't realized, but behind him, whoa, hold on! Doma's whiffing his shots! This can't be happening! At the same time, in no universe, that spike has to be planted. In no universe, this can work. He's dodging around, he's flying around, but he's been taken out in the end.
God, Alliance will not let me sleep easy. Goodness me, I'm going to be nervous all day after that. An excellent crossfire at the start there of the push for Fnatic to be able to hold off Mystic. Brilliant trigger discipline. Allowed Durka to give that call to say, go for that swing. Gets a headshot to the back immediately. Attention completely drawn in. It's a AoE taunt by the looks of things from Mystic. And Durka just nails those headshots around the edge. Mystic ends up going down, but by then the work is done. Fantastic setup on the pistol on the first round of Fnatic, looking strong on their defense. Now it's time to bring in the SMGs. Durka's sticking to that Ghost and Boaster on that Frenzy as well. So a little bit of cred saved in the back pocket, but you got the Sheriff to worry about coming through. Up close and personal, Durka doesn't make it work.
Yeah, and that obviously doesn't end too easy for Durka, as though damage dealt once more on the side of Alliance is quite decent. Even the man advantage are taken home, and again, they end up successfully over on that A site. Options limited for Fnatic. You talked about they have the submachine guns, and let's say it like that, there are more ideal weapons than that. As though it is actually Mystic falling off a fall damage, breaking his ankle, and leaving it down to only Doma. He has whiffed, unfortunately, in the previous round, but this time he could become the savior, and he will. Oh, this back and forth, you talk about not sleeping easy today? Are you sure it's not going to be the entire week?
Yeah, I'm scheduled for my next easy sleep in sometime in August. I think probably about August 5th. I'm looking at my next.
I'm free that day.
I don't know what my sleep has to do with you, Zesh, but
Just aligning it, you know.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Absolutely. I feel like that's the best way to build synergy, you know. But a cheeky little clutch coming on through. The saving grace of that round was the fact that the 2 players who went down on the A site did not have SMGs. They had, I believe it was, the Ghost and the Frenzy from Durka and Boaster, right? So you don't give over those SMGs. If you lose a player, you give over a Spectre. If you put that in the hands of Alliance, that round goes an entirely different way. But as it stands, Fnatic able to retake, able to come back through, and they can reinvest here. What that means is that limits the amount of impact that this bonus round can have to try and counter them out. Alliance, they're fully on the rifles, sure, but you're coming up against 3 rifles in response. You've got Mystic, Boaster, and Durka up on those Vandals, as well as 2 Spectres from Doma and Magnum, sure, but you're playing against a Cypher and a Sky. Their utility kind of makes up for that a little bit. Right. You've got the pressure from those trapwires, the cams, the flashes. It's very, very hard to move through. They're going to force you to play close to them, and that's where those Spectres can do a lot of damage.
That was a perfect 1-minute podcast on how valuable those Spectres actually are. Big props here, John. Would download. At the same time, though, I think we don't really need to elaborate at how strong those high-caliber rifles are when it comes down to pure aim fights. Durka being tagged to 26. It's not making it any better right now for Fnatic squad. As though it is Mystic and Boaster in combination doing a proper job. They cannot prevail over on the sides. It's not going to be that easy for Fnatic to keep it up. But as Durka swings and comes even with that flank, that might be just a nail in the coffin for this round number 15. Juicy got to play one perfect round. Still could heal himself if he feels like it. But I got my doubts, and well, it seems like they're justified.
4 seconds, and that's the spike not going to be planted. They even know that there's a player there. Can't even find the final kill. Juicy goes down. Fnatic put another one on, and that is demonstrating just how strong Fnatic are in their defense. The story so far has been crossfires, and that is it for Fnatic. They have incredible positioning when it comes to the fights that they take. It feels like they've already thought it out 2, 3, 4 moves ahead, right? And they are just always in those right positions. They know when each other are going to be moving. They've been in the dojo practicing up on those balance techniques, making sure that they're in sync with one another, because right now it's looking very, very clean from Fnatic on this defense. Starting off though, we're going to go back to the pistols for Alliance, back onto the rifles, not fully for Fnatic. They want to try and capitalize and actually get a cheeky little bonus on Boaster here. Let's see what they can do, but the Seeker's coming in for Alliance.
Doma has anticipated before it all happened, but Gaddafi is ending up behind the back of Doma. He's still alive, hides into his own smoke, but he keeps up going for fights, losing that one indeed. Costly for sure, don't get me wrong. Fnatic still only playing with 3. As once the majority is killed, there's going to be a big rebuy in the next one, but the primary goal here is to find success over here. And Lucker is passing away. Well, not most literally. And as you hear the beautiful German accent, this is how it could sound like, but in the meantime, you only hear the gun sounds. Hype is finding Dirk, and same goes for Lucker with Mystic. He's finding another! Boaster is being brought to the ground, and Alliance tie it up. And one thing that is so notable about this squad, whenever they just have to work with the worst weaponry, just a few sidearms here and there, they still flourish in such a beautiful way. This is what makes them so lethal again and again.
Kadavra sitting head and shoulders right now above the rest of the lobby for the squad as well. I mean, Lurker in that last round, phenomenal triple kill. So on the swivel, brings them a thrifty victory, picks up a rifle, saves that in as well. That's going to see them pretty safe. Not a lot of money to be spoken of on the Fnatic side as well after the damage that was dealt in the previous rounds. Leaves them a little bit destitute. Only a Spectre on Magnum, and that's really it. Trying to thread the needle there, but Durka does pay the price. A headshot found, and yet another Fnatic probably going to be going down here. Looking down the barrel of a 9-8 deficit for Fnatic, they're going to be trying to pick this one back up, get some economic damage inflicted, try and have the same sort of impact around the corner. Only 1 kill found so far.
Would have been quite a unique miracle if that shorty could have done the job, but back in the lead. Alliance, the ones, you know, that have decided to rather play this map. Pardon, that was Fnatic. Excuse me. What a stupid mistake. It's Icebox that comes next for Alliance. That's the right way around it. And hypothetically, Breeze would be our sider. You know, people who pay attention have realized that already earlier in the map selection. I would love to see Breeze, but I just can't decide yet if we even see 3 maps, to be very honest.
I really think it comes down to how Fnatic perform here. I feel like they've... I feel like they have an advantage on the Icebox, but obviously being Alliance's pick, they feel like they're more comfortable there. If Alliance can take this Haven, that is absolutely phenomenal for confidence to come up against Fnatic. Probably the strongest team in this phase of the tournament. Certainly on paper, certainly in the minds of a lot of people watching, in the minds you mentioned earlier of the people who are going to be talking about it on the camera, on the broadcast. So to be able to take their map, that is really a statement for Alliance. Still yet to come to pass, so Fnatic still have time. And if there's anything that we've seen from their defense, is that it is pretty consistent here. Alliance obviously able to punch a hole through it in the last round, but now they're up against the full rifles.
Dirk was realizing what's coming up and hits a perfect entry over on Lucker. No time to end up in despair because you still got a flank in the form of Kadafra coming around. A little too eager, it felt like. But it might have been Hype who actually went past the security measures. Knows that there's an Omen back on the site of B, who's not gonna spot him, but they got him on the radar. Fnatic realized that another player could have passed through, and it's going to be that B side hit, which somewhat comes in with a flank. Hype is still around. Hype is going to be blinded. Dirk's also taking out Jusu, but it's still Firaf who stands with his teammate, but no chance in the end. The back and forth goes on, and I think we're here for a long, long time there, John.
I don't think that Fnatic are going to give this half up. I do feel like now they're on this defense, they're pretty secure here. I think it's, what is it, 2 rounds now? They've 2 or 3 rounds that they've lost in this half. I need to double check on that. But it's very, very minimal moving into this one. Bringing it up 9 and 8. They started the half, so it would be 2 rounds they've lost in this half overall. And that last round, you know, it's fair enough. It's against a full eco. They lost the one before that, but they come back and you can see their confidence really not knocked in the slightest to be able to go for these holds, to be able to go for these retakes. They're still very aware. You mentioned it. They knew that there could have been a player through that connector. They controlled that ground. They came in for the retake. Now, setting up for A, I'm not the biggest fan here. You know Durka's going to be absolutely on the ball. And he just nails the shot. You're moving into an operator. What do you think is going to happen?
You will not kill my
He's basically a tower of strength, the bastion of calm over on the sides. And, well, also that bastion can be taken, but nope. He's retreating. Only reasonable move. And we talked about lineups, we talked about killjoys, and Dirk is just waiting for it. He's being detained. Well, at the end of the day, a little bit of a worrying aspect that he can be taken out of the game that easily. This has given him a slight advantage in taking the side, and this is what they do with E. Stoma is the point man, eliminated. And the refrags are coming in again and again, but obviously this is not done when Sturka falls. Same goes for Boaster as he's swinging around, finds another. The triple is secure. The quad could come next, and he gets that quad as well. Dirk's on fire, that is for sure, but Lucker is knocking on the back door any second soon, and Dirk is realizing that. Boaster is here to support, and suddenly they're all blind. Lucker wants to get that round. Double digits for who is the question, and he still keeps on tapping the bomb. Dirk is on it, and the ace is well deserved. Ice cold Finn, obviously bringing it home for Fnatic.
The name might start with A, but it's the A site that Fnatic dominate right now. It's absolutely brutal. Durka just dismantling any idea of what they wanted to happen there. Even with the Sage ult, the Resurrect, that was 6 players in that round for Alliance, and Durka moved through them like a knife through butter. Honestly, the guy is insane. I mean, he sat at the top. 23 kills right now for the squad. Incredible, incredible stuff. Lucker looked pretty good on this retake, I'll be honest. Had a big flank, a little bit late there, maybe to try and save the rest of his team, but when you're coming up against Dirk, I mean, fair enough. Goodness me, what a round coming through from Dirk. Ults online for Fnatic, tempo in their favor, 10 and 9. They're looking at least the next 2 rounds, probably, and to put themselves on 12 and 9 would be phenomenal to see. Certainly looking pretty good for this one. The Vandal being brought on up for Alliance. They're trying to go for that hero rifle, trying to move that one forwards, potentially into Garage and open up in mid and B, potentially rotate towards that C position. But realistically, you're looking at Fnatic getting that 11th on the board, getting some confidence to come back into this one after their deficit at the first half.
And just as the thunderstorm outside of my window, Fnatic seems to strike with the same sort of force. 10 rounds that have now obtained, and, you know, in the way that I'm very glad to see, because, like I mentioned earlier, if there's anyone out there who thinks that, you know, ACS and KDR and average damage per round is a great indicator of putting players in a sort of category, you're absolutely wrong. Please educate yourself on how, you know, team shooters work. At the same time, you want that Dirk performs. You want that he's absolutely on fire, playing a jet, being that sort of, well, not solo entry, because you never do any if there's, can you recall any move where Dirk seemed stupid? I can't. It always is a very well done entry move. At the same time, you want him on top, and this is what he right now obtains. absolute hero for Fnatic, as they have picked him up when he was even playing in the CIS scene. A lot of Europeans didn't even have on the radar because, let's be honest, how many European Valorant fans are too much into CIS?
I mean, sure, for the average fans, I mean, for talent scouts, especially when you're looking at teams like Fnatic, at that sort of organization, they're going to be looking, they're going to have their eyes out because they knew what Valorant was all about. Certainly in the early days, they were looking everywhere, picking up some of the UK guys as well. Obviously, Boaster coming on through from one of their squads. Alliance with their tactical timeout. Again, it's a very similar position to where Fnatic were towards their first half. It feels pretty similar in terms of what they're trying to do, just cut off that pacing. The Fnatic have been able to build up, try and play that circuit breaker card and bring themselves back, because they know that if they go down here, if they go 11-9, it's going to be very, very difficult in terms of not having that leeway to move through, not having the opportunities to potentially look to come back into it. And so Alliance now really wants to revise their strategy. At the moment, you've got Durka over on that C site. The question is, for Alliance, do you know that this is the sort of adjustment that Fnatic are going to be making? You don't really want to be moving up into the sightlines of Durka, I'll tell you that much. I mean, especially with the operator down C long. I mean, you know, safer times have been had, certainly. That much I can definitely say. So the question for me is, what do they go for? What sort of strat are they going to pull out? And at the moment, it looks like they're setting up for mid, but we've seen these rotate in towards an A, in towards a C, but the pings start to come down. And yeah, look at this. They want to try and play B with a flanking garage.
Well, if you're World-Worn, I'm sure you want to run into his crosshair. Other than that, you don't want to run into your crosshair of Doma as well. Man's on fire. Sure, he had a few weird whips from time to time, but brilliant stuff, pure aggression. This is the new Sky, by the way. If you have pretty much went into sleep mode ever since patch 2.0, this is 3.0, and well, this is how you play Sky nowadays. Fnatic showing strength early on.
Very, very solid from Doma. Just reads it, hears the footsteps, knows what's going on, flashes out, gets 2 kills. Absolutely worth. Doesn't have the Seekers online, so you know that isn't going to be wasted for that retake. And now Fnatic have 4 ults available. They allow B to be moved on through. They think they can get this retake, and it looks like they're going to have to do so. You need to move in. Magnum probably going to be on the flank here. An excellent Hunter's Fury is going to be pulled out of the bag to start things off for Boaster.
Yeah, but Boaster is lucky enough to have his bodyguards around him. Hype is definitely locking them in, and here we have the green wall. Tree Cloud for Optic, but other than that, the retake abilities of the Fnatic side look ideal. They have enough abilities and also ults that would help them out to obtain control, but now you gotta stay careful. First of all, they know about the mid control that Juicer holds, but do they also know who's waiting back in window? That is one of the things. At the same time, Lucker's waiting outside of the gates, and more players are coming towards the site. The defense remains strong, though. Lucker's teleporting in, and he's taking him out. No! It's Dark who's getting the no-scope, and you end up in front of his barrel, but Hype has an opportunity to deny it once more. The quad has been brought in by the Frenchman, and it's actually Boaster who dies off of the explosion. It is exceptionally well played by those guys, and it's so crazy that I even call a Lithuanian a Frenchman. It's tied again.
This is why we say European Valorant is the best in the world. The plays going on in this round, honestly, the size of the balls collectively for these squads is absolutely gargantuan right now. It's incomprehensible what just happened. But there were 2 real things for Fnatic that I was worried about during that round. I feel like, first of all, they allowed Alliance to get onto the B site. Fine. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to take a break because the round's already popping off. A 1-for-1 trade, starting off pretty well. A pistol for Fnatic, they're not expecting it, so a good trade to start things off. In the last round, I just want to say the rotation's a little bit slow to come in for the retake, and the kill on the backlines as well, but they start the C site take.
Well, again, it seems like it's going to be a long night, but I'm absolutely up for it, most literally. Boaster only coming in with a little frenzy here.
One enemy remaining.
As he's hitting the first. But old Jake is doing his best. 47 points of health. But killed in the process. 11-10. And look at him. What is Juicy saying? I have no clue. The man who came to Ireland 6 years ago, mother and father, French and Turkish, and previously played for Volvo Peak. Not too many players had him on the radar. Not too many noticed the capabilities, the strengths this man has. But for his age, an absolute talented, well, maybe the fifth in the end. Fifth player.
I mean, certainly something to be worried about. The thing with that round, though, just there, is that Fnatic on those pistols did a lot of damage to Alliance's bank. If Alliance aren't able to win this round, it's looking pretty disastrous. They're up to 11-11. Durka gets an early frag over towards Sewers. Back to basics for Fnatic, and they already give themselves the advantage. Juicy doesn't have that res available. They've got the lockdown to try and play behind, as well as the Seekers, which is excellent for a take. But the retake also equally strong coming on through. You've got that neural theft to isolate those post-plant positions, and the Seekers to lead them in as well.
Patience is key, as we all know. What's also key, and absolutely valuable, is that little lockdown in the hands of Hype. Could be just basically the life insurance, but as he's moving forward, Durka might just find him beforehand. Nope, that's not happening. And here it comes. The A side is under big attack right now here, John.
Looks like the Killjoy will be dropping that lockdown. Some pretty sneaky little spots you can stick alive in and stay unlocked down. Durka able to get the shot down onto Hype. Mystic swings out from hell for another, but Fearoth looking to try and do something into the round, finds two. Finally taken down by Mystic, but Jusu looking to rally on through, has the spike, moves to control, spots the flash around the corner, sprays it with the pre-fire, but Doma takes it down. A Fnatic who limited the economy last time put another punch into the gut of Alliance, and I do not know if they're going to be able to stand up and catch a breath from it.
And you see right now, it's over on Valorant Esports 4, where you can watch Rick's GG versus Vodafone Giants. Somehow they already have a 3-0 scoreline for Vodafone Giants. It's magic. Don't know how, but it's magic.
Nobody knows. It's impossible to know. It's a super secret, but either way, they make it happen. They make it happen. A little bit of a technical timeout coming on through. But as I was talking about with the economies, with Fnatic, with Alliance, after the last round, now Kadevra is stuck over on that Guardian. They're putting the Vandal onto Jusu, but there's really no other rifles available. Fnatic, a full lineup right now. They have everything that they could need. Mystic has not had to invest there. They've got that Phantom from the last round. They're looking good to put that 12th up on the board. For me, this is the situation that Fnatic were really, really looking for, especially off the back of a couple of rounds that they potentially shouldn't have lost there. They don't really have too many ults to play with, though, and that's my main worry. You've got the res available for Jusu, and that could be crucial here, especially on an eco round. If you get 1-2 picks, you bring those rifles over, and all of a sudden, it's another story. A-site stack looking to be up for play.
One down.
No res.
From Durka. There you go. Exactly as you mentioned. The res. Now out of the game. Boast realizing what's coming his way, but those shock darts just seemed like they should have killed Lucker in the end. Dodged it. Barely, most likely. And there's no flank from Fnatic. You see right there, they take absolutely no risks, as in the meantime, another player off the line side falls.
I mean, they're trying to go for the spike, but in this situation, it's really damage control coming through from Alliance. Sure, maybe they can pull off a miracle play, but the thing you're looking to do is try and put as many of those rifles in the dirt as possible. Try and keep Fnatic on the back foot, and don't allow Durka to get back on that operator. Try and deny
come on.
Those ult points coming through from the kills. I mean, if you're able to get the kills, fantastic, but Mystic already ready and waiting to report, but potentially a little bit of a bait coming on through. Mystic senses it, falls back to the A site.
30 seconds left.
I'm always amazed how much damage Alliance deal at the end of the day when there shouldn't be too much of an option for exactly doing so. And as I say it, Mystic falls, Hype swiffing, and it only comes down to one. Lucker could at least put the spike on the ground. Most definitely is very keen to do so. And that's something. That's all right. Surely he should not stand a chance. And he's considering swinging. Okay, big risk. One player coming through, and Durka even being eliminated. Nevertheless, number 12 coming in for Fnatic. And let's be real, the likelihood of an overtime is probably quite high at this point, the way we saw them play.
Well, let's look at what happened last time these two teams faced, right? This is quite a long time ago, to be fair. This is back in April. This is before a lot of the roster changes that happened this year. It was back in April 1st. It's the same first two maps that we're going to be seeing. So Haven, the first map between these two teams, it went to quadruple overtime on Haven. It went 18-16, and Alliance were able to win it out in the end, and they're back on the rifles. They have their shot, but the question is, what are they going to try and pull off? Killjoy potentially looking to control towards C. Durka aggressive on A, but B site, again, potentially fast on the cards for Alliance. It worked out for them before. They were able to move through. Fnatic didn't respond fast enough. They didn't have the impact from the flank as well. And now it looks like potentially the same thing happening, but C-Site potentially a little bit more under focus right now for Alliance.
Well, for Alliance, it seems like it's time to shake off the cobweb off those weapons, and it seems like this is exactly what they're doing. Just ask for it. Thank you very much for doing so. Appreciate it, Niels. Vielen Dank. And as we're getting into the 12 to 11, it seems like we might just even end up in a tied-up situation, but there's still Dirk is sneaking up from behind, and that little turret didn't figure out a thing! No, Dirk, he whiffs like that! Just get caught by surprise, and it's a flawless! It's not a close round, it's not 3, it's not 4, no, it's all players surviving to get into overtime. I mean...
What happened? What on earth was that? I mean, there were a couple of whiffs coming through, and it felt like just Fnatic crumbled. They hadn't tried C-Site really in that same vein with the split up in Garage for Alliance. And Fnatic just were not ready. They did not expect that in the slightest. You have to be hitting those shots as well. I mean, you see Hype wandering through the dark cover. You have the advantage there. You should be winning those every day of the week. You have the cover from the Sentry as well. I mean, like, what more sort of an advantage can you want? But all credit to Hype for nailing that one. Goodness me. Absolutely on the swivel. Keep Alliance in the running. And now it's Fnatic's time to try and go for this attack as well. They're not practiced on it. The half obviously changing. And they're back in. But Kadavra, the 4 position given away, has to dash back with the tailwind.
Well, as Chekhov's law said, if you see a 12-11, next thing you know is that there's an overtime coming or something like that. I don't know.
I think that's exactly what it is, yeah.
Exactly. I think I know Russian theater really well, so absolutely believe me on that. Man, professional Radiant player. Either way, getting away from that, it seems like Fnatic are once more coming up with an approach that's very slow. We saw them approach the B side a little slow, moving over, so on and so on. And at this point in time, the C side seems so alluring, doesn't it?
Oh, it's just so open. Come on, Fnatic. You know you want to. The sun's lovely. Bring your sun cream. Factor 50. But the tan they're getting probably a little bit more than they bargained for. Trying to get past this wall. Don't really want to wait for it to time out, but there's no one really that close by. And actually, the opener onto Hype in mid is so important. Durka immediately pulls the trigger, and this is a great start to the C-site take.
Well, it looked like one alluring, glowing sight that they'll take. Absolutely did that. And as Juzu plays around the edge of that Omen smoke, is that gonna work that well is the question. Once more, patience is key. We know that.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
And as we see their flank coming in over on the minimap in the form of Fear-Off, is that even valuable? Durka finds Juzu, but Kadavra is still there. And Durka is now even slowed and makes a lot of steps. Is going to be killed as well. It's a 3 versus 3. And the flank was not even relevant. They might just be able to stick that thing, and they will definitely do so, but they'll fake it as much as possible. Every single piece of utility is coming their way, and now we start the action. It's halved. Locker keeps on, but is being killed. And very honestly, Kadavra shouldn't and won't make this one work.
Excellent plant there coming through from Fnatic. I mean, they set up for long absolutely as they needed to. They moved through. There just wasn't time for Alliance to come back on in. Hype going down early into the round meant that those rotations were cut off, were slowed, because you have to be checking those angles more in mid. A fantastic take coming through from Fnatic. They start things off slow, they find their opening, and they flow like water all the way up the long. Durka immediately pulling that trigger and giving Fnatic the advantage they need, looking to put that 14th up on the board and try and take themselves into the win.
I'm really surprised that this got this close. Like, I expected a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, Alliance has been showing amazing progress as team, and Banks announced it a while ago, formed this team that obviously had a few hurdles in their way. But Fnatic, they most definitely have issues against this team, and this will be a promising best of 3, but for now it is a promising Haven. Where Mystic missed at the players to his left-hand side.
Oh no.
Oh, he finally needs to kill him, and he even gets that double. Doma's on the right-hand side, and Man is eager for more. Realize that there came a few shots over out of that smoke.
Nice.
He still cannot support. That is the spike that still doesn't hit the ground. Kadafra's looking for the ace, but Doma says, I'm having none of that. Spike delivered on a silver platter.
Pulled up the Seekers as well. They know where Hype's going to be. Fantastic position right now for Fnatic. They have the spike. They know where Hype is. They have 2 players. They have the advantage. Durka has the operator. Brilliant stuff from Doma to be able to control the site. And Fnatic looking good. Durka seals the deal. And in round 26, Fnatic win their map pick. It was quad overtime last time these two teams faced here on Haven. But this time around, it's only going to be the one that Fnatic need. Alliance, unfortunately, going down 0-1 as Fnatic take the first.
A well-deserved victory by Fnatic. At the same time, how close it was over the course of this game. It could have been a 13-11 at the end of the day. It was a flawless to put us into overtime. And I'll be very honest with you, John. If this is not the most promising sign, the harbinger of a great series, then I just don't know what is. This is going to be an amazing series, and this is just the first one for us tonight.
Yeah, fantastic game coming through. I mean, sure, it was close last time around, but with the roster changes coming in for both of these teams between those two, I feel like we weren't expecting it to be this close. You mentioned it during the games. It's just not what we were looking for, which really gets my hopes up for Icebox. I was expecting Fnatic to be pretty dominant in this series, I'll be honest. But after that, I am looking forward to what Alliance are going to be able to put on the table coming forwards.
And coming forwards, well, it's going to be Icebox from the somewhat tropical Haven to the ice-cold island somewhere in the northern part of this world. We'll just be right back with you. You better don't go anywhere. We'll head into a little break, and then we head on map number 2 with Fnatic versus Alliance.
Left. Long. Spike planted.
welcome back to the VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. I mean, come on now. What did you expect? It was always going to be big. We've just seen Fnatic take Haven. That was our first map of this best of 3 against Alliance. My name is Ian Chambers. I am rejoined now by Ryan Central. We got Lothar alongside me as well. John Allen said very articulately, I'm not going to repeat exactly what he said, but at one point he said that the collective size of, let's say, courage was very strong, very big, and he wasn't lying. And Ryan, I've got to give you props, mate. You called overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these teams suffer with overtimes on Haven, but it was a good result nonetheless for Fnatic, and it was really nice to see both Durka and Doma show up when needed. Doma, he used to be like the Raze main duelist for Summon FC and Fnatic before they bought out Durka, and recently he's kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit. He played a lot of Sky in the first challenges, and he really didn't perform as well as, say, Starzo or somebody like Soulcast, because he's very new to that kind of agent. Today, not only did he have this amazing ace, but he also just did a lot of moments with some nice little pop flashes. He seems so much more comfortable with the agent, and Durka had a great tournament. I do feel, however, that it was more Durka and Doma bailing out Fnatic in a lot of these rounds as opposed to Fnatic looking dominant in a lot of these.
Yeah, I feel like that's what happened, you know, with Fnatic, because they didn't look solid. They didn't look, let's say, consolidated as typically we have seen from Fnatic in the past. They are a little bit shaky, and I feel like Alliance kind of gave them a way out because they changed the way they played. I was talking about like how Yusu kind of spearheaded a lot of games for Alliance, but that wasn't happening here because he was on the stage duty. In the past, we have seen on Haven, Alliance was playing with double duelists with the Jet and the Phoenix combo, where Cadaver was playing on the Phoenix, and that was a heavy strategy on feeding him the orbs. We have seen a lot of A control on defense and C control on attack when it comes to getting those orbs, and just playing very defaulty, very slow on attack, and that wasn't really happening here. And even if it was happening, there was no explosiveness late because we didn't have that second duelist that was giving the team so much utility. And also what you have to consider is that because of the fact that we have seen Sage for Alliance instead of the Phoenix, the ultimate economy for the team also was just so, let's say, just risen up by the team from 6 to 8, right? So it's way harder to have those turnover rounds where you use your ult to convert the power of it to win a round. So I feel like it's Alliance kind of kicking themselves, you know, in the back of the head while giving Fnatic more chances than Fnatic,
and that's hard to do.
Winning.
That's hard to do. To kick yourself in the back of the head,
Yeah.
that is a tough feat. But come on now, Ryan, you've got to give them some respect here. I know that you predicted overtime, but these guys must have taken some confidence from that first map there.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think Alliance are going to be a bit hard done by. They were, I think, the better team for a good portion of that. I think there were some nice rounds for Fnatic, but there was plenty of like dropping and leaving the spike and say A long or in even their own spawn because Mystic was holding on to it on the attack. He was holding an angle and lost the duel. It really just comes down to that tenacity of Fnatic, and really considering they were the gem of Europe in stage 2 by getting second place in Reykjavik, most people would argue that they probably should have been booked in for EMA by now, so they still have to go through this. There's less spots to actually confirm a placement. And so Fnatic, I even think going into Icebox coming up, which is a map that they were typically good on, that's going to be an even tougher time up against the line, certainly when you look at recent records in stage 3. So Fnatic looking good. It was a good win for the first map, but ultimately, there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and they are definitely a team that can handle the pressure, Lothar. And, you know, I wanted to touch on the fact that Alliance, you know, they have been plagued with roster issues in the past, but it seems like the Storm is settling a touch for them here, and they do have a good chance going into Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that they have, historically speaking, played a lot of time. In the past 20 maps, they won 4 times on Icebox and only lost once. Very effective on attack, 63% win rate on it. And they do have a consolidated a composition that they almost play every single time, which is just Jet, Reyna, Sage, Sova, Viper. So a very aggressive one. And they seem to have a simple plan when it comes to execute on those maps, because it's like a standard Viper wall on B. They do try to avoid planting on the default spot on B, and they do try try to do it like on the backside, more of the backside of the B, while Fnatic is actually playing to counter that default spot. So there's a little bit of metagaming coming onto the Icebox, especially since Fnatic is playing typically with a Viper in Killjoy, which is such a strong counter when it comes to like just anything happening on site. You just basically kill anyone who tries to plant the spike, especially on B. But on A, both teams are actually doing really nice stuff when it comes to utility to even like preemptively trying to counter the default plans by putting a Sage Wall on just A side.
Yes, well, do you know what? We will fully preview Icebox. That is, of course, where we are going next. Fnatic versus Alliance. Our second map of this best of 3 series will be after the break. See you soon. Welcome back to VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. My name is Ian Chambers. We have just seen Fnatic take Haven, which is our first map in this best of 3 against Alliance. Listen, I do want to bring in my 2 wonderful analysts that are sitting alongside me here tonight. I want to say Ryan Central first, and then, you know, there's a lot of people in chat that aren't understanding the way I say the word Lothar, because I normally say Lothar.
Lothar.
Ryan, how do you say Lothar?
I say Lothar, but I have to get out of just being Lothar. What do you think on analyst desk?
You know,
that's basically it.
Do you know Lothar Matthäus?
I'm just gonna say no, I'm sticking to my roots. Lothar. Thanks, guys, for having us. That was a cracking first map. We just took a little bit of a break to kind of take a breather, relax, and set ourselves in gear for our next map, which is, of course, Icebox. Now, in Challenges 1, recently, Ryan, we saw Fnatic lose to both Guild and G2 on this very map. Are you expecting some sort of a different approach here?
I think it's going to be tough. I mean, Lothar can probably talk about it a bit more when it comes to just Icebox with agents like Viper. It's not really a map that you can adapt and change a composition. You have to respect it. Even arguing whether you should and shouldn't have a Sage is enough of a talking point, which goes to show how disciplined you have to be compositionally to work on a map like this. Saying that though, Fnatic losing to Guild and G2 in similar ways, they were getting exploited in mid and certainly like through the tube and kitchen positions on their defense. Their composition a bit different from most people. They do run a Killjoy, which some people don't. At least Alliance haven't done in previous times. Alliance actually going to be opting for double duelist, hopefully. I don't think this is a map where you see like the KO come in, but Fnatic, this was a really bad map for them so far in stage 3. When it used to be one of their strongest, they have to adapt and do better.
I feel like, you know, you're saying that they were strong. They were strong on this map, but I feel like that was also the fact that a lot of teams didn't really know how to play Icebox yet. And now when the meta settles a little bit more and more teams are more aware what are the typical strategies, what is the typical composition, as you mentioned, having Sage on this map is almost mandatory, I would say. Not many teams are able to play without the Sage because that requires like ultra aggressiveness when it comes to the playstyle, because you basically need to kill people before you plant the spike. It's not possible to plant the spike on most of the cases on B to even just do it without Sage, right? You need that wall. And in general, it seems like right now one of the best compositions is just basically the core of Sage, Killjoy, and Viper, because that gives you so much utility just to make sure that the defense is well equipped, but at the same time this is a attack-based map, right? And then you have people playing Jet because it's a Jet and a Sova. So this is literally one of the best lineups that people can play.
Sure. I think the other thing as well to note quickly on Alliance is that they've played it 10 times in Stage 2, including Challenger 1. They're 8-2. They didn't play Guild, they didn't play G2 and lose to them. Fnatic had harder matchups, but this is a comfortable map for Alliance.
Yeah, just a quick reminder that Alliance had 3 back-to-back tours to get here in those series that you just referred to. The last 3 all included wins on Icebox. Let's get stuck into Agent Select. I want you to pick this apart for me, Ryan.
Everything's sort of as expected for Alliance. They're all locked in, and it's just the same comps that we're used to. Like I said, this isn't the map where you throw in a surprise KO trick. It's not really the kind of place where you change up dramatically. This is a great opportunity for Jusu to show people how he can be 16 years old, and he, again, is the future of a game like this. Maybe you're not expecting much on a team like Alliance, but like I said, it is where these players are fostered and grown up. And, you know, Durka versus Kat, a hell of a lot of fun. It's going to be great to watch this matchup.
Lothar, what do you think? Let's talk about Yusu a second here, right? We were just talking about the fact that this kid's 16 years old, right? Jusu, he's 16. And there's a lot of pressure when it comes to playing professionally at any standard, when you've got a lot of viewers watching you. But when the stakes are this high, that's a lot to carry on your shoulders. But it seems like he's equipped to do it.
I feel like there's the thing in the mindset that is the most important, and is not thinking about the price. It's thinking about, do I win the match or not? A lot of players that want to be a professional are thinking too much about money, about the way that what is possible to win, while the players that are just maintaining composure when playing high stakes matches are just trying to win the game and not thinking what is the main prize. And I feel like those people are gonna excel, and Yusu is very composed when it comes to playing the game, and he's also playing on very high pressure characters, right? Typically you're gonna see him on those duelists. It was an outliner on Haven when he was playing Sage, but now he's going to that Reyna, and there's a lot of pressure on a player that is playing Reyna, right? If you don't get kills, basically the character doesn't really do much for the team. And when you don't have a Killjoy because you have a Reyna, wow, that is such a stark contrast in compositions, and the way you're gonna play the game, especially on defense, is gonna be nuts.
Yeah, and Ryan, let's just be honest. The pressure is high for several reasons. One of them being the fact that you don't want to drop into this lower bracket, because that's where the heat really gets on. You want to take the easiest route possible to potentially make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And I think on this side of the bracket as well, Fnatic could do well to sort of win over here, maybe a win over Giant/Rix, which is certainly doable for Fnatic standards at least. I think it is, if you go down to the losers bracket, it's a hell of a long trip all the way back up, because you need to make the grand finals to qualify for EMEA. So you just have more games naturally that you have to play out. So even if Fnatic can get a little bit higher, even losing in an upper bracket final, just make sure that they make it an easier way through. But yeah, Fnatic, they want to make this 2-0. They want to show people that they're still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and just like you said there, just a reminder, only 2 teams will make it through to the playoffs. It is brutal, but you got to love it. Is this going to be a 2 and done, or are we going all the way? It's VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. It's Fnatic versus Alliance on Icebox. Let's get back over to our casters, Zesht and John Allen.
Thank you very much for that one. And well, I never considered pronunciating somewhat wrong, but Lofar is probably the best way to do it. I like Lofar, so I understood it. When Ian said it, I thought, easy, that's Lofar. He was calling Lofar, but at the end of the day, it seems like still people have some problems with that wah in their ears. Nevertheless, I'm gonna stop with that.
Please do.
I will. You know, all the times that Ryan said I have probably one of the worst British accents. You're right, Ryan. I'm sorry to disappoint you once more. But either way, what will not disappoint us is probably the series. We're heading over on Icebox, and it has been a banger so far.
Certainly has. I appreciate the English terminology there, absolutely. But yeah, definitely. It's been a banger of a series so far. Haven going all the way to overtime. I think fantastic testament to Alliance. But Fnatic able to come out on top. And now this is Alliance map pick. They should have a little bit more confidence here. They'll see if they can bring that overtime confidence towards their side as well. And the dismiss coming through from Juicy to open up the frags. Really good start for it.
Absolutely. A very strong start indeed. And as for switching over, don't be confused by what we're having there on the bottom. That's Magnum, obviously. But in the meantime, starting off strong is going to be the plan from Dome. As Firov still takes out Mystic, it's not going to be that easy over on their side. Yep, Dome is going to fall. And Jusu has been performing strong.
Really solid for the team, and we saw him on the Sage last time around. Sage crucial here, but another one to come through as well, looking for another stand-up performance.
Strong stuff. I mean, coping with that HUD, but no worries. Look at this smile. Look. The guy's feeling it. And, you know, actually, as mentioned on the desk, 16 years old he is. And, you know, when I was talking to someone who was previously quite involved with Volvo Peak, he said he's probably, you know, a lad that has overall, he's enjoying life. And he has a very nice vibe around him. Obviously, he seems to be, quote, and this is a quote, a meme crackhead, quote ends, but absolutely lovely lad. And specifically, I think nowadays in the Valorant universe, if you are not an expert, if you don't have a master's degree on memes, you can't be in this universe anyway.
I think that's, yeah, that is true. I think that's in the T's and C's. I have read the small print, so I'll have to go back and double check that one. But we'll see if that one comes on through. Kadavra opens up the fragging again. Alliance doing a lot of work. Juicy just misses around the corner into a waiting crosshairs, but Alliance still standing strong on the defense.
One enemy remaining.
Looker and Hype, most likely. Gonna have a quite decent time with this, as though the casualties over on the side of Alliance have been quite big. Looker has no awareness what's happening just around him. Underneath, Mystic is waiting with the barrel pointing in the direction of his teammate. And well, he's realizing what's up. Mystic is not having him on the radar right now. He passes? He passed through it.
I'm surprised Lurker let Mystic get away with that one. I'll be honest. I think that this is absolutely brilliant coming through from Mystic. The timing is impeccable.
No!
What a clutch.
I can't believe it.
What a clutch. I mean, that was phenomenal. It felt like a misstep from Alliance there that allowed that to happen coming through. Obviously, Lurker probably, I feel like you should drop down in those situations. It's a 1 versus 1. You know you're coming up against Spectre v Spectre. Sure, maybe you think you have control of the ground, but it's just so unlikely that it's going to go your way in those situations. Very, very hard. Very, very hard to make that call, and Fnatic come out on top of the coin toss.
And this is the Red Bull clutch delivered to you. He was playing around. I mean, at this time, you know, it's always easy from our perspective to say, hey, look, you could have done it way better. But at the same time, it's a little odd that he thinks that he's spending so much of his valuable moments, of his valuable seconds over on the spot. Genuinely a bit surprised by that, but either way, like I mentioned, easier to say from the outside perspective, as in the meantime, Spike is going down. Dirk is finding hype. Early entry once more on the Fnatic side of things.
It looks like it's most likely that you're going to be seeing this 3-1 scoreline with the rifles here, with the money coming on board, as well as Durka having that Vandal. I feel like Alliance really don't have a hope here. They're just going to be looking for exits in this situation. I think pushing in, they are just going to be throwing it at the wall and seeing what they can do. Jisoo does have that half armor, so doesn't quite want to throw that one away, potentially. We'll see if they're able to find any exits here as Laka moves forwards.
Doesn't seem to be the case. Also no flank that would now come from the defender's spawn, which should lead into a flawless Fnatic. No real issue. Actually bringing everybody through. Nope, only Doma is the only one suffering from the spike, but no big deal, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got those Spectres in hand as well, more than likely going to be absolutely fine. If nothing else, you can have someone drop over one of those Spectres and buy something else if they don't have the money available. But at the top there, it's Mystic has got that Viper's Pit available. A very, very important ultimate in Icebox to be able to get that post-plant really quite secure. I mean, it's very, very few and far between the occasions where you see the retake happen through a Viper's Pit. You really need that Owl Drone and the Recon Bolt online from the Sova, which sure, Fearoth can drop those in, but then you can't use them in the first half here, and that's the power of the Viper ultimate. Remove that drone, remove that Recon Bolt from the early round, and allow Durka to do stuff like that. Look at that, he's popping off.
Durka doing Durka things, that's for sure. And the Alliance are going to be fraud any point soon, I don't know. Well, a team that looked like a monolith previously struggled so far, and here the rifles can be so vital and successful. Hype's considering, he's having second thoughts in this, and obviously the call is clear. Lucker and his boys moving away. The only reasonable thing to do in the end as Fearoth makes a decision and make a call.
They're just gonna back off. They dropped the Viper's Pit in the post plant, and what do you do from there? Well, the answer is very little. You're right. It's a safe situation, especially coming into the first rifle round of your half. You don't want to be giving away too much. Keeping 3 Phantoms, keeping the armor on board has so much value, and not only that, I mean, the cost of the barrier orb and the slow orbs as well, that's non-zero, right? Keeping those on board, that's a pretty huge economic advantage. When you look at what's left behind, I think Juicy went down in the midst of that as well. That's not going to be too bad, but when you have Durka popping off like this yet again, I mean, we saw what he was doing on Haven. The guy's insane on Jet. Just taps 2 shots. Yeah, there we saw Jisoo going down earlier as well. So a fantastic set of frags coming through for Fnatic. Alliance now, they don't have the money to full buy into this round, but what they do have is those 3 rifles left over from that save.
A little break we have, very obviously. I could have guessed. And I mean, the story of Fnatic is the thing that I find extremely fascinating, considering that Fnatic is a team that, you know, in the past challenger stages was always on the edge. Stage 1, you know, no big success. Always lost very early on against FPX, ZOWIE, Ballista, so, you know, that chapter was closed early on. And the same goes for Stage 2. You know, Challengers 1 qualifier, they lost against exactly this team. Against a quintuple overtime on Haven it was. And, you know, Boaster was top frocking on Astra back then, and suddenly Challengers 2. So they beat Saw Innovation, which is definitely a different sort of caliber, and they even lose against Ascent in the qualifier game. What is the end of the story, though, of this Challengers 2 back in Stage 2? They qualify. They beat Liquid in the European Challengers, lose to them in EMEA, but at the end of the day, the end of the story, success in Reykjavik, except Sentinels, of course. So it's always like they want to book that last chance ticket at the end of the day.
Well, Fnatic's story currently punctuated by headshot after headshot from Durka, landing another one. Getting a full stop to Lucker's round as Magnum finds yet another. These headshots are really, really strong coming through from Fnatic. They're finding these picks. They're disciplined on checking these angles. And now you've got to wonder, are Alliance thinking twice about picking Icebox into this team? I know I certainly would be. So like, you just got to wonder, especially coming off of a save, just trying to keep as much economic strength as possible. Fnatic move over to this B site, and do you even want to go for this retake at this point? Do you want to try and keep some money? Because at the moment, Fnatic, they need some damage done. This is 2 rounds now in a row that they're looking good to keep 5 alive. But
there you go.
Even getting these trades, there's so much money.
Yeah, thanks for the jinx. Awesome.
Well, I had to do it, you know.
No worries. It surely this is a victory, nevertheless, for the side of Fnatic. Well, that worked as easy as possible, and the Joyce Fnatic squad wanders over to the side of B. Hey, can we have that? No worries. A pugnacious approach from Dirk once more, working according to plan. I like it. I love it. And while it seems like they feel extremely comfortable over on the map pick of their opponent.
The Killjoy advantage as well could prove to be pretty brutal here. I mean, you've got the Empress available on Jusu, but Magnum's almost got that lockdown available. Viper's Pit not really anywhere to be seen for Hype at the moment. You need quite a little bit of presence there. And Doma with that res as well, just around the corner. So a really, really solid setup right now. Durka, Pugnacious gets punched in the mouth. That's with an F, as Luka able to just shut down that aggressive push.
Well, instead of the F, this seems to be more like a big L for Durka. No real chance at the end of the day. Firov is trying to gain at least a bit of information for his squad as they equalize the scenario. Not at all. Pardon that. Want to put it the other way around. Doesn't matter. Firov keeps on. 2 versus 5 it is. And it remains staunch in round number 6. Well, pretty staunch, to be frank. Actually, it seems like a flawless so far. Whilst Fnatic's individual duels are costly, at least Mystic is winning them. There you go. Nah, no worries. I'm going to continue because it's Mystic.
Fair enough. I mean, he landed 2. He landed 2 kills over onto Alliance. Pretty solid, to be fair, against a team that's kind of struggling economically. Fnatic going to be just fine. Mystic obviously racking up a couple more pips towards the pit. And we'll be trying to get that one back online for Fnatic's post plants. Already 4 rounds on the attack here on Icebox. A really, really good start for Fnatic, but they get cut short here in round number 6. Like you say, a valiant effort, but it just felt like they were losing to some over-aggressive peaks, I think, a couple of times there. Certainly the first pick onto Durka in the tubes just felt a little bit too overzealous. I feel like that's born of confidence, which, you know, fair enough. The guy is absolutely insane, but you've got to respect this other team. You've got to respect Alliance.
And there you go. That's obviously costing you your life. You talked about it. I mean, he's eager, he's young, and, you know, against a lot of teams, he can make it work. An absolute beast against most of them. The aggressive approach you often see from him is when he goes over in front of the gates of the A side. Cadaver now giving a lot of information to his teammates. And, well, they swap directions.
Hang on a minute. Magnum just killed Hype in the Viper's Pit over on A.
That's correct.
I mean, you said they swapped directions, but it looks like they're going to pull that 180, make a 360 over towards the A site.
Tony Hawk.
And bring the spike. Is that a Tony Hawk signature? I have no idea.
I have no clue.
There's one thing I love more than Valorant. It's references that neither of us know anything about.
30 seconds left.
I've never touched a skateboard in my life. I'm really not.
It didn't go well. It did not go well.
Anything broken? Legs?
Never broken a bone.
Arms? Okay, cool. Me neither. Glad we're on the same page for that. Welcome to the No Broken Bone Club.
Milk Gang.
Seems like the calcium is working at least for one of the 2 parties here. It seems like Alliance needs some stronger bones because otherwise they might collapse easily. And that seems to be the case so far. As Fnatic prevail in the scenario once more. Another uncomfortable snake bite. Doma knocking on the back of your head. Easy kills coming in. 5 2-2. And to be honest with you, the only reference I could probably do is something along the lines of Formula 1, but I don't know if even anyone watches that anymore.
I don't even know what that is. What is that? Formula One? Nah, never heard of it.
Silverstone, Lewis Hamilton.
Oh yeah, broom broom. Yeah, now I get it. Okay, good stuff. 5-2 coming in for Fnatic at the moment. Their attack looking really very, very solid. I mean, as I said before, I feel like the only time they've come short is, well, one on the pistol, but two, when they're getting a little bit over aggressive and not really respecting Alliance's ability to frag out. This is against pistols now, and they're looking to rack up towards 6. I imagine that what we're going to see at the half is, I feel like it's an 8-4. I'm going to be honest, I feel like an 8-4 is on the cards here for Fnatic's attack. Just the way they're moving through. I think Alliance are going to find 1 or 2 more sneaky rounds, specifically 2, but I feel like that's where things are heading. If Fnatic keep playing it by the book, I don't know how Alliance are going to be able to take them down and stop them from moving in.
Yeah, at the same time, the thing that we have to mention is that the attack side is something most professional teams favor at this point on Icebox. In most cases, you see them how much they enjoy when they can set the pace and actually dictate what is going to happen on the server. What is happening on the server is a Durka with a triple. Man's feeling it. And he gets himself one frag after another. Quality kills, quality gameplay, quality Durka. And it seems like he's joining the ball club with Tom and Ryan being president and vice president there.
Yeah, certainly plenty of haircuts being dished out right now. The headshots thick and fast for Durka. I mean, look at this. I love this one tap. Look onto Juice. It just, I don't even think he knows he's hit that. That's insane. This guy is just brutal. I mean, they've got families. I don't know if anyone told him, but Jesus, goodness Christ. But it's phenomenal stuff coming through from the Fnatic attack. I think it's great aggressive position coming through from Durka. He's putting himself in these spots when he knows he's on fire and able to win out these trades. Fantastic credit to him and the rest of the team. I mean, Boaster Shaw sat at the bottom of the tables, but leading the team through Icebox, absolutely melting through it.
Ah, well. Seems like that doesn't work according to plan for the Fnatic side, but Doma's aware. Goodness gracious. You talked about Mercy and, well, they have families. There you go. Doma's on it. Double secured by him. And Magnum has been sitting behind this wall for a while now. He's, well, seemingly the one who's holding that position for a bit, so nobody's getting flanked around. Making a move over to the B side seems reasonable. And if my eyes are not lying to me, that spot is quite easy to take at that point.
Magnum moves away, and now his watch has ended over the wall. Moves over towards B with the rest of the squad, and they're mounting up with the Viper wall, with the Sage barrier orb. I mean, good job, Fnatic. They find another kill, and now they're coming up against 2. Sure, refrag, but you lose Fearoth, and now it's just Lucka.
And he's on it. Well,
okay.
Revive is absolutely crucial, but the Killjoy lockdown is coming up next. Mystic, you gotta get out of there, and that happens. It's costly for the Alliance squad because it's costing them time, but Hype's making a move around it. Most definitely he has been heard, and once that wall goes down, Magnum might just swing and find the opponent's Viper. As I say that, that's a brilliant little swarm. Oh, but this is the problem. He's sneaking around them, and he's waiting patiently to find one, and now Mystic just gotta play it. Time is his friend, but the snakebite is gonna not get him out of there. He actually made it out of there. Does he find the kill? No, he doesn't. And Hype brings it home. Looked close, looked tight, but should be working in favor of Alliance. It is, but by how much? A second.
Okay, fair enough. That's a second's actually quite a big margin there, but fantastic for Lucka to be able to get that one tap dirt nap and bring a compatriot back in as well. I feel like I mean, obviously excellent push coming through from Hype on that Viper to move on through. Has plenty of time here, taps it, brings that trade in. Mystic didn't want to invest that Viper's pit earlier on. It looked like Fnatic had that round signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah.
But it all changed in the blink of an eye. And those are the cheeky rounds that I think are going to contribute to this 8-4 half that I'm predicting for Fnatic. I feel like they're going to come back into this one, put it to the back of their mind, say, you know what, we've got the Viper's Pit, we've got this Hunter's Fury on the cards. There is very little way that these post plants can be contested. Sure, we lost out on that Killjoy lockdown, but we've still got so many tools in our belt.
starting off good, but Looker
Take it back.
as well as Cadaver are finding great stuff over there. And while everybody from Fnatic gets pushed, Boaster the last man standing. Recon Bolt comes in 10 seconds, checks everything around the site. And can you play mind games against 4 individuals? That is the question.
Well, if anyone can do it, it's Boaster, right? This guy is the brain box of Britain and the IGL to end them all. Iconic in the role, such a firecracker when it comes to that position, able to marshal the troops so effectively. The question is, can you pull it off for the rest of the squad? Finds 1, 70 HP, so not a lot more to do. 35 seconds, and it feels like he's just looking for frags here.
30 seconds left.
I mean, he could potentially play it on retake with his Hunter's Fury, but at the same time, is he not going to be pushed beforehand? If he eliminates Lucker, then this could be insanely possible due to the fact that you can only see them from 2 positions, but no chance. Boaster falls. And you remember that great Game of Thrones reference you did earlier? It was a really good one. But he did a mistake. He did a mistake. You should know that
he didn't die.
No, the watch never ends. You said his watch ended. That's what they say.
Yeah, because now that his watch has ended, it's what they say when the Night's Watch knights die. They say, and now their watch has ended.
Yeah, but don't they usually? Isn't it like on an infinite basis? Don't they always unlimited time sign for that contract?
Oh, it depends if you're talking about. Okay, look, we could get into the specifics of lore of the Night's Watch of Game of Thrones, or we could talk about the alt stack right now for Fnatic. And quite frankly, I think that's what most people are going to be looking at here, because you've got the red, you've still got that Viper's Pit and Hunter's Fury. Sure, you drop that round, you're coming up against that, and they are going to invest the Hunter's Fury there. They come up against that pit, and with Boaster going down, they lose the Hunter's Fury. Oh dear. The res coming in, sure, but you've already lost the ult, and you've now invested another.
Well, Alliance says you know nothing. You're Jake, and seemingly he's at least back alive. Well, best Jon Snow impression in Valorant so far. Firov, in the meantime, finds himself Dirk. That was on the edge. Still comes around and finds that kill in success. But Boaster absolutely obliterated the crossfire on point, and only 2 soldiers remain over on the Fnatic side.
Goodness me. 2 players remain, you're right. And I'm going to have to readjust my prediction. I think somehow Fnatic are going to lose 7 in this half. It looks like they've just completely thrown their early rounds out of the window. But Doma still playing. You've still got the heals. You've still got Mystic with the Viper's Pits. If you get into a post plant, this is a different story. Doma can draw players over towards this A site. There's a chance that you can get that plant down on the B site, get that up, and get the Viper's Pit to control the ground.
Last player standing.
Weird. I mean,
round before the switch.
This looks like a better comeback than Pierre Gasly, but it's absolutely Alliance succeeding in this, and succeeding in the second part of this first half. Don't get me wrong, the initial few rounds I would have signed it. I would have said, John, give me the paper, 8-4 Fnatic, boom, done, no worries. And right now, Alliance approach, the way they have changed it, because you have to say, I think they haven't adjusted really, is the aggressiveness. Alliance is one of the more aggressive teams in Europe. You saw what happened in front of the gates of the B side. Very obviously, that territory is something they wanted for themselves. And Jusu, he's realizing what's just coming around. He's not going to be tagged by the drone, but he's going to be taken up by Boaster. That was a wallbang coming in.
Oh, speaking of it, 2 kills immediately answer there for Alliance as the take starts to come on through, looking for a little bit more openings, but Fnatic denied again at every turn. Boaster next to fall. The knives from the sky get taken down as Doma lands the headshot now, finds another one with Mystic. And they can move away. It's a repeat of last round, but there's less players standing in their way, and no Viper's Pit on A to stop them this time.
Poison orb emitting.
I have the spike.
And if it will be tied up or Fnatic taking a tiny lead, this is the question for now. Patient approach from the big orange, and but they haven't fully decided yet. As it though seems, as Doma marches over on the site, it's a clear one. It's a very clear one that they move over on A. And Lucker, does he hit the right timing? No, not necessarily, but here comes the pit. It's all in favor of their side. And in the meantime, Hype has been taken out. Pardon, has been taken out by nobody so far. This is the right one, though, from Doma. As I said, it pretty much jinxed it. Well done, Zesht. And so only Doma remains on the high ground. He might just find the headshot onto Lucker.
6 seconds.
Or does he? 4 seconds and taken out midair. So we're tied. And that 8-4 didn't go according to plan.
I don't know what you're talking about. No one ever said 8-4. No one's ever said that before in their lives. And if they did, they would be a big silly Billy. But either way, no, absolutely fantastic for Alliance in the second half of that second quarter, let's go with that, to be able to really come back swinging, holding these angles, making sure that they're getting good trades. I mean, that first pickup by Boast, it felt like the old Fnatic from the start of the half, but they were immediately echoed and answered. The angles being taken just wasn't as coordinated as we're used to seeing from Fnatic. But now it's their chance to defend. It's their chance to try and hold that. Retake's incredibly strong with the Killjoy lockdown. You've got, obviously, all of the tools available on the rest of these agents, but they're mirrored almost exactly by Alliance. The main difference being that lockdown. The question is, what value can Jusu find on this Reyna, looking for those entries? They talked about it, I think, earlier on the desk, how Reyna is a little bit of a selfish player, a selfish agent. You have to be going for these plays to win for yourself. You have to get these kills, get these frags, get these openings, and that is how you deliver value to your team. Jusu needs to step up here.
I couldn't have said it any better there. And it's all right if you have a player who's absolutely going nuts in those games. Sure, let him do it. I'll be more than fine with it. If he's just sometimes lacking, I'm not a fan of it. But I would definitely say Jusu is one of those individuals that you can just let him play Reyna and he's doing his job. Don't worry about it. Now, as the spike is going down, though, Fnatic got to do their job, and they seem to make it work to some degree. Magnum swinging wide. Mystic does the same. The flank seems to be working at the moment. But how much attention do they pay to him? Not too much anymore. But it is Kadafra. Got the Sheriff in his hand, but the Fnatic side of things are already diffusing. You got to be quick. But Mystic's coming around just in time. 7-6, and Fnatic are switching to a side where they don't feel too comfortable at, to be frank. This is just considering a rather low sample size. Nevertheless, I'm just excited to see what this somewhat more aggressive team, the unit of Alliance, can deliver us now as they can set the pace.
That, to me, didn't feel like Fnatic were coordinating. I mean, it's a pistol round, so you kind of can't read too much into it. But it didn't feel like coordination from Fnatic. It felt like a good flank happened, and the Fnatic backlines just won those trades, won those duels in the meantime. So they've still yet to show me that they're back on form from the start of the first half. And now's their chance to do it. I mean, keep those SMGs in hand. You got Boaster and Doma looking to really quite effectively bonus. But you've got Kadavra, who's dropped onto that Marshall, really looked to invest a little bit into this round. As the heal invested as well. Jusu can't quite land the shot, Doma wins the trade.
But he would have needed to done that. Dirk is somewhat lucky, somewhat glad that he survived that. And Fnatic has taken a lot of room already. You see them in front of the gates of the A side. They don't care too much about it. Okay, moving over. B seems to be quite clear as a target for the Alliance side of things, and as they try to obtain a bit of ground, Kadafra with a brilliant headshot, but Dirk got the reply. The antidote delivered by the Finn, and no real option for the Alliance side of things. 8-6, working decently for the Fnatic side, but now we know the big guns come in, and this is where it gets serious.
Absolutely. I mean, Durka absolutely nails that clean up there. Landing those headshots. I feel like that's the Durka special, the triple kill with the fadeaway on the last one. I mean, look at that double. Goes in for the trade, 14 bullets, gets a couple of shots off and dashes immediately with the tailwind. I'm going to coin the Durka special on that one. Fantastic positioning coming through from this guy. Knows how to play against these ecos. And with the buys that they were securing in the last round, they bring that Vandal up onto Doma. Boaster, interestingly, on that Marshall as well, but full rifles from Alliance, they need to try and punch through here. They need to be very, very punchy. They've invested in 3 Phantoms, but they're against full armor, so that might come back to bite them.
Clover backing off, as they pretty much seem to exchange tags. It is Magnum who need to try to dodge that dart. No chance. And again, it is Alliance in a good spot with a good chance and a good opportunity. They've even taken more and more damage again and again, and they haven't really found themselves successful. Specifically, as we're talking about the position of Dikit, that's going to be interesting. If they really change the position, do they go for the B side or not? Nope, not intrigued.
They have got to worry about the Killjoy utility. I mean, Magnum, up close with the Spectre, sure. It's being able to move through this early phase of the push.
30 seconds left.
That's going to be fairly easy. It's when they get up close that Magnum's going to be looking to shut it down. Boaster with the Marshal, a little bit less of a threat, especially with that wall.
Magnum's waiting. 15 more seconds. This spike has to go on the ground, by the way, in case you didn't notice. It's still not where it's supposed to be, and they keep delivering pressure.
Whoa.
But at the end, it should be still working fine.
Nice.
Oh, that was close, but it was not the spike carrier. Unfortunate for Dikit, he's trying his best, but that would have been amazing, but didn't happen. No worries. Alliance are coming closer and closer to the tie. But the weapons should now end up in the hands of Fnatic, shouldn't it?
I mean, that to be fair, was... Well, that's going to work. And Boaster gets a second as well.
My goodness. I mean, you talked about a big bonus. The big bonus seems to end quite swiftly. All the money they have stacked up in their wallets, put on the table, well invested. And you see the screams coming in from Doma. I can imagine what he says, but I guess it's not too family friendly. 9-7 indeed. And that's proper stuff coming from the squad of Boaster, who once more send in Dikit to be the leading figure, the spare head of the Big Orange. At the same time, though, not the same impact we saw from him on Haven. But is that something I can really critique? Nope, not really, because it's not always easily measured by ACS or anything.
No, it's very tricky to use those metrics to actually portray the value that a player brings to a squad. So you got to pay attention. You got to keep your eyes on the screen and don't go anywhere certainly now, because it's 9-7 between Fnatic and Alliance, with Fnatic 1-0 up in their series to progress further in the upper bracket, and people are expecting Fnatic to win here. In terms of those predictions, it's almost unanimously Fnatic. For most of the people that I've spoken to over the last couple of days, people are just saying, yeah, Fnatic should be able to nail this one. The fact that Alliance are going this close to them gives me hope. If they drop down to the lower bracket, for those Alliance fans out there, you know, James Banks, I'm sure he's got his eyes on the screen as well. He's going to be happy that they've really put in a good fight, but they're not out of it just yet, and you cannot count this team out.
Oh, most likely I imagine James is right now in the gym or something, but he's definitely watching or listening or paying attention to that. In the same moment, Magnum is taken down too. That's Jusu as well as Lucker, and the rest of his squad simultaneously find all the kills. Well, it looked like they set themselves up, you know, prepared the papers, just ready to hold the speech, and in the meantime, the entire stage clashed and, well, broke down. Brilliant stuff from Fnatic, not allowing them anything at that point in time. And what I enjoy way much more than one player standing out is the majority being somewhat on equal numbers. From Dikit to, I think, Doma, the top 4 players, all somewhere between 250 and 200. And this is a sign of great work as a team. Everybody can step up when needed. When a side is attacked, you don't need to rely on one individual. That's something I love about Fnatic, to be frank.
Keeping it tight, keeping it locked down. Tail wins the updrafts, the Jets moving around, and the Harrier jump gets stronger for Fnatic as Dikit lands the dirty headshot and plays behind the crate.
How is he alive? How does he keep on dodging those bullets? The second kill he finds. Fearov can read and smell it. He almost rather dodging those bullets and moves away. And that prerequisite condition for getting the spike down, well, in this round, it is called the Viper's Pit.
Excellent, excellent dart there.
Hunter.
They haven't even got the spike planted at this point. Look at her try and finally indenture it into the site. The drop down from Boaster. Look at that heads up play. Goodness me.
Yeah, no, they got him. And this brings it down to only Fearoff, but look what he has in his hands. Technically speaking, he could still use his ult. He's not going to do it. He's not even going to be able to do that. And this brings us number 11. Fnatic keep on fighting. Quiet. Well, can you hold on a second? I gotta be disrespectful. Yeah, keep on defusing now. There you go. Obviously, this is for the Viper's Pit.
It's going to be for the Viper's Pit, but not only that, swapping out for the Phantom. Crucially, with Viper's Pit coming online, you don't want those tracers to be flying out. An excellent swap. I feel like it's, you know, a little bit of a micro play, and that is what sets teams like Fnatic, players like Mystic apart from the rest of the world in their skill. And what sets Durka apart is that his crosshairs are magnetized to heads. It's insane.
Yeah,
this guy's nuts.
I saw that. Well, maybe at the same time, Mystic just liked the skin. And he could have afford to buy one. But your point is probably the absolutely best reasoning for doing so. It's those tiny things. You're absolutely right here, John. Those make the difference. You don't want those tracers, as mentioned. And there you go. No tracers. Mystic is putting it out. Even the Killjoy ult is coming in.
Just trying to lock everything down. Boaster opens up strong. And now the spike just has to go all the way, and Durka... if there's one person you want on this flank, it's Durka. He's going to have heard that. He knows. He knows. Oh, no. Hype, no. Get out while you still can. Oh, goodness me. I feel like he might have an inkling that someone's there, actually.
Stay down.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Exactly. You might know, but it's Durka at the same time, so all your knowledge is not helpful. He's moving away at the right time. This is really something that I love about Durka. He knows when he has pretty much maximized his opportunities with the room he has gained. And he could have stayed there, obviously, and be that single gladiator in the arena, but no, reasonable. Moves backwards, says, I found the kill. Man, disadvantage again on the Alliance side.
There.
Brings it back into control,
30
moves
seconds
through,
left.
and... They're moving into the Viper's Pit. Doma playing forwards in it. Should be able to spot the barrel. First, Fearoff wins the trade. Gets the first pick. It opens up.
Oh, Mystic, he's falling as well. This means Pit is going down, and suddenly everyone's going down. Fearoff and Cadaver HP-wise don't look ideal, but Magnum waits, knows there's one around the left-hand side, and he's going to find it before that spike's going down. So at that point, just dance around it. Get that boogie-boogie with him, but just wait until your teammate is in safety. That is the case. Number 12 and Gadavra falls in the end. Fnatic are playing it by the book at that point.
Fantastic stuff from Fnatic. They invested 2 ults. To be fair, they dropped both the Killjoy lockdown and the Viper's Pit on that round. Fair enough. You want to put yourself on match point. You know you're going to be able to get another one up before the game ends, even in the worst case scenario. But not only that, you know you're breaking the economy from Alliance. Investing those ults, sure, it may seem like overkill, but what that does is give you this round with the advantage. You're coming up against a Bulldog, a Marshal, and a couple of Guardians. This is not ideal coming through from Alliance. A Fnatic looking to close it down. Durka starts strong.
And there you go. At this point in time, they say, I got enough of that. Dirk is pushing through. He's even getting that spike. After the electrifying Hunter's Fury, Fnatic got enough of your shenanigans. Jusu, I mean, it's time to use your ult, I would say. Could definitely do so, but Durka says, I'm having 0 off that. Alliance delivered us a brilliant and pretty much exciting fight, but no chance at the end of the day. Excellent game, excellent success, and Fnatic, well-deserved victory at the end of the day.
Absolutely. They were in control of that game, I think, almost from start to finish. A little bit weak, maybe, sure, at the end of their attacking half, but their defense was clean. They used everything where they needed it to. They were phenomenal on their sort of micro adjustments coming on through on that defense as well, which you spoke about. Icebox, last time these two teams faced, again, it was Haven and Icebox. It went quad overtime. Alliance were able to take that one on Haven, but on Icebox, Alliance won 13-6. So Fnatic turn around, deliver a 13-7, phenomenal turnaround, obviously, since April, so a lot has changed. Roster swaps have come on through, but still, that's the history between these two teams. And Alliance, they're now busted down to the lower bracket. They've still got one more chance, though, and as I said, they should be proud of the performance they were able to put up. When you're coming up against someone like Durka, I mean, fair enough, you know, it's just gonna be a bad day. Alliance with another chance, and we're gonna see Fnatic sail on through.
Alliance proved what kind of quality they are made of, specifically considering that this is not a full 5-man roster that is already signed this way. Still, Jusu delivering brilliantly most of the times, just seemingly not his day. But what you can do is make one of those players their day. Well, it's time for you to obviously vote for your MVP of this game. The options are simple. The options are easy. Durka, Doma, Mystic, you guys decide. Who do you think have deserved this little trophy and medal at the end of the day? Well, I would pretty much actually go for Dikit. It's a classic, it's the easy choice. At the same time, the kind of individual plays from Doma and Mystic have been excellent and exceptional. I think those are the best 2 words to describe the entire performance of Fnatic in this best of 3.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic, although I am a little bit peeved there. Justice for Boaster, I think the value that he brings to the roster is absolutely insane. I'm sad not to see him on the MVP list, but there you are. Maybe one day I'll get my wishes. But yeah, no, fantastic strategy coming through from Fnatic. It feels like they were locked and loaded, ready to go in every situation. So yeah, credit to them. This is deserved, you're right. I am happy to see them move through. People are predicting Fnatic to be able to take this whole thing in this qualification phase, and they've just shown us why. Sure, Haven, not the greatest. They showed a little bit of weaknesses. There are a couple of weaknesses, a couple of openings, but when it comes down to it, they go over to Icebox and dominate, and that's the Fnatic that people were expecting to see here today.
Absolutely, this was the Fnatic we all expected when we did our predictions, but we are about to predict you, well, that there's going to be a break happening. I'm 100% right. I am aware of that. But before we go, enjoy your next break with our song of the week. It's Kashmir with Ready to Love. So get ready for those good old dancing cats.
I don't wanna waste your time. Leave you hanging at the balance. You are all I need tonight. I hope this will last forever. You are more than just a face. Your smile brings me out the darkness. You are all I need tonight. I hope this will last forever. Cause I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready, love. I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love. Flowers hanging in the window match the color of your eyes. Dancing in a bonfire, each move with no compromise. I can't live the same without you. Your heart makes me come alive. You bring joy through all the sadness. Let's not do it unless it's the right. Cause I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready, love. I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 ready.
Welcome back to VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. This series is done and dusted. Fnatic take the win over Alliance 2-0 after a successful performance on Icebox. I'm delighted to say that I am now joined by a man whose name was mentioned a lot in chat. Everybody was going wild for him. It's Fnatic's Doma. Doma, welcome to the show. How are you feeling? I can't hear him. Is he there? Doma, can you hear me? Maybe he's listening to his favorite tune. I'm not quite sure. Doma, can you hear me? Let me try one more time.
Yeah,
hey, you can hear me now. How are you? You all right?
Hello. Yeah, I'm alright. Just won a big game and pretty good.
Yeah, you must be. I mean, what do you think a successful, convincing 2-0 win of an informed team like Alliance says about you and your team?
It says that we have like such good individuals that like when someone's having a bad game, someone else is gonna step up. And after like having a bit of a slower game one, where me and Dirk had to step up, we just like all started shooting highs in the second one, and I think that's like what carries us through.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about how just amazing that you were on Sky. How comfortable did you feel?
Oh, I feel like extremely comfortable on Sky now because she's basically a duelist, and a duelist that can support in the same time, which is like just perfect agent for me, and I feel like extremely comfortable.
Love it. It's very obvious. You guys never take the easy route to Masters. You tend to take the harder, more obstacle-filled route. Were you surprised when you look back to not get the job done in Challengers 1?
I mean, we just don't like Challengers 1. Like we just like the harder routes. It's like not fun going through the first Challengers because you have like a month of practice, no officials.
So it was all intentional, right? You did it all on purpose, of course.
Yeah, of course. Just like we'll be like Challengers 2 more.
I was, like I mentioned, I don't know if you heard me earlier, I was just saying how chat was just flooded with Doma God, Doma Pog, Doma every single time you pulled off something insane on there. How amazing will it be for you eventually down the line, especially if there is an audience when it comes to Masters 3, if you get there, to be around that sort of an atmosphere live in person?
Oh yeah, that would mean like so much to me because like I've never experienced it playing like in front of a huge crowd because obviously Iceland was just in a studio, so there wasn't the same vibes, I guess, as a real LAN with like I don't know how many people just watching in front of you. Why is both there running behind me? I don't know, but yeah, it would be really nice to actually play a LAN in front of a big crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be amazing, wouldn't it? I mean, you go into our upper bracket semi-final now to take on Giants. I'm sure you're aware of this, but they didn't drop a map in the closed qualifiers. They didn't drop a map to Rix just now either. Very tough opponents, but you feeling confident?
Oh yeah, last time we played them, we 13-1 them was a while ago, but yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Good, that's what I like to hear. Congratulations on your win. And how are you going to celebrate? What are you guys going to do now?
How are we gonna celebrate? Actually, I don't know. My birthday is in like 4 hours, so
oh, nice.
I don't know. It's gonna celebrate the victory and the birthday as well.
You should definitely do that. How old are you going to be? 18? Is that right?
18, right? Yeah, 18.
Yeah, you're going to be 18. Well, happy birthday. I hope everybody in chat sends you one in advance. So enjoy your evening, Doma, and congratulations for a massive performance tonight.
Thanks for having me.
No, my pleasure. Catch you later. All right, let's bring back my incredible, well, they're not my analysts, they're their own men. Let's bring back Ryan, Central, and Lothar back to the show, guys. It's always nice to catch up with a player when they're coming off the back of what is a successful victory such as that, Ryan. And Lothar, I'm going to come to you first. Fnatic can just play so effectively on defense, a lot more effectively than Alliance this time out.
Yeah, I feel like it all comes down to the fact that they had that Killjoy available. She was just doing so much work, even when it was unnoticed. Because the thing is, that Killjoy on defense was giving so much space for Fnatic when it comes to controlling mid, when it comes to like being confident in the way you can essentially set up your defenses and make sure that you know exactly where our opponents are. This is in combination with Dirk's like aggressive control of long, with something that will Ryan point out later on. But I would like to also say something about what Doma said, that there's Fnatic has such powerful individual players that it can always fall back on the personal prowess, right? But the thing is, that was happening on Haven when Dirka and Doma were just shining, but I feel like it was a team effort on Icebox. They woke up and they played way better than what we have seen on Haven, when they were kind of like disjointed and they were relying on that skill, on personal skill. While here on the defense, it looked really crisp. On attack, it looked crisp in the beginning, then it became really chaotic. We know how that went, right? Everyone thought it's already over when it was like 5-1 or something like that, and then suddenly it became a 6-6. So in general, I feel like a little bit more confident with Fnatic coming forward now after seeing how they played Icebox.
I think Zesht said it best himself, just saying that this is the kind of team that people are expecting to actually win this Challengers, right? It was a much more informed Fnatic. Bear in mind that they came through Challengers 2 and Stage 2 to make it to EMEA and then to get second in Reykjavik, so they are a little bit of a late bloomer. They are going to be a team that gets there in towards the end, so it's not too surprising and too worrying, I suppose, for Fnatic fans to still see them vying for a qualification spot, because there's still potential, and we saw it today, absolute dominance from them against Alliance.
I mean, Dom has clarified it now. Like, all the rumors can be put to bed. They intentionally did not want to go through in Challengers 1 because it's not as fun, Lurther.
I said in the pre-show, or not pre-show, but pre-match, that Fnatic just likes to challenge themselves, right? With everything they can, with trying out different agents, with trying out different strategies when it comes to like the way they approach the game. They are the meta breakers. This time we didn't see anything like revolutionary coming from them, but we also didn't see Bind. I'm really curious how they will play Bind in the future, and I feel like against Giants we're gonna see that because it's a more common map for those teams. I just want to know, do they play still the 3 smokers or not, right? Or the 2.5, since Viper is not exactly a smoker, if someone knows what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, sort of. Ryan, Ryan, do you think that Alliance can progress further now once they drop down into the lower bracket? Did you see enough from them to potentially go further in this tournament?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Haven, it really came down to overtime, and I think if we see Alliance taking that first map, then Icebox could look really different, because Fnatic are a map down, the mental has to be strong on a map where they've looked awkward, but I would say that their fundamentals looked a lot stronger overall. I think Alliance, just anyway, even if they go out now, it's still a work in progress for this team. They've got young players like Kada and Jusu who had moments where they showed up and went over there, but yeah, really to break down what made Fnatic so strong is a map that, or round even, that didn't really have that many kills in the end, certainly when you're looking at what Dirka and Magda were able to do. We should have a clip in just a second where Dirka, first of all, this is a great spot for anybody to take. I think Lothar pointed out first and foremost, it's a nice position that the defensive jet's in, but I like that Magnum's in a spot where he can play off of this. If we see Dirka being ran down, which if you're paying attention to Alliance, they're very quickly trying to rotate and go through there, but Magnum is watching through that orange position. He has alarm bot in mid. He's already booking it back to B just in case, so better fundamentals, better protocols for Fnatic. They weren't getting caught out in mid. There was no successful lurks from Alliance, and because of that, the attack of Alliance was just absolutely silenced, and Fnatic went on to win it.
For sure. And Lothar, I know that you wanted to touch on some of the post-plant lineups as well that you saw in attack.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of misconception of, especially in the audience, when it comes to the post-plant lineups and their effectiveness, right? There's a lot of outcry when it comes to like, oh no, post-plant lineups meta is destroying the game and so on. I don't think that is the case, because in all of the rounds that we have seen post-plant lineups being used, with the shock darts, with the snake bites, with anything else, with the nanoswarms, those rounds were basically already won by Fnatic. Like, it was a 2v4 retake for Alliance, or it was like 3 versus 5, and in all those rounds you just have such a small rate of success in retaking. A lot of teams will just go for a save even without trying, right? And it's not because of the post-plant lineups, it's just because the odds are already there, and those are like taking out of context. And I feel like the current balance of the game is actually pretty good when it comes to managing like the expectations and the way like teams are actually executing. And it's just a snowbally strategy, but it would work similarly if the team would just be playing on site and playing the numbers. So I don't think it's a problem, and I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, well, we asked you a little bit earlier on who our player of the match would be. We gave you 3 options. It was Dirka, Doma, or Mystic, and I can reveal that our player of the match was, of course, Dikit. Any surprise there? Do you know what? There was some outstanding performances there, but Dikit had to put the cherry on top of the cake, really. Do you not think, Ryan? I'll come to you first.
Yeah, the flashy stuff, but Doma still won me over with some top-tier Sky, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more up against Giants tomorrow.
Absolutely. Right after the break, you don't want to go anywhere. We are just getting started. We'll be tucking in to our lower bracket best of 3, BDS versus Vitality in a few minutes' time. Maybe put the kettle on if you've got enough time. If not, put your feet up. We'll be back in a few.
Shut to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you. To look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot.
All right, welcome back. It's the VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. The maps are coming thick and fast today and tonight. We've been here for all afternoon, and it is time to get stuck into our lower bracket best of 3. My name is Ian Chambers. I am, of course, not sitting here alone in my way too snazzy shirt. I was given some false information by our producer that we're all wearing snazzy shirts. I'm the only one doing it, as I can prove right now with Ryan Central and Lothar with their plain shirts looking all normal and cool. Guys, it's been quite a nice journey so far to get to this point, and we are now getting into our first lower bracket, BDS versus Vitality. One of these 2 teams will progress, the other drops out of VCT. It's high stakes, Ryan, for these 2 teams, both of them coming off the back of a loss, of course.
Yeah, I think for BDS is a little bit more on there because they did make it to Masters 1. I think they have 20 circuit points on the board, Vitality of 0, but they've had some pretty good results over 2021. They beat Ascend, they knocked them out of Stage 2. but I would say that the pressure definitely falls onto the French team more consistently. I think Mitch earlier on said it best, that they're just a team that's really fallen out of favor. They brought in a jet player in Gatch, but I mean, we could talk about this for ages. They change up the players and the roles so often, you're not going to get consistent results. But yeah, this is a really difficult match. And BDS, I think, are going to be really feeling it going into an informed Vitality, even though Vitality narrowly lost to Team Liquid.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, BDS finished 7th in Challengers 1. Their last loss was to the team that sent their opponents down here, Liquid. 3 losses on the bounce in total, and it's not going to get any easier from here, is it?
Yeah, it's something. I was a big fan of the way that we have seen BDS play in the past. They had a very concise plan every single round. The fundamentals were very crisp when it comes to like playing off each other, more small synergies, and just trades always being available. And then somehow the BDS started playing a little bit less crisp than before, and even started making really odd choices when it comes to map pulls and map bans and so on. Especially now visible against 10-star, because I had the privilege of casting 10-star in the open qualifiers on my channel, and I was really surprised of how they played Breeze. They played with a double Sentinel with Cypher and Killjoy, and had really crisp Breeze map on defense. And then we see BDS start off with a Breeze against 10-star, and they lose that very heavily. So there's a lot of pressure on them right now to break that lose streak. And the thing is, BDS was always huge on clutches, but clutches require huge mental fortitude, and this is not something that you just, it's not a typical normal situation. So it's going to be tough for the BDS.
Yeah, I mean, you can't overemphasize the pressure on both of these teams right now. Lothar doesn't seem too confident that he's seen what it takes from this side for them to maybe handle and carry the load when it comes to this level of pressure. Ryan, are you feeling a similar sort of way here?
I think so. I thought the Gatch was going to be an addition that adds a bit more consistency to this roster. I think a similar thing with TSM over in NA, of just Leviathan coming in going, I am just playing Sova. That is my job. Everybody can play around me. And because of that, you see Sub Rosa and all of the rest of TSM being able to play around that, changing agents, but knowing that they're not going to have to play the Sova. I thought Gatch on the Jet would be enough, but we're seeing Hoppy jumping in and out, Takas in some... It's just much more inconsistent. I really dislike watching teams that change up from one player playing a Cypher, to then a Phoenix, to then an Omen. How are you meant to get consistent results when you're not playing agents that do... It's a whole role change. Your whole game plan changes with it. So I think that's one of the reasons why BDS looks so wishy-washy. Takas, for example, insane on Icebox in the first half of the final map up against 10-star, but then dipped off in the second half. I think he only had 2 kills. The first half, it was plus 20, I think. So it really does highlight how inconsistent this BDS team can be. And Vitality... I think a close loss against Team Liquid is still good for that mental. They're going to feel confident, and I think Fnatic, they already won it. Vitality should be taking this one.
Lothar, when you talk about consistency, it's important for any team in any sport or esports. And for the fact that these guys haven't been able to find a composition that works, can you really blame them for keeping on switching and trying to find something that really clicks together? Or would you suggest that you stick with something until it works?
Well, the thing is, BDS was sticking to their roster for a very long time. They played in qualifiers for First Strike. They were actually playing as the name Opportunist, and they were one off qualifying. There was one match off into qualifying of the main event, and there was like a recurring theme for them. It was always the one off on the proving grounds as well, and then the challenges as well, and they stuck with the one lineup, and they practice and they try to make it work. But at some point you need to like ask yourself, do we really need some change, right? And I feel like right now in the transitional, let's say still form, when it's not consistent, and that's a big problem. And as Ryan pointed out, it's actually very important to have a player that is especially important in attack, like a Jet player who's consistent, who you know how he behaves. And it goes a long way when it comes to just expectations, right? You see that in Ascent, an example. We've seen it, one of the most consistent players in when it comes to Jet. And you can see the same in Finance with Alive, when they just have that execution ready because they know how the Jet plays. But if BDS, as Ryan pointed out, have different players who play that Jet, they don't have the same type of expectations. So it's a problematic situation for them, because this is the highest possible stakes when it comes to Valorant right now, right? If you lose this one, you're out of VCT. That's super painful, especially because we have so many big tournaments still ahead.
Absolutely. It's all to play for. Let's talk about Vitality. Ryan, you've alluded to them already. Started well in their best of 3 earlier on against Liquid. Win on Bind, but then they got slapped on Split before falling on Breeze 2. There are positives to take from that result, but there's lots to work on as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we're bringing Shalabi into the roster incredibly recently, like just this stage. He's been playing a bit of Raze. It looks good. His Sky is on the up, I'd say. You want to see a fresh player like him beat on the Julius for the most part, but Loki stood up as well, being able to be on the Jet. I think the Vitality are looking really good, but whether they're EMEA or even Berlin levels of good, I don't think so. But this is a great way to get people's attention, and they've had some really nice upset wins with Ascend, like I mentioned in Stage 2. So this is a team that is ripe for the opportunity, and I think they're going to want to take it to the ex-Opportunist players.
Absolutely. Let's find out right now which maps we will be going to. Lothar, we're going to bring up a graphic, and I want you to talk us through the selections we have here in front of us.
Well, typically we see both of those teams don't really play Haven, so I'm not really surprised that we see a Haven ban from Vitality. Breeze is more of a surprise because we have seen, well, maybe not from BDS, right? I would expect BDS not to want to play the Breeze after that Tensa game, but it's being it's being banned. But now when it comes to Bind, this is a map that both of those teams don't really play that much. In the past 20 maps, which is like I feel like very relevant right now when it comes to VCT, BDS only played Bind twice, and it was a 1-1 score, 1 win and 1 loss. And when it comes to Vitality, they played only 3 times, and it's 1 win, 2 losses. So there are very low expectations right now coming from me when it comes to like the way the teams were gonna play, especially since BDS is a little bit on a back foot just on the team compositions, because so far they played without Viper on Bind, which seems almost mandatory if you want to succeed on this map.
Ryan, if we're talking stats, this is a tough one to predict, isn't it?
Definitely. I think that it really just comes into form. It's just that last-ditch attempt overall, and I think the Viper's going to be an important one. Certainly Sender, you could put him on a donkey and he'd still win a Grand National. That's the kind of player that he is overall, so you expect some good work out of him for Vitality.
Do you know what? I actually want to get some predictions here, guys. I don't know if you guys have actually publicly said who you think might win this, but if not, let's do it right here, right now. This best of 3. It's a tough one to predict because you never want to say anybody is going to go home because it's a horrible consequence of this tournament. But someone has to. Ryan, I'm going to come to you first.
I think 2-1 Vitality. BDS, I just want to see him play a good map. That's all I really want to see from them.
Lothar, really quick from you.
I think Vitality is going to take it. Right now, BDS, especially on Bind, is a little bit predictable with attacking heavily on B. So if Vitality is prepared, they're going to take it.
Well, it's only fair if I say BDS then, right? Let's get stuck into Agent Select. Mr. Central, talk us through what we are seeing before our very eyes here.
So I guess for BDS, it's more who's playing, who isn't. They got Gatchin, so that means that they're playing without the Hoppy on their roster. They are going to be playing a bit of that Viper. Takas has been playing on stuff like Icebox, so that lines up nicely. Logan has been moving away from the Sentinel role, so he's playing Brimstone for the first few times. Shalabi back on that race for Vitality. Everything's straightforward for them, but yeah, BDS, a whole different roster, never mind different agents.
Look, yeah, I very much like the fact that BDS now picks up Takas on the Viper. This is a huge boost to the performance, defense performance, especially, right, on Bind, where the players are now perfecting the way they play Viper on Bind defensively. And it's such a huge impact. And at the same time, we'll still see that both teams are having the core of those teams intact. We see the smoke as additional power when it comes to the utility of cutting off the corners. And the thing is, now it's gonna all come down to the way that the players have. Do they have enough knowledge about how to play those? Because we didn't see much yet from BDS when it comes to Bind and the way they played. And the way they played Bind before. Is it effective enough to be better than Vitality?
We're about to find out. It's time to get stuck into this. Map 1 of this game-changing, tournament-changing best of 3. It's BDS versus Vitality. Of course, we've got to throw across to, once again, the wonderful. I'm falling in love with these men. Zesht and John Allen. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much for that one. Well, I have to give this love back to you, obviously, Ian, but at the same time, we have to give love to this game. Valorant has been proven to be an outstanding esport at this point in time, and, well, as mentioned, the saddest part just comes right now. Who's going to be eliminated? who's not gonna take part in this entire amazing circus called Valorant Champions Tour? Well, either Vitality or BDS. And Ryan said he's having this one in favor of Vitality. I'm with Ryan on that, but what's your point on that one?
I mean, obviously the Vitality predictions were coming through from 100% of the people who are verified on that desk, verified on Twitter, obviously Ryan Central. If you didn't know, get to know. He's certainly verified, so that means that his opinions are therefore more important, which means I can't disagree with them. To be fair, I wouldn't even if I could. I think Vitality have looked very strong. Obviously, with the recent addition of Shalaby to the roster, it's been a little bit tricky to sort of really find their feet to bring him into the fold properly, but it's starting to sort of come together. They're very scrappy. They're willing to take this chance, and I feel like they are the team that has fight in them. BDS, especially after such a massive loss of 13-3 earlier in the day, it's going to feel bad. That's going to sting. So maybe they're a little bit more wobbly on their feet. I'm expecting Vitality big things is the underlying message of what I'm getting at.
I'm feeling you that one. Absolutely. I'm with you. And as we're right now getting close to our first execution, it's gonna start off good for Akuma. But Chalabik is at least countering that. While Vitality haven't decided yet entirely. The A site seems to be that intriguing spot where they'll end up on, but nope, still taking their time.
No Viper as well on the side of BDS. They talked about it on the desk. Could prove to be tricky. No counter really to these one-ways. Moving through on that short. Very difficult to move on through. I hate that crosshair gatch, but we'll have to put up with it. Moving on up to the U-Halls. They go for the push, trying to take down Takas, but not really going to be able to do too much there. Logan for one, but Vitality chime in for two as the Spike gets planting.
Proper stuff. Well, Spike is not going to hit the ground on the end of the day. All working fine for the BDS side of things. A very, very awkward round we just witnessed. I mean, coming down to the time, very unlucky scenario at the end of the day, but still surprising to me to some degree. BDS, a team that, you know, started this trend, or is one of the few that started this trend on the six-man rosters where you swap up players. I am genuinely not sure if I'm a fan of it yet, to be honest. It's so difficult to really predict if that's a good idea or not, because you always have to put into the equation, who do I prac with, what map, when and why, and what way do I swap around? Because it's not Lego. You can't just put one block on the other and say, haha, that's it, done. No, it's not working that easy.
I think that is how it's notoriously simple to build Legos. So.
See, but
no
not like this.
No complexity. What can I say? But already over towards Hookah. BDS opening up on the defense, and Logan holding strong for now on the top of the tube. Drop backs to sight. And with that, a rethink in strategy needs to start to come on through from Vitality. On the pistol, you're right, it felt chaotic. It felt like there wasn't a clear-cut plan. They really didn't clear too much of the site. They looked like they wanted to get a fast plant, but it just couldn't happen. And they didn't have a fallback coming on through. So now they need to try and pick up as many as they can. And moving on in Gatch, if he pushes too far, might just be the guy to go down.
Good stuff from Sender. Logan is taking a bit of room over onto Hookah. And only Vac and Sender remain. That 2 versus 4 seems impossible, and it should obviously remain impossible, but we saw sometimes trust mistakes cost them lives and rounds. Well, Vac, good luck, have fun, but no Vac shots from him. 2-0 for BDS. Now the real weaponry is coming out for the Big V.
Vitality looking to put those guns back in their hands, and obviously with the bonus round from BDS, this is the standard set plays that you see in terms of round numbers. Vitality look to try and take this one down. In terms of bind, I feel like, you know, you've got Shalaby on that raise, such a known player on this agent, coming through from his performances in previous rosters in Team Anubis, back in MENA, in Egypt as well, representing in the campus clash. So fantastic stuff from this guy. Really a standout player. Raise a specialty potentially for Shalaby, and we'll see if they're able to have the impact that they're looking for on it. here on Bind. Obviously, Bind, one of the more prolific Raze-style maps, clearing out places like Hookah, clearing down U-Hauls, a lot of power to move through quickly, and the lineups that this guy has in the back pocket are insane as well. So look out for those from Shalabi, but BDS, and they're giving them no quarter.
Vitality got to play only with 3 in this one, and considering we're coming out of bonus situation, a bit surprising in the end. 50 more seconds on that clock remaining. Sender's going to be realizing, I can't pretty trespass that one, and suddenly the support could just arrive easily. Well, you have to break that wall. Are you, though, dedicating yourself to that site?
Zoning away, keeping those blast packs there. Shalabi moving forwards quickly, covering ground.
30 seconds
Vitality own the A site right now, but there's a lot of forces looking to retake it from them, and they're in a really good spot to do it.
Yeah, you don't want to end up like that round number 1 where suddenly the time is not even in your favor anymore. But Vitality got the spike down. BDS are intrigued to make this a swift one, but there is a lot of opposition that is just awaiting them. Loki playing on the edge of that wall, but just falls down in time. And as Sender falls as well, it might just all collapse. It is only Loki standing. Vitality need the first round, but they don't get it. BDS, once more on it. Brilliant stuff. And the most worrying sign for me right here, John, orbital strike.
Very difficult to play through. Very, very difficult. Not only, well, to be fair, not even only to play through, right? It's also difficult to hold off in a post plant. And that's kind of where Vitality slipped up a little bit there. They weren't covering off short. They felt like that was going to be guarded with those sight lines. And all credit to BDS. You know, it's so tempting. You're playing 2 players in U-Hauls, you hear that spike starting to get planted, and you want to swing, right? You want to be going out and getting those frags, stopping that plant. But the calls come through. They say, chill out. Let's wait. We're going to hold. We're going to let them get this spike down, and we're going to retake us 4. That's exactly what came through. They played it perfectly timed, and they allowed Vitality to sink themselves in that ship that they sailed all the way up to the A site.
Takis moving backwards. No Lambs control out, but Vitality, well, that was swift, that was fast. Spikes on the ground, over on the A site, and as Takis is holding Lambs comfortably and casually. Is he hitting him off guard? Yes, he does. BDS don't want to end the streak anytime soon. He doesn't see a thing, though. Poor Takis blind in the end and definitely needs some glasses. But here it comes. The orbital strike gets all the players out of Lambs. Brams is taking a long way around, who still has a Molotov to do something in the post plant at least. But still, the control has been taken. They have halved it. They go on. And the Tower of Strength called BDS is going to be taken out. They still have an opportunity to deny the defuse. But the Molotov has not landed according to plan. This could be working. Oh, gosh, you got to do something about it. And there's no chance. That spike's going to explode and blow them all up. Time was their friend and utility as well.
The new blood for Vitality holds them in the round. Brings that one on the board, gets them off the mark. A great round to do it as well. That's going to hit the BDS economy. It's going to make sure that they can keep it unlimited and just, you know, get them a little bit more chilled. Shadowby, you can see, nails that headshot. Even with the half there, just tucks away in the corner. Had 2 blast packs available as well. If Gatcha tried to stick that, it would have been going down either way. So fantastic stuff from Vitality to be able to pick up that round. Now we're into a full rifle, an A sight on the cards. No orbital strike to contend with. You've got the Seekers, you've got the Viper's Pit. If this is a Vitality that if you get onto site, you're not taking it back.
Tell me what you want, but you hate to see this. I mean, I don't necessarily hate to see it because of Vitality won, but you hate to see it because the reasonable thought would have been BDS easy retake lol, but that obviously didn't happen. And a minute 10 on the clock, it seems like they now fell in love with the A site, at least for the moment. And I don't know how you feel about it. For a second, I thought 5 players end up on the A site for BDS.
Vitality still yet to make that full move, but trying to exit out the showers. There's the paint shell over the top. The slows, the utility being invested now for Vitality. They're loading it up. They're trying to cock the gun, and there goes that Viper's Pit. They're trying to just hold on to this with everything they've got. They've even got the Showstopper now available. Sender falls. The Viper's pit's down.
That's the worst. Absolutely the worst. 30 seconds. And they haven't even wasted a thought on swapping positions. Intrigued over the A side, and they'll go with it. Spike, though, once more dropped to the ground, whilst Takis doesn't stand a chance. Logan is here for the revenge, and the body's got the control over the side, except Shalabite, who stands a major chance, but, well, there you go. Nobody stays alive, but Akuma is closed the case. Oh, well, for a second I was somewhat scared, but no, they got that.
I mean, I said this is a Vitality that if they get onto the site, you're not going to take them off. It felt like they had never got onto that site. I mean, they dropped the Viper's Pit, sure, for Sender, got taken away. It was just never the case that they fully had control of a site. You need to be getting on there with everything. You need to be getting through. Now they don't have Seekers. Now they don't have that Viper's Pit. They have Orbital Strike and Showstopper. So this is a Vitality that needs to run as fast as they can and bang their faces against the wall to see if they can break onto the site. The question is, do they do it this round, or are they going to hold back for when they have a little bit more weaponry? I feel like you don't want to overinvest on these rounds when you could be looking for those pop-ups.
Very much indeed. And Jalwep seems to be getting through to market. The nade is forcing him to make a move. Well, even the small little paint shells get him out of lamps easily. So lights out it is for him. Rodent, can he escape? Well, to some degree. Still, there is the judge. Verdict spoken, but Logan getting the headshot ready. No option for the Vitality side of things. Take your own medicine. Take it. 5-1 for BDS. Proper start.
Really solid. Yeah, absolutely. And counter to a lot of the thoughts, obviously, on the desk, on what we were saying here. I mean, sure, this is BDS's map pick. They should be more comfortable here. Picking it up, they think they have an advantage. So far, they've shown us that they have. But you have to take into consideration the momentum that's gained from that pistol round. Sure, you win a round. It's kind of only been 3 properly competitive rounds so far in this half. And of those, it's 2-1 right now to BDS. That is not really too much to worry about for Vitality just yet, but still, you need to be starting to put them up because you don't want to be down at the half on your defense here.
No, you don't want to be. Fully with you. And, you know, Vitality seem to be unfortunately missing a slight bit of ingenuity when it comes down to those executes, in the sense of that I hardly see any fakes, I hardly see any kind of swaps late in the round. It seems like they dedicate to a side and then they do it. And that ingenuity is just missing from the Vitality side. At least this is what it feels like.
Absolutely, and BDS are just ready and waiting to find these shots. They're landing damage. They're keeping them at bay with 45 seconds as well. Vitality are fairly committed to B. I mean, the spike's over towards that teleport. They can move over to A, but they just don't have those openings. This is what you potentially wanted to see. They've left the Viper on the defense. They've left that Viper with the Viper's Pit over there. Can Roden knock out these shots?
And this is where Logan chimes in. Goodness gracious, the right click coming in from Roden. This is nasty. Failing with his operator, making it work with the free pistol to get a round start. Roden is definitely on it, but not much more to do. Takis would still have the Viper's Pit, but he could be the savior of the round again. Takis is. It looked dangerous for a second, but put the Viper on the server and let him do the job. Excellent stuff coming out from him. Really strong performance. And at the same time, how scary it looked over on B.
Wow, fair enough. I mean, absolutely fantastic from Takis to run through and get this clutch. Let's take a look at that replay. I mean, clean retake coming through. Knew exactly where he was looking. 2 headshot kills. Brilliant. I was a little bit disappointed. The Rodent didn't get a little bit more value over on that long, but still that jumping right click, very, very valuable. Kept things to a minimum. And now comes the Viper's Pit. Controls the showers. And there's very little way that Vitality are going to be able to get back in on that A site. Luckily, they've spread out. They're not playing aggressive in just one position. Fortunately for them, though, they've lost both key ultimates on the Raze, on that Brimstone as well. So no Showstopper, no Orbital Strike going to be on the cards. That's going to slow them down a little bit. And with a round or 2, or maybe even 3 before Sender and Vac have the Seekers and the Viper's Pit online, it's looking pretty sparse right now when you're coming up against that. Well, obviously they invested the Viper's Pit this round on the defense for BDS, but you've got Logan on the orbital strike. That's going to hold you off. That's going to be very difficult to deal with. The advantage for BDS right now is more than 6-1. I'm looking at this and thinking 8-1 is really on the cards right now.
For you.
And every time I'm proved it a little bit wrong. Trying to fall a little bit back. Rodent nails the first shot for BDS over on this B site.
Yeah. And there he goes. They were going to counter.
Marshall over op. Who knew?
And Logan got to be checked. This got to be a very cautionary measure. No chance in the end. And the spike has been brought into the sand. It doesn't vanish yet, but it's 5 more seconds to get that spike down. Is anyone going to hold him up in time? Yep. It's going to be Takas again. Doing an excellent stuff. And man, oh man, would have I expected this to be so one-sided. I genuinely wouldn't say that this is such a shrewdly BDS who are just doing this coruscating moves again and again. It is just a vitality, missing a bit of cohesion there, missing a bit of team play. And obviously, can you be mad at them? No, they're still playing with a stand-up at this point. And that's obviously way different than playing with a roster that even thought about extending to 6.
Yeah, it's certainly, and if you'd have said this game was going to be one-sided, not many people would have predicted that it was going to be this BDS dominant. Now with Sender on that Viper's Pit, they need to get up to the site, and this is just what Vitality have not been able to do. You spoke about a lack of ingenuity, and that is what it feels like. Vitality currently floundering to try and find an opening that just is not presenting itself. BDS have it on lock. They're moving people where they need to be. Vitality thinking about investing the res here over onto Shalabi, but Akuma's there to just take it straight down.
Vitality just, they simply can't flourish. Can't make up any space. No territory really gained early on in the round. It's not like they're working off any major advantage and then just wait it out. It's really just the execution that they coordinate and then, well, obviously execute. Who could have guessed? And as Rodent, it's just going away from all the action that's coming towards him. Spike most likely will hit the ground just this moment.
Okay. Sure. I mean, Takas just rolls straight on through, brings another player down, but the spike gets planted, and Vitality now have a little bit of control with no Viper's Pit. It's not full, but Loki nails another kill. Keeps them in the running, and Vitality look to try and hold on for now. Only threat comes from the site. Takas isolates them in the corner. Vac punches out with a back to the wall swing strong. Brams with 2. And a nail in the coffin there to the round. Vitality hold out the post plant against 4 from BDS.
And, well, I can't be lying to you. I'm a little bit bewildered by what just happened there. Vitality seemed like they could not win this with a proper double peek from Takas as well as Akuma, but it seems like communication was just missing there. Just double swing, and, well, there you have a sandwich of Vitality, but that didn't happen. But it's just round number 2. Obviously, 10 rounds could be secured by BDS, but, well, if Vitality finally got some fuel for their machine, and now they run and fire on all cylinders, we're going to figure that out.
Here comes Rodent. There's a teleport as well that's come in through the back on the defense and swings out with the showstopper. Nails the kill onto Vac, and on a rifle round at this kind of round difference as well. That's a crucial pick for the defense on BDS. They take out Vac, they take out the Seekers, and really the only wrecking ball that can smash through the wall here to lead them in with that ultimate. Lucky for them is that they're not against too many ults from BDS. There is the res in hand, sure. But if they can take down that res, if they can take down the Sage, then all of a sudden, it's a different story. They equalize, and there's no possibility of that res. Moving over towards the B site, though, it's more than likely the Sage is going to be on the retake. If you take a player down towards their spawn, towards hookah, towards elbow, that's a resable position if BDS play their cards right. So you need to be worried not only about if you can win these fights, but where you take them as well for this push for Vitality.
Shalaby entering the side with his mates. Taka's the only one waiting back in the container. The right timing, he's not gonna hit it. Well, he should have, but at the end of the day, shots were not on point. Well, suddenly, as we see right there, something has just left us. That was actually the possibility of a Viper's Pit, but as I say that, the revive, the resurrection didn't go according to plan, and well, Vitality, their defiant approach is bringing them the third. Wouldn't have expected that necessarily. At the same time, well, somewhat unfortunate.
Yeah. The theory behind that res, I think, was sound. You get them up, you bait out the peaks, you try and force them to stop that res from going through. There was a player over in hookah and playing from spawn, but a crucial barrier orb from Loki isolates that player. No more do you have a crossfire coming through from spawn. You look towards hookah, you nail that player, absolutely take them out of the equation, and immediately you pick up a second as well. A quick trade down mid. It's good news for Vitality, but still they're down 7-3. Brahms forced now into play against this short, and Roden nails the shot with the Sheriff.
Oh, I would be surprised if BDS would be suddenly bogged down by what they've done just the previous few rounds, but obviously, what I learned from Kakuka, this is called a pocket round by BDS, so seems like what they just pull out of their pockets works brilliantly. But, well, can be done in a matter of seconds. Swapping over to the side of A seems to be the direction. If it is a fake or not, depends if Vac is finding a kill or not. But here's the revive. Now they know where Brams is. Take a look at that flank from Akuma.
Nailed the res there, needed that orbital strike on board for the post plant. If they can get up to site, they can get the spike down again. They can look for it, but instead of the post plant, they invest it on the push, and it's gonna go well. Brahms takes one, Shalaby with another. Roden curtails it out of curtain, out of showers, but we'll pull the curtain across, and an excellent flank and a Thrifty comes through. BDS out of nowhere, retake the round.
Last round in the half.
You gotta be joking me that this is working out easily. No way at all. That suddenly BTS make it work off of a few pistols they bought.
Let's take a look at that. I hope we get to see Akuma. I mean, they open up, they get great kills. Vitality looking to move forwards, but all of a sudden Roden nails the shot on Shalaby, and Akuma just bang, 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 bang. I think that's 6 shots total, taking down 2 players as Roden continues to rain down from the showers. Excellent from BDS to hold on to that.
Well, BDS off the leash, untethered, as they want to be that authoritative force over here on Binds, and most definitely they are for this second. Roden is coming with the support. The pain shells land right where they need to. Brams is out, a kill after another, and suddenly Hook is becoming more of a slaughterhouse than a fuming room.
Vitality are going to be fuming after that last round. See if they can come back swinging. It looks like they're taking down Roden over on the long. Spike not committed yet, and it looks like a regroup on the cards of Vitality. Now they can choose where they want to go. No ults to contend with. They don't need to worry about a Viper's Pit on any entryways, which means they have the pick of the litter when it comes to it. And what this time has done is allowed BDS to push out, but what it's also allowed is for Vitality to consolidate their position, wait for this aggression, and use that to their advantage.
And this is where you really got to ask yourself if that push was mandatory, or if, I mean, I get it that you want to gain the piece of information and try to rule out where the aggression is going to come from. At the same time, well, you could call this an overextension, maybe to some degree, but it's not over. That round is not done yet. Takas, as well as his teammates, still stands somewhat of a chance. So, Cat just taking his time. I still got my doubts that they actually make this one work. Sure, the wall is going to fall down any second soon. The snake bite might be valuable to get Loki out of position, but there's still 2 others who are very intrigued to make a move. And as I say that, back low HP to be taken out. At least that happened, but I got my doubts that much more than that is just gonna be happening.
The Viper is still up and available for Sender.
No.
Has got the snake bite, and there's no way it can go through. There's just no time. No progress on the defuse. No bullets in the chamber, and the teleport's there to kill Gatch as well. 8 and 4 on the half. Vitality with a late resurgence, but still pretty significantly down at the half. Now it's their turn to hold out on the defense. Are they going to be stronger here? Are they going to be able to find those frags? It felt like they weren't proactive, and that's where they were losing out on their attack. Now it's their turn to be a little bit more reactive, and maybe that's more within their wheelhouse here on Bind against this roster from BDS.
I will not die here. One enemy remaining.
And considering the kind of damage you deal in this round, it's nice and great. Obviously, not relevant as we're swapping sides. Well, oh well, will problems ensue for Vitality at this point?
Go for the throat.
Or will they rise like a monolith? I don't know. But at the same time, I'm sure I'm more than eager to find out. Same as for with John here, but at the same time... No way!
Oh, Brahms.
He's capitalizing on that!
They can't even peek him. There's pressure from Loki, and there's the teleport. Oh, Shalabi with the right click.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Roden last man standing. The nade goes right where it belongs. 53 points of health left. That little Tasmanian tiger, no way.
Man, escaping the sightlines there. Drops out the Doomba as well. Isolates some of those bullets. Needs to get that reload in. Roden does manage it and actually picks up the spike. Moves towards an orb. Vitality giving more quarter than you'd expect against BDS here.
Hold on.
Roden has made it to A site against all the odds and might even look to go around the world to B. I mean, sure. Vitality, they had the spike. They had a 3-player advantage. And they've let BDS get the spike all the way over to the other side of this map, all the way over onto B. 30 seconds, they haven't heard this plan. And now they've got to move. In a retake, you can find 2 picks. It's not unheard of.
Well, I just wanted to say I have some sort of precognition that this could be ending badly, but obviously I was wrong. Vitality starting off good. This brings us a 5th round in favor of the Big V, a team that still struggles to show us any big success on the big Valorant stage. At the same time, an orc that obviously wants to gain that. One of the biggest ones in the world, I would say. Either way, that's odd. I mean, that they let him pass that far, it's a little odd for me.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's certainly a little bit of a misstep. It allows another point towards the ultimate for Roden, getting that spike planted, and sure, you pick up the kill towards the end of it. You've got Shalabi on an equal score, but it's a point that didn't need to be given over. And you've got to worry about the tempo of those super high value ults like the Showstopper that can come and change around like nothing else. And moving up towards the long, it's now on to the second round. You're going to see those SMGs. And it has Shalabi. You got the judge yet again. That blast pack lineup looking to try and come through.
Shalabi is going very aggro in with the judge. I mean, what else? Up close and personal seems to be the only real description for this damn weapon. I generally don't like it very much.
A force coming out from BDS as well means that they're getting taken down early for Roden. Really impactful to the economy. BDS need to be careful here.
I generally think it feels a bit like some bad odor when it comes to public transport. It's just annoying. You don't want it. Get it out of me. But either way, just getting away from the very odd topics of public transportation. Public transportation, indeed, directly into hell. That's at least what Shalabi does with Takas. Spike's gonna be hitting the ground though, nevertheless, and no paying attention to the elbow. Logan has one tough task up ahead of him. You could call it impossible.
Absolutely. Shalabi nails a third. I don't know if you caught that towards the middle of the round, but immediately after getting that long-range kill with the judge, a 3-tap getting the kill over towards B short out of hookah. Immediately planted the blast pack on the wall behind him, bumped straight towards that mid position to watch for any refrags coming through. Play closer with that judge, you're going to do more damage, and a little bit unexpected, obviously, if the enemy player has pinged you out, has made your position known. So, I mean, I am really starting to like how Shalabi's turning it on here, especially on this defense. And you get a little bit of a replay here. You can see, look, 4 taps actually come on through. Immediately Satchel on the wall there to pump straight towards that mid. Really heads up. I think it's really, really intelligent play coming through from this new blood. And now up to 7 out of 8 on this showstopper.
And they're entering the site. Brams once more with the judge, just waiting for the right kind of timing while his teammate already capitalizes on those kills. Brams is coming out of his little smoke there. And sure, Spike is on the ground, but boom. What? Hold on.
Roden.
Yeah, right. Okay. He was the only one with 100 HP.
Goodness me, Roden nails it with the judge up close, and Vitality look at a retake fast. Roden now only has the shotgun.
That ain't happening. I mean, he's very, very lucky that that snake bite is not getting that close.
Yeah.
But he rather dies. No kill for you, friend. And this brings them closer to the tie.
I mean, he gets it with the snake bite in the end. But yeah, fantastic from Vitality. They're standing tall at the start of the half. They needed it. 8 and 4. A little bit further than you'd like to go, but their defense looking a lot stronger. And we spoke about, you know, proactivity and ingenuity on the attack. Just wasn't quite there on Bind. Fair enough, you know, maybe BDS are just going to know all of these traps. They're going to be ready. They're not going to be caught out by it. There's a lot more variability. You can leave Vipers alone on sites. You can leave potentially even Brimstones alone on sites. So you can sort of overinvest in those rotates when you need to. The Vitality still holds strong. And they're playing strong on this defense. They're playing a lot better. But if you're taking trades like that, it might go the other way.
Found one.
Spike's going to be hitting the ground once more. And well, Vitality are somewhat on a streak at this point, though that 3 versus 3 looks doable, as we see that the BDS side of things are waiting patiently for something too aggressive. Oh, that didn't go according to plan at all. Shalabi the only one that couldn't turn anything around, but Logan doing himself a favor and waits. Time to open up the sky, I would feel like, but nope. Easy as that. BDS bring number 9 in their favor, and obviously, again, if something worth mentioning, this map, their choice.
Absolutely, and against Vitality, you need to be taking that map. This team will not take it on their own map pick. I mean, Vitality as well, they chose to start on attack, by the way. They had the side choice, and to me, it feels kind of odd. Maybe they didn't expect their attacks to be thwarted as swiftly as it was by BDS, as effectively. Maybe it's a better idea to start on that defense, get those advantages in early and try and play to that momentum game. But you know what? I feel like they can still take it back here. Going over onto Icebox as well, this is a place where they can perform, where they can step up. And Vitality, I feel if they win here, it's going to be a 2-0 for Vitality, but they still have that way to go. They're 2 rounds down.
And I mean specifically Sinister from an economic forecast. It's not going to get any easier. But look who's playing hide and seek up there in the smoke. Is that beneficial though is the question, because oh no, that smoke is going to pass any second soon. While the battle on A is happening, nothing seems to come over that fast on the B side. But here they go, BDS engaged. And as they march on, the fight has started over the control.
Trying to get on towards this B site, but the teleports come through. There's still 2 over towards A for the defense as well. Tak has control of U-Hauls, but they're going to know about that. They're going to know that there can be a player. Seekers come through, and they're trying to invest these ults to stop this plant going in. Gatch has that spike, and Vac nails a shot, sees the elbow, and nails another for Gatch. Huge positioning coming through for Vitality. 2 kills answered by BDS, but with only 17 seconds left on the clock, Shalabi needs to hold out on the spike.
Yeah, they seemingly don't realize what's happening. Left, right, and center, the players are coming in. Logan is starting good! Oh no, this can't be the clutch of him. Tries to find the spike and even brings it down in time, but the wall bang should work successfully. It doesn't go according to plan. The wall has now been delivered, but one headshot from Logan. You gotta stay calm and patient. No need for hectic movements. And he works around, plays around, goes for another reload. Time is his friend, don't forget that. But once the spike goes up, no, it is not happening. What a wild round we finish this. But Vitality once more take it with just a single soldier standing. Oh, a little heart attack over here in round number 17.
Goodness me. I mean, absolutely phenomenal from Logan. Found 2 kills out of showers, moved on, got the spike down, found 2 more kills out on the open site, took 2 players down on a wall bang as well towards Cubby. Fantastic step up there. Vitality, it looked like they had it on lock. They took everybody else out. Yeah. They went down. Look at that flick, that headshot, the ADS there nailing the shot onto Brahms. It gets all the way on up as well, but it wasn't to be.
The ADS was the wild thing. Honestly, I didn't think that would be the case. But,
I mean, sometimes it works, you know?
Yeah, true.
Sometimes it works out. Not going to spot anything down long with the doggy. And has to fall back just a little bit on the defense for Vitality, but there's a spike and a Brimstone as well to back it up. 2 players in hookah, and now they're looking to use that utility to move on through.
Spike
down.
Rude.
It's
Rude
absolutely
man.
this is so disrespectful. This goddamn stupid, annoying. Choose the word. It's disgraceful. But in the meantime, hey, yo, let me do the jump, he says. No opportunity for you as Akuma tries to jump out. Vitality seemingly look to hop into that driver's seat. Sender beheading the final player, bringing it to a 9-2-9. BDS got a decent amount of ults ready and also can get themselves another 2 for this round number 19, where it matters who's taking double digits first.
Yeah, I think that Vitality have the momentum here. In terms of confidence, Shalabi is nuts on this judge. I mean, you can see his hand just there, and he's just like, click, 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 I'm getting kills. This is great. Getting 2 for a judge, that's great. Especially when you know that they're pushing up towards B, you can already start to isolate those angles. You've got presence over the rest of the site. You know that they're not going to be able to play up and sneaky with that judge. So you can take those ranged fights, and the pickup on the judge, not really going to impact it too much. That's what I think Shalabi knows. That's why he's playing so aggressive like that against pistols. And it executes perfectly. Now they're back over onto those rifles. BDS take a tactical timeout. Only 1 round won so far on this half. Looking pretty similar to Vitality's attack right now in terms of the round scores. And they weren't able to pick up a round until round number 9. So they're looking to try and turn the tables just that little bit earlier. Still yet to get a rifle over onto Gatch, so probably you're going to be investing in that. I think that the main question for me is, do you want to find an operator, challenge down that A short, or try and challenge on that B long, or are you going to stick to your guns? No, instead, just looking for another rifle, and maybe to go straight on in with those Seekers early into that round. Viper's Pit available on both sides, and the showstopper close for Shalabi.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. Sure, John, I want to give you another heart attack. Rix is right now about to find a 13-8 victory against Alliance on Haven. So, just telling you that real quick. We definitely got exciting games coming at us tonight. And you obviously can also watch at Valorant Esports for the amazing Alliance versus Rix. But for now, we stick with the action we have. The mainly French duel that is right now being led by no one. We're tied up whilst the A side is being attacked.
Spike getting stuck on down inside of the snake of the Viper Pit there. As Gatch is going to be able to get that one in. They're going to keep that toxin screen up. There's plenty of force to be worried about. Sender takes the flank and Akuma goes down. So now we're playing at an advantage. Sender has that Viper's Pit progression as well. BDS answer with a rally of kills.
Yeah, even that revive will be used at the end of the day, but here comes the wall and another one. Oh, Takas is just running out in the open, knows about the players in Lambs. At least this is what it looks like. And this could be a surprise moment for the young player as only one more stance. Loki has probably no opportunity to turn this one around. The double digit secured, and here we go.
BDS take a crucial round with those rifles. Keep that momentum in check just a little bit for Vitality, who now need to dig deep, pull it back. A lot of ults invested in that round. Both Viper's pits, the res was taken as well to try and churn something out of this round. BDS do get the payout for it, but is it going to affect them in the long run? Loki still has that res available. You've got Vac with those Seekers. You've got the Showstopper and Shalaby. And the closest ult is the Showstopper on 4 out of 8 for Roden for BDS. This is going to be tricky coming up against these rifles, against such a heavy ult stack. Maybe not.
Disgusting usage of utility. I mean, perfect way to obviously clear out hookah. Don't get me wrong. And there's a smoke that's being put up to get lamps. Sender doesn't seem to be aware that this is a bit of an overused position by also his teammate Chalabi. So Rams and Cole got once more a tough task up ahead of him. It won't be that easy. The very bellicose BDS put the spike down.
Moving on through, Vitality looking for the retake, but I don't think it's too likely here. Do they want to invest the Seekers, invest that Showstopper? I feel like Shalabi wants to move on forwards, but charging back on up. Brahms and Vac find one each, and now it's only 3 that they have to worry about. Smoke's going to be popped on in for Vitality as Brahms looks to tap the defuse, and Akuma takes him down, finds 2.
Brilliant stuff again. I gotta say, I just enjoy this sort of gameplay when it comes down to a team like BDS, who's, you know, who always been somewhat innovative. When Astra came out, early adopter of specifically that agent. Now, once more early adopter when it comes down to picking up a player called Gach from Edelweiss, which is a beautiful little flower, in case you don't know. Mostly found in the Alps.
Okay.
Logo of a lot of Austrian and Swiss sprints and hiking courses and things like that. Whatever. Edelweiss. It's just a color. It's just a little flower. Remember it.
Inspiration for a song as well from The Sound of Music. So there you go. That's a little factoid. Don't worry about me. I'm up to date on my, what, 30s set musicals, something like that. I'm not entirely sure.
That's good.
Either way, up the B long they go, spike in hand towards that teleporter. BDS potentially looking to try and move through. No ults on the board for anyone at the moment, and BDS with the momentum advantage against pistols, looking good to take it to 12. This is their map pick. They need to do it here, and my exposition is done.
Thank you very much for that one. In the meantime, Act number 1 seems to be coming in with a flank. What Act number 2 is, well, it might be just very explosive. By extinguishing the flames. Well, for now, it seems to be all working in favor of BDS, as also the Seekers are being used. They mean business, but the spike has been brought to the ground and delivered in the favor of Sender, who does not really land that snake bite according to plan, and now they try to counter each other. This is a brilliant fallback. Vitality are back in the fight, and Logan is the single soldier standing, beret on his head, but it doesn't make him the automatic elite that BDS needs, as he's hugging and clutching the corner close. 2 are coming back over the spawn. Another one from Hookah, as he found out previous. Oh, but he's scared. So many angles where they can come from. Now he knows that 2 are coming over the spawn. Logan seems to make this work. And will he become the hero? Yes, indeed. He's bringing it home for BDS. Number 12 secured. And it was on the edge, but Vitality can't strike with full force.
Logan back to the wall, pulls out the claws and turns to Wolverine in that final clutch there. Beautiful to be able to line them up from the spawn. Sender maybe needed to drop a little bit earlier, be more into that fight, had the advantage in terms of numbers, but Logan does not let it slip. BDS hold on, and now they're at map point here in game number 1.
I think a very classic French saying would be a sacre bleu. It seems a bit surprising in what we have witnessed, how BDS turned something around that seemed impossible. But sometimes you gotta make those impossible things work. 3 more rounds Vitality would need for an overtime, and I'm not quite sure BDS will grant them the favor.
Well, you are coming up against Brahms, who has that orbital strike. You're coming up against a full rifle squad. And if there's one thing we know about this Vitality defense, is that it is strong. We've seen it in the first stages of this half. BDS getting some good picks, but barring triple kills, it's not gone their way. Great way to start it off for Vitality.
Exactly the fashion they needed in. And the thing is, some of those ults will take some time for the BDS side. So those live insurances, they can't sign the contract yet, but good start from Logan. Second also granted. The heal from his teammates, it's available.
Able to nail out 2 kills is phenomenal for BDS to hold on there. Shalabi needs to hit that. Blast pack, heads up, keep it alive, keep yourself in the advantage with the position. Let your team come to you. Get those rotates to come through because you've got that orbital strike to play for your back. Elbow controlled. Logan takes Shalabi down at the back.
And he's waiting for it, doesn't he? Both have the same opportunity to use, but nope. None of them find anything. Brahms now spotted.
No.
He still finds the kill. So vital, so crucial. Leaving down to Rodent and Logan to be the ones turning it in favor of BDS. But will they do so? Brahms can't put on the cape. And this brings them home. BDS successfully taken home Bind. After back and forth and back and forth, it is, at the end of the day, a successful blue, white, and pink.
Yeah, fantastic performance there from BDS to be able to hold out. It looked a little bit shaky, but their attacking half was enough. Off the back of their 8-4 defense half, I mean, that was a really, really solid performance from BDS in that circumstance. And to be able to come through on your attacking side, fantastic Vitality. Probably just weren't, as we talked about during the broadcast, during the game, it felt like they just weren't ingenuitive enough on their attack. They weren't looking for the openings. Well, they were looking for them. They weren't trying to create them. And that's really what you need to be doing on a map like Bind that's so well known and developed in terms of strategy. And we didn't see it coming through from Vitality there. Despite some pop-off plays, despite keeping that scoreboard nice and tight towards each other, it just wasn't coming through. And Logan was on another level that game. Fantastic performance on that Brimstone. I think he dropped 31 kills overall. The guy is nuts. As I said, pulls out the claws. Wolverine now. Change your name. Go on.
Well, let's see if we see Wolverine once more, or which player will play on the field. What will the coach say? Who's going to actually swap over? Well, we're going to find out. We'll head into a little break. Icebox is coming up next, so get yourself your jacket and be ready for the ice cold action. We'll be right back. See you in a second for map number 2.
Welcome back to the VCT EU Challenger 2 main event. We are getting to the business end of the evening. We are one map into our lower bracket, best of 3, Vitality versus BDS. BDS take bind. It is all to play for. My name's Ian Chambers, and I am joined by Ryan Central and Lothar, who are our incredible analysts here with us this afternoon and now late into the evening. We've been together a while, guys. Ryan, that was impressive. There's so much to discuss, but you've got to have been blown away by Lothar. I mean, not Lothar as well, of course. But I mean, I'm always blown away by Lothar.
Lothar's great, but he's not Logan.
He's not Logan.
Very similar.
Very similar, but like when it comes to a player from BDS to highlight, it's not usually the duelist on this team, it is that Sentinel player. The thing is though, this Sentinel player has been playing less and less Killjoy as time has gone by, certainly more with Gatch coming into the roster. This is his first official game of playing Brimstone. He's played 164 of Killjoy, bearing in mind, in his career, but the fact that he gets a 30 bomb in this showing and performs this well is staggering. It helped BDS build an early lead, and Vitality beat Team Liquid on this very map earlier on today, and they didn't look in control. They brought it back close, but it began and ended with Logan, as does a lot of the BDS play, and it was a really solid look. And like I said, I just wanted to see one good map of BDS. I got that. I can die a happy man.
They delivered for you, didn't they? And I know you were blown away by Logan as well, Lothar.
This guy caught my eye when we started catching the games in the VCT early on, like a few months ago, and he was clutching so much on the Killjoy. I was saying that this is the best Killjoy in the EU, like 100%. He was insane on the way he clutched the rounds. He was always like alone, 1v2, 1v3 on Ascent. I still have that ingrained in my memory, and I don't like really I don't like to dwell on like personal prowess and how a player can single-handedly win rounds. But there are rounds where you can't ignore it. And Logan with that clutch win 1v3 here on Bind against, I know, 2 Sheriffs and a Vandal, but it was a 1v3. And he managed to win, to outperform the players in the defense that had been outnumbering them. And to have a player like that in your team, to be like a reliable and a consistent clutch player, is absolutely insane. That's something I was pointing out before when it comes to BDS. They have those clutch players. Logan, Roden, and Akuma were those players that I always like looking forward to when it comes to how they played. You know,
yeah,
but
Lothar, staying with you and staying with BDS, you were focused on how they approach the attack on the A side, right?
Yeah, the thing is, on this map, Vitality, I really like how Vitality approaches the defense with the Viper. They typically go for that one way on A short and the Viper wall on B. But at the same time, BDS had a very good way of trying to push out players from A, so they couldn't take advantage of that one way on short. There was a Viper wall that typically cut off the exit from showers. So it was very telegraphic that they tried to take control of showers, something that was happening actually in the pistol round. But at the same time, they do a smoke. You can see here, the smoke, the toxic orb happens to be landing on the lamps, and then they follow it up with a full amount of utility. There's always, as you can see, snake bite to cut off the first corner, then the combination of the Sage Slow and the Brimstone Molly. So they use everything that you typically see in the post-play lineups being used just to take control of sight, and it's super consistent. No one can stand in those lamps. So then you have just easiest way of re-aggressing the way you play the Toxic Orb. You reposition it deeper into lamps, you have easy control. It's so hard to retake a site that is being so aggressively taken by the way that BDS is just playing. And then how do you approach the game like that, right? We have seen so many rounds being taken by brute force of this setup, and Vitality couldn't find an answer to the way that BDS was playing on A side. On B, it was less successful, even though BDS still was winning, but on A, it was a force to be reckoned with.
After the break, Ryan, I want to get stuck into, what Vitality need to do differently if they're to turn this around. But just staying with BDS for a moment, there was a point where Lothar, where we were watching the game together, Lothar was like, oh, this reminds me of the old BDS. Did you still feel that way at the back end of this map?
I think so, yeah. We got a real good look onto why this team was looked upon so fondly. Like we mentioned Opportunist way back in First Strike. I remember talking to people from G2, FPX, Liquid at that point, sort of going, who roughly do you expect to make top 8, make the playoffs for First Strike? Obviously, a lot of mentions of like Summon FC, FPX, G2, Team Heretics, but Opportunists was mentioned a lot. I think more so than any other unsigned team barring Summon FC that became Fnatic, right? So this is a team that has been together a long while. The addition of Gatch is nice to just have that player that can frag out when necessary. But my problem going into the next map is, well, say Logan, for example, he got 30 kills. What if the next map requires him to jump out and for Hoppy to come in? Like, oh, I just got 30 kills. Sorry, you have to jump out and let the other player play. It's just, between maps, it could be super inconsistent. And so there's still life for Vitality, depending on which team from BDS we see come out.
Yeah, is there still life for Vitality? They have to win this next map or they drop out of VCT. We'll be getting to Icebox in a few minutes' time. Do not go anywhere.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back once again to the VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. We're about to get stuck into some serious business. It's our second map of our lower bracket best of 3. Vitality could be about to exit VCT. Will it happen? My name's Ian Chambers. I am joined once again by Ryan Central and Lurther. Let's just set the table for a second here. If anybody's just joined, maybe, Ryan, this is really do or die time for Vitality. The consequences are serious here.
I think for both teams, yeah, if they go out now, we're not going to be seeing them in the Valorant Champions Tour circuit for the rest of the year because neither team has enough points to make it for last chance qualifiers. And it does mean they're not going to go to EMEA. It means that they're not going to go to Masters 3 Berlin. And both teams looking pretty decent. Like Vitality have had a really nice run of form. They beat NIP, they beat Heretics to get here. And BDS is always a staple name to mention in the European scene, but they've not looked good recently. And now they've got a 6-player roster. This is where we start to see people jumping in and out of the server, which, like I said at the start of the show, I'm not a big fan of because it breeds inconsistency. And this is a map that Vitality absolutely thrive on. They beat Heretics recently, 13-9, and actually beat Wave 13-1, had overtime games against G2 and FPX. This is somewhere where they're super comfortable.
You know what? It's also funny what you mentioned because now they're going back to Hoppy, right? Gatch is not playing on this map, and Hoppy is going to be playing on the Viper. And this is the roster that I always played with, so maybe the consistency here will be actually more visible than in the other maps where Gatch is playing. But there's a stark contrast in the way that both of those teams approach Icebox. Vitality on attack is very defaulty. They actually don't really push so fast. They are very heavy on late executes and actually very late plants. There's a lot of plants happening here even in the 80-90 seconds mark. So they try to take advantage of defenders making mistakes. But the thing is, BDS is actually playing very slow on defense. They're trying not to take a lot of control of long B. An example, they barely even go across the containers, and typically also they don't really take fights in mid, or even if they do, that's probably when there's already someone on the B side. So very huge stark contrast when it comes to playstyles. But when it comes to compositions, if we take the last games, they're actually going to be playing mirror match most likely.
Well, we'll get to Agent Select shortly, but Ryan, BDS did lose on this map to 10-star earlier today. That's a raw memory that they've got to deal with right now. How much of a difference does that make, do you think?
I think it makes a massive difference to sort of go off what Lofar's saying with how BDS approach it. They're defending first, so they have to deal with Vitality's default in style, and they were 8-4 up against 10-star when they were attacking. When they went onto their defense, they lost. So yeah, this is a tough first half for them to deal with.
All right, let's get stuck into Agent Select. You mentioned compositions just a moment ago, Lothar. I'm going to come to you for this one. Talk us through the selections that we are seeing here.
Well, the thing is, when they were playing against 10-star, they were fighting against a team that had a Killjoy. Here, both of those teams probably won't play Killjoy unless Shalabi just out of nowhere takes that agent. But most likely we're going to see the same compositions here, both relying a lot on those Reyna players, especially on the pistol rounds. So those teams here, we're gonna have to fight for map control with their bodies and not with the utility, typically how we've seen from the teams that do play Killjoy. But they do have the Sage, and now the Sage is not gonna be used for retakes because that's what we see in the metagame, right? You'd save the wall to use it for retakes. Here it's gonna be used for the map control. You're gonna take it to just wall off the kitchen as typically we have seen it. But the problem is then the retakes are way more difficult.
Ryan, the reliance on Reyna is no surprise to you, is it?
Not really. It's just funny to see two teams that, like Brams, Takas, they're usually playing other agents like controllers. We saw Viper with Takas before. Brams obviously on the Omen quite a lot, or at least consistently. So see both these players move on to such an agent like Reyna, and both popping off statistically. This should make for a spectacle. We're usually going to be looking at a Jet versus Jet on Icebox, but this is a Reyna versus Reyna, and unsung heroes of both of these two teams.
I feel a little bit nervous about this one for obvious reasons. Let's get to it. Icebox is the second map of this best of 3 series, BDS versus Vitality. Of course, we have to now cross over to our casters, Zest and John Allen, to lead us through this one. What is going to happen?
Well, I don't know. I don't have my big crystal ball with me to tell you and look through it and tell you exactly what happens. What I very much imagine to see is obviously this mirror matchup bringing us the finest individual skills from both of those parties. BDS have showed us what they're capable of doing. Specifically, as you mentioned, Logan being an absolute key individual over this entire game. At the same time, well, I am just excited to see what once more those agent changes, and not only agent changes, but player changes brings. Because again, they have a 6-man roster, they swap the way they like, and you see it right here.
Bringing in the mirror matchups now, though, for both of these teams. You heard Ryan on the desk talk about And we should look for this matchup between Brahms and Takas on these Rainers to be crucial throughout the game, but still, into the pistol, anything can happen. Brahms looking for the shot, spots an Owl drone and has to fall back. Over on the A site at the moment, Vitality looking to try and put pressure, and it might just work out if Brahms can draw too many players around him.
That's excellent stuff to start with from Road, and as Hoppy joins, that defense seems to be strong for the moment. Vitality only down to 3, and their options are being limited in this pistol. Goes on, and well, as I say that, they might just make it flawless.
Yeah, behind the wall, the spike does go in, it does get planted, so a point brought on the board, but as you say, a flawless round to be able to get this defuse as well. Give the point over to the Sova, get that Hunter's Fury on board just a little bit quicker. Gonna try and bring that one in. 3 pips now towards the top there. Vitality, not really gonna find too much ground. I felt like it was good towards the start, you know, people drawing, being drawn over towards that B main, that entry, but the fact that BDS left a player to watch over A and they could get that frag, they could find those rotates, they could get those kills on the off angle and not have to go 4 versus 5 on a retake, which on a pistol is dangerous. You do not want to be going for those situations, especially when it's in a post-plant spot. You don't have any ults in the pistol. It's going to be very, very bare bones, very difficult to do if you don't play your cards right. So BDS, heads up pistol. They need to convert now.
Well, Vitality might get a little fraud at this point in time. And as Loki and the boys try to enter the site, well, weaponry is obviously a big advantage over there for BDS. And, well, they don't seem to run on E anytime soon, as that was a very odd dash. Rams, though, with at least 1 reply. Roden being eliminated. The squad? Well, they haven't fully decided yet.
Brown's actually now up to pretty much full strength in this round with the Spectre and obviously the overhealing coming through. Up to 150. So pretty difficult to deal with, actually, in this situation. You can start to snowball these Rainers on up. Takas nowhere close, really. As Logan wins out the duel against Sender on the off angles. And back to A they go against 2 as well on the defense. Going to be tricky to find these spots.
Left.
Rams a Colt seem to enter the spot any second soon. As Takas starts off good. Back with a proper reply. I'm not quite sure if the picture of Takas is a deep fried meme or actually a picture of himself. Brilliant stuff up on the ropes. And well, there you go.
From the turnbuckle. From the turnbuckle, it's able to deliver the drop shot, and Takas able to sail on past the crosshairs of the Marshal to close out the round. BDS, they're holding things down pretty well right now, but of course it is that pistol. They did choose defense to start things off. This should be their strongest side here. 2 rounds at the start. Vitality not worried just yet. And we're able to do a little bit of damage. It looks like on the cards now, though, for Vitality. On the 3rd round, they're going to stick to the Sheriffs, and they're going to keep things to the pistols to get a little bit more cash on board. BDS, 2 Ghosts, Spectres on the rest.
There you go. Good start from Takas. This is allowing the squad some decent options to prevail against Vitality. Remember, though, it looked a little bit one-sided at the start of Bind as well, which caused some big worries for me. Like, I was very much thinking, no chance that this is going to be somewhere close. Vitality baffled, but at the end of the day, still success for BDS. And I mean, how flawless are you asking for it? Sure, weaponry wasn't too great, but Vitality didn't even deal a single bit of damage.
And the thing here is that you don't really mind about this. You've already got the 3rd round. You don't really mind about keeping things going. If you get this round, great. If not, you take the L, do as much damage as you can, buy up into the next, and then you hit Vitality where it hurts, in the pocket, in the wallet, and try and keep them down. But it looks like they're a little bit more worried about Vitality than that. Investments being made into the round the Vandal and the Guardian being picked on up, but the Spectre's maintained as well. So they are just trying to bonus up just a little bit, but in the 4th round, you need to be a little bit more careful. No operators on board for Vitality, so they aren't going to try and get any cheeky peeks. Some intel gathered. The Viper's walls are down over to B. This is a standard setup right now for BDS, and they don't have their flank player right now. They've sent... Vitality, sorry, have sent their player on out towards that A site to try and find something for Sender.
Toxins going up.
And maybe trying to control that middle, trying to watch for those players sneaking around the sidelines. But nothing to be found just yet as Brahms makes it all the way out onto B side.
Waits patiently. You see it right there, 4 players in front of the walls over on the B side. They'll explode any second soon, and while Sender hits no timing on his opposing lad that comes around, Takas at least finds one. This is a brilliant start, because this might be just the initiation of the flank. One player after another falls into the cold snow, and as cold as death as it is, Vitality's chances are pretty much diminished.
30 seconds
And again,
left.
in despair, we see the big V. No more chances. Except there is a rabbit they pull out ahead, but they pretty much line up. And Hoppy with the Spectre. How many more rounds of a bonus do those guys get? They even get the weapons for free. This looks like a sponsorship.
Yeah, this isn't a bonus anymore. They're in this full buy era. They haven't had to overinvest. They've bought 3 rifles total, obviously with 1 player going down in that last round. Overall in this half, they will have bought 4 rifles. To outfit your entire team for the cost of 4 rifles over the first 5 rounds, that is absolutely incredible for your economy. You can see that they're already up 7.8k on Taka, 7.2 on Logan. And the rest of them, they've got enough for the next 2-3 rounds here. Vitality starting to look a little bit shaky. I said it wasn't too much to worry about after those first 2. Now's where you need to start picking it up. Loki does just that, lands a headshot. Takas looks for the spray and finds it to equalize.
And at this point in time, it seems a little like that BDS get a little greedy. I understand their system of finding those frags early on. Please don't get me wrong.
Here.
But after such an investment, getting all those weapons out, obviously, Vitality don't bring too much to the table. And do you really need to extend your own boundaries at that point in time? It's a long discussion we could have here. I'm just not too much of a fan of it at this point.
Rifles now in the hands of Vitality. Well, they get spotted out. No one takes down the bolt. A little bit too slow. Miscommunication potentially there as to who was going to have to take that one out. But A-Site looking to get the plant. There's the Hunter's Fury. That was baited out pretty effectively there. And Loki with the updraft and the tailwind, not even going to need it. Nails the headshot, and Hunter's Fury used. That is a real big blow to BDS.
A massive one indeed, but it's not done yet. As I say it though, Hoppy falls. And with Loki getting such a brilliant 4K, they bring it home. A sign of life for BDS, and their heart beats. Part of that is Vitality, nevertheless. Seems like they shaked off the cobweb off the rifles, ready to go, and ready to break the law of the jungle. Exactly what they're looking forward to. 4-1 for BDS.
At the moment, yeah, absolutely. And speaking of, sponsorships from the previous round, that's really solid for Vitality. It means that they can go full rifle into this one. 2 rifles needing to be bought on up, and they should be good for the next round. But with the wallet that BDS were able to chunk out, they still have a couple rounds left in them. So no biggie, no biggie. You just need to keep this one going, and that's exactly the way you want to start things out. Roden lands 2 with the operator. Looks for a 3rd, can't get it, but Logan's there to back it up as well. Finds Brahms, and Vitality are in tatters yet again.
Like lying, ambushing Gazelle and Zarangeti, though probably this is the total opposite environment if a Lion feels like comfortable. 5-1 indeed, and the battlefield that actually has been inspired by Bennett Island is still becoming ice cold for Vitality. They don't like this at all, and specifically, it looks at that point in time, Chalabi doesn't like this at all.
Over-facing into the operator. They know there's a position. I think Roden overstayed there, I'll be honest, as well. I feel like you should have been taken down. It's just the timing on the peaks was so solid and unfortunate for Vitality as well. Now they're going to have to try and figure out something different. Vitality looking again to move towards B though, and it's actually BDS who have changed things up. No Jet playing up close, not on the high ground there. So there's openings to be found. The question is, can they spot them out? Can they sniff them? Because the rotations come through, and already BDS are responding nicely.
Loki's taken a lot of room already, but I mean, Vitality, it seems like there's something in coordination missing with the squad, really. They just all somewhat stumble upon the side, shoelaces tied together. Still, Spike's gonna be put on the ground. This doesn't change the matter of fact that somehow BDS got a double man advantage and are looking for more, hungry to get more out of that. But Loki, as he moves around, that might be just a brilliant move, as though Roden is capitalizing on the opponents not paying too much attention to him. Finally, the blades hit. Loki stays alive, but not for long. The puppeteer's pulling the strings, and the show belongs to BDS. Another one on the board, and I have a deja vu. I don't know how about you, but this is a damn deja vu we get.
This is really good for BDS right now, though. They've managed to nail the economy game so far in this half. They've allowed Vitality 1 round in the first 7, a fantastic result overall. And BDS looking strong. The question is it just their defense? I feel like Icebox is one of those maps where it's really, really sided for a lot of teams, right? They're going to be used to having a lot of rounds in the advantage and having that slip away. When you turn things on its head, when you get Vitality to hold on that defense, I mean, you saw what happened on Bind when they switched sides. On their map pick, they should be solid. BDS, though, need to get as many rounds in this half. Getting an 11-1, I think it doesn't matter how good your defense is. You're not coming back from that, especially on the momentum side of things. But Brahms opens well.
Brilliant stuff from Loki as he waits on the edge of the smoke. Distracting Roden. That worked according to plan. But he can't do that easily to Logan as he's getting onto the side. And as he floats, it's another operator put to use brilliantly.
How?
Again whiff, but he seems like to be somewhat of a bait and somewhat of a great sharpshooter at the same time. 2 versus 2 is not going to be easy here, John.
Shalabi, though, 1 found and looking for a second as well. Hoppy now in a 1 versus 1, locked in with Sender, who has got that snake bite. Looking to try and pop it on in. Doesn't see a shoulder.
He didn't huff it.
Goes in the route. Goes on the rope. Hoppy goes down and Sender nails it. Vitality get a second, but is it too little too late?
I can't believe it. Oh, no, man. That is a disaster. I thought he would at least half it. And I would have been then fine. Whatever. That's okay. That's cool. That works. You can play off of that. Nope, that did not happen. And this leads us to Vitality getting a second. And again, this is a bit of a deja vu. This is the deja vu I have. Remember how it looked like over there on Vines.
It's not great. It's not great indeed. But Vitality pick up a second round. Looking for more. And Loki nails the opener again onto Roden, a crucial player, but fortunately they trade it off. At this stage, Vitality can't afford to lose players. They've got so many ults, and they need to be spending them if they want to have a chance of picking them back up in this half to get the maximum value out of these agents. You've got the Viper Pit, you've got that Hunter's Fury, the Empress, you've got a lot of brute force forwards pushing power, but you need to invest it.
There goes. Brahms finds Logan. And Akuma, Takis, and Hoppy. In case you don't hear it, they move over to B. Quite fast, quite swift. But it seems like that hasn't been hurt too much. BDS. Oh, well. They're in a decent spot for now, making this man equalized. But Brahms knows how to keep control. Hoppy, though, has the antidote.
Seems to figure it out, and now the retake can come through. Not a lot of utility available now on either side, but there's 2 snake bites from Hoppy, potentially proving to be tricky.
There you go. Replies here, but well, that went faster than expected. Shelbeck getting them all, and the 3rd round secured by Vitality. Well, remember the last time you promised us an 8-4 half over on this map? It didn't turn out.
I didn't promise you a scoreline. I just want to put that out there early. I promise no scorelines this game.
I know. I'm not saying that.
Hey, there's a distinct lack of egg on my face, all right?
All right, but were you on the verge of selling us a scoreline?
Yeah, I was going to predict an 11-1 for BDS, but
Understandable.
that hasn't happened. That already hasn't happened, which means that because I didn't do that, I'm still right.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Trading his
I'm also a millionaire because I would have bought Bitcoin at $1 if I had a wallet back then. But
I don't like that you're making fun of me right now.
I'm sorry for that. Nevertheless, attack over on the A side and Akuma waiting over on the other side of that wall.
Investing the Hunter's Fury, moving forwards, Vitality get picks, BDS try and turn around, but the spike's already in, and we're into post-plant. Sender has that Viper's Pit, hasn't invested it just yet, as the trades are going well for Vitality.
They do very much, and well, Hoppy gotta consider if he's gonna use that pit or not. At the moment, it doesn't look like it would be a great investment, as though he gets one, sees the head of Vac, but can't turn it around. Well, Vitality, it seems like once they start to have that taste of blood in their mouth, they certainly start to realize how good it tastes like and how good they can actually perform on such a map. BDS, they felt comfortable on Bind, well, also because it was their decision. Vitality haven't shown us too much of that yet, but it seems like the engine starts to finally run.
I imagine this is a tactical timeout for BDS. I would think, you know, you've got to regroup, think about just what you're doing here, what openings are Vitality finding? Because at the moment, it feels like, yeah, there you go, there's the tactical timeout. It feels like the openings that Vitality are finding are purely just aim duel picks, and it feels like the majority of that is coming from Loki over towards this A site. I don't imagine that it's really anywhere else. The B site has been a lot harder for them to take away. You've seen how effective Rodent has been on this jet, holding out on that site, on B main, the pressure there. The flanks have been good down mid, and it feels like the weak link in this mesh on the defense here for BDS is on that A side of this map. And moving in, how do you stop that? I feel like you do need to put a little bit more pressure potentially towards mid, or on the flip side, you could try and stack it, especially on a pistol. It feels like that's what BDS have isolated, have tried to figure out with the Viper wall already having gone down towards A as well. For Vitality on this attack, it's a pretty surefire thing that they're at least going to try to go on in here. And against two Guardians, could be pretty tricky.
And as you say in French, allez is probably the motto for Vitality so far. As though, you know, there's the one or the other life insurance inside of BDS. One little orb that Akuma is away from getting himself the Hunter's Fury. As I say that, Logan goes on and on. Could revive if he feels like it. In the meantime, a lot of B control obtained by Hoppy. It's a wild beginning, and here it goes. Hunter's Fury is ready.
Akuma as well, nailing the shot down mid, and that's the pressure that I said I wanted to see from BDS. I mean, they managed to get the range, they managed to push on through, and Vitality hadn't gone fast and loose towards A. Hoppy, you need to land those.
This is where I just hope that they realize any second soon that Vac is coming in from behind, or at least not from spawn, because you saw that little recon darts did not get any information on the second player. This is where you could assume what's happening. And if I see correctly, Akuma's already looking in that direction. And obviously, this is the point where I'll just go a little further, is where, in case this works according to plan, which it does, BDS have now an absolute chunk of ults ready. 4, and 4 quite useful ones that should secure them round number 8.
It's going to be pretty tricky to stack up against that. An excellent push down mid comes through. This is a 4-player push all the way down. Shalabi only able to find one. The spam for Bram's not quite good enough to find more than that. And you're right, the res was pretty crucial here for Logan to bring one back. Looking at what Vitality have to offer, they've got that Viper's Pit and that res available, but they're nowhere near the Hunter's Fury, and the knives are there, sure, but is that going to really play into it? Evenly matched ults, though, for both of these sides, and the first pick nails Shalabi for no res for Vitality.
There it goes. Akuma is getting Sender, but only one of them. Is that enough? Of course it is. It looks very much like it, at least, if he keeps on hitting those shots, and goodness gracious. A flawless seems to come in at this point in time. And Vac, he's just dodging the blades, at least.
Okay, lands a second. But that's going to be it. And you remember when I predicted 8-4, I actually meant this game the first half to BDS, not, you know, the other game that we were talking about. But 8-4 at the half, BDS, they get a good defense. Now Vitality need to come alive. This is their map pick. They are currently 0-1 in the series. Last chance for them to stay alive. This is the lower bracket. You can't slip up here anymore. And going in at an 8-4 deficit is not the place you want to be at. And it's unfortunate. These guys, it feels like they've had such a good run. They're definitely scrappy. They have the chops to do it. They've brought in some new blood. And shalabi at the moment, on this Sage, has not had the impact that you maybe want them to have. However, fair enough. It is Sage playing on Icebox. You've got to put Brahms onto these Rainers.
Well, question is who will reign and who will get the wooden spoon. BDS so far looking like they put Vitality in the booster seat, go into an empty parking lot and do some donuts. They definitely don't like it back there, but BDS, they have a great time. But for how long is the question, because Brahms escapes. Roden has taken a lot of room, but he's might just getting attacked from 2 levels. From top and bottom, can though dash out at the right time. Spikes on the ground. Yep, that's dangerous. Doesn't work. Oh.
Hops around the corner, able to land the shots onto Hoppy, trying to take some angles, but Vitality move back through. Roden and Takas now trying to hold off, but one player's holding the back, the other player's on site, and it's not going to go their way. Takas, though, able to get the heal, but shalabi denies it. Very, very close. It looked so damn possible.
It looked possible. It looked damn possible, but for now, I gotta say, I'm genuinely excited to see this one again, because once more, look how Bind developed. It was a disaster, a 7-1 start for BDS, and suddenly Vitality seems like they forgot that actually there's an alarm clock saying, oh, you got an official, by the way, made it work at that point in time, and once in a while they showed that they will not just easily relinquish. Sure, they lost, but a 13-9 looks definitely different as 7-1, and once more, Icebox might just bring us the same.
But that's the thing, right? Rounds in Valorant tend to come in sort of clumps, economic momentum, and being able to have those gun rounds, those pistol rounds. So in that 7-1, you probably had 3 or 4 crucial rounds, and losing 3 out of those 4, that's not as bad as it looks for 7-1. You extend that over the game, that's where you start to find your 13-9s. And it's the playing of averages that is really, really important. And Vitality, they might need to exceed those expectations. They're starting off well, but if they're going to lose players like that, they cannot afford to slip up more than once.
Oh, and Spikes down, that's the thing. I mean, there's not too much more utility for denial over on the side of BDS. We don't see a snake bite or any further darts that could help them advance, but Hoppy, he just needs a rifle or submachine gun, call it whatever you want. This flame is right. Loki's sticking it. No, he's only halving, but it doesn't change the matter of fact that this might be just working so well. He's on it, 30 points of health and eliminated in the end. Vitality struggle again. No consecutive round gained, and this also means a round where they live in poverty most likely.
Not really going to have too much to buy on in here. It's going to be pretty tricky, though, for BDS. They're not going to be super flush themselves. They'll buy up these rifles, sure, but we've seen ecos work. The question is, can Vitality do it on the flip side? Investing pretty much all their money here. You can see that there's 2 players really with a little bit left behind. If they lose this round, it'll be tricky. But coming up against Vitality's arsenal, it is not looking to be too much of a trouble for them to move on into this defense. The Sheriffs are there, mostly just classics though. Only Brahms and shalabi have got those Sheriffs on board. It's going to be pretty tricky to move on forwards, but BDS, they're isolating those angles, they're clearing, they're playing disciplined. The flank from Vitality, it worked on the pistol, needs to work again.
Oh, there you go.
It will
that
not.
Flank, you don't get it. They just seem to be toying around with their dinner, and BDS,
wow.
They enjoy their time.
Wow, wow, wow. BDS, as you say, absolutely enjoying this right now. 10-5 on the half. They've managed to bring things back in their favor after losing the pistol. 2-1 on this half as well. This flank is really what needed to work out for Vitality. Hoppy nails that spray down. Absolutely perfect there. Able to hold things off. Goes pretty low, but does the job. A flawless round for BDS means that they can start to stump their economy on up. And Loki bringing the operator this time around. Is it desperation coming through from the Jet here on Vitality?
Blocking sight.
Well, the problem is that's very costly, desperation. 4,700 credits to be accurate. And I don't know if you want to say that this is really how desperation should look like, because as we all know, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. Specifically for Vitality, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. If they make it work on this map, there's still one more to go, which they need to succeed on as well. They start off good. As Akuma's out, still, they push over on B.
For more, the wall goes up to see them further. Shalabi's traded, and now they're up into the tubes.
Well, the problem is Bramps being eliminated that easily. Vitality really, their backs against the wall. The chance is getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, and it's just not nice to see for a team that has invested so much time and showed specifically that they're capable of making progress. That is the thing. It's not like Vitality was sleeping the entire time. Sure, they were not that much on the main stage as we would have expected from them. At the same time, the sinister times of the Big V, you don't want to see them continue, because those dark clouds are coming.
There is so many times in this game where I've been like, okay, now is when Vitality come back. You know, at first I thought, okay, they got a couple rounds. Now they're going to go 6-6. Okay, well, you know, it's the half now. Now they're going to start to come back. And time and time again, BDS have surprised me. Coming into this game, I expected, sure, maybe they'll take a couple rounds. Maybe they'll be even able to get a game. But this is a BDS that I was not expecting to see come on through. I don't think the desk was either. Vitality, they've been leaving things open. Fact going down again, like they're just losing players. What can you do here? You need to stem the flow. Where's the tactical time?
Sender is trying his best. This is where it starts, and Vitality, they're most definitely running on E. Whilst there's no room for complacency, seems like they definitely need to refuel themselves, become revitalized, but they seem to have landed in disastrous realm of grief where they just can't find a way out of there. No escalator, no elevator, no ladder, nothing that brings them back on ground level. 7 in a row from this point on, John.
Really tricky, really tricky. And I mean, you spoke about how, sure, it's expensive to get that operator in 2 rounds ago. You can get another one. You're going to sacrifice full armor for Loki. Vitality need to get value here. Putting on to Takas, this is good, but is it going to be enough when you answered immediately?
There it goes. Flies here. Shalabi's bringing another one back onto the server. But Logan could do the same, very obviously. Would need to take a long way around through middle to get one of the soldiers back alive. But the Viper's pit at the right time being used. Logan might be killed, but you still need to go into that massive poison cloud where Hoppy awaited to do a mistake. Besides the fact that he got 2 snake bites ready, so whenever you try to start defusing, enjoy it. First one comes on the ground. Akupa waits for a mistake of his enemies. There it comes. Brilliant stuff. It's only Hoppy to do anything about it, but here finally the fuse comes in. 6 in a row now.
Goodness me, 12-6, and it's still death door right now for Vitality. They are really playing up against it. They're on the wall. They need to stop themselves from top-running. BDS, I mean, it's just 1 round, right? It is just 1 round. You stack those ults, you get ready. You've got Hunter's Fury. You've got that that Viper pit. I mean, sure, you invested it just there, but you should be able to get another one on board before the end of this half. Unless, of course, it goes to overtime. But at this stage, I don't see Vitality being able to come back from this. They're going to need to invest every single round. They need to put everything on the line. You have the knives, you've got that Viper's Pit, but when those run down, you're coming up against so much in the pocket for BDS. And Roden might just be able to sail all the way over this one. Taken down.
I don't know about you, but that seemed a little too eager for my taste.
He opens up over towards A side. Actually, the drones will try and counter each other out. BDS, they equalize on the picks, and B site is completely countered out. They might want to try and fall back there, try and time out that Viper pit, but not going to happen. Not this time around.
Toxin screen down.
He's playing off the edge of it. Starts off good. Sender. He's finding one for now, and as he re-peeks, it seemed too eager. And look what Logan has, exactly that revive. Vac can gain a lot of information for his teammates, but in the meantime, they know that A seems somewhat free.
But they're going to know that this B push hasn't come through yet, and that's why Loki's sitting there, moves in with the knives.
Left.
There you go. Good start. Eliminated. And that's only Vac for you. The story of Vitality might have ended at this point, and it would be a miracle that Vac needs to perform on his own. No chance! It's BDS who once more stay alive and remain in full condition and intact over in the jungle. But, my dear John, this is where we have to say bye-bye to Vitality. No more appearances in the Valorant Champions Tour circuit.
That's going to be a pretty heavy hit, because that's a lack of points moving forwards on the circuit, a real stymie to their potential futures for a lot of the rest of this year. I mean, even almost all the way up until January, it's going to be very, very hard hitting for these guys. It's absolutely brutal for the Vitality squad. But BDS, they stay alive, right? They're going to keep moving forwards, try and get back in, keep swimming, and get towards the forefront. The question is, can they make it all the way through this lower bracket as teams start to drop down from that upper stage? For me, I hope we see more from the Vitality squad. I think they have incredible talent here. I mean, I think that EU in general has incredible talent across the board. The teams that are in here, this feels like a full EU final, right? But you have to remember, even some of the best teams aren't here as well, because they qualified last time around. You've got teams like G2 obviously leading the charge at that forefront, and the fact that Fnatic are here in this second attempt at their qualification is absolutely nuts. So the fact that Vitality get knocked out here is absolutely nothing for them, their fans, for all the people following them to be ashamed of at all. They have put up an incredible fight. They've showed us incredible Valorant, and going down here, sure, it felt like that was a little bit sloppy on Icebox, but over the games that we've seen them on stream, they have been incredible, and to be able to come in with a fresh new roster and have such an impact is great for this squad.
True. Well, at this point in time, it's your time to vote who you'd like to see as the MVP of this game. Roden, Akuma, Logan, you personally can decide. It's always a little bit tough with 6-man rosters to actually decide who is the actual MVP of the entire series, but it's up to you. It's your choice, and feel free to let us know who do you think should actually be getting this tiny little reward. Nevertheless, I have to say this has been an exceptional game so far, because specifically Bind was getting so close. There were so many rounds which seemed to be a nail biter, being on the edge of your seat, and ask yourself who's gonna obtain that victory. Remember how good Vitality played against Liquid. You mentioned it. This is a proper performance from this roster. This is where we all were like, hold on, will they actually eliminate the squad of Liquid, the prancing horse? But at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. But what was enough, that was now John Allen and myself. We had the honor to cast for you, and obviously it has been a big pleasure. Nevertheless, we're gonna toss it over. Thank you very much for tuning in, and that's enough from John and my side.
I will stop to see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I
Welcome back to VCT EU Challengers 2 main event. My name is Ian Chambers. I am joined by these two legends, Ryan Central and Lurther. That is our first lower bracket best of 3, all wrapped up. Oh, I like that. BDS.
You gotta steal it.
BDS progress to our lower bracket round 2 with a 2-0 win over Vitality. Wow, I think that was a surprise to all of us, Ryan.
I am genuinely shocked. Like, it's weird to see them lose out to 10 stars so dominantly and then come into this and thrive on maps that Vitality have been somewhat decent in recently. We spoke about how good Vitality have been on Icebox, and that is one of the most dominant losses we've seen them have, at least throughout stage 3. Massive shout out to Hoppy though. It must be really difficult as a player to be taken out of the roster for some maps, then to come in and top frag. And you gotta say as well, like ACS wise, he's like 140, 150 statistically, so it's pretty below average by a considerable amount. He had double that. He was 300. He was like 21-8 this series. Really dominated against Sender, the enemy Viper, throughout this series. And yeah, this BDS is looking really good, which is surprising considering they're constantly changing out the players now. But everybody showed up on this BDS roster, all 6 of them.
Luther, it's interesting, isn't it? We talk about their lack of consistency. They were on a really poor run of form coming into this one, but they managed to find what it took to get the job done.
This is the, by the way, this lineup that played on Icebox is the original lineup from Opportunist. So maybe there's the consistency here because they played without the newest addition to the roster, right? They still need to build up the consistency with Gutch if he plays on some maps. Now, what I really liked from BDS though is the way they approached the game against Vitality here, because if you guys remember, pre-map, I said there's a stark difference between the playstyles of Vitality and BDS on this map. Vitality plays very heavy default attack and tries to just take advantage of the mistakes that a defense doing by putting the one player somewhere pushing like in any lane, and that player typically gets caught out. What BDS did is they, especially in pistol round was visible, they pushed mid and they got the pressure on Vitality, which made the default setup kind of useless, which then put Vitality into an awkward position when they had to play like 4-man pushes on A side, which worked for a few rounds, but then BDS swapped. They swapped and reinforced players on A side, which then again put Vitality in a spot where they have to play default, and then again got exploited by BDS playing smart and always having a pressure pincer movement through mid. So for me, this shows that BDS actually prepared well against Vitality directly, and just showcases that Vitality is not really prepared to play against someone who a little bit counter-stratted them. I mean, that's probably too optimistic, but it's just they knew how basically Vitality approaches the game and how can they exploit that.
Yeah, I think we might have a clip to demonstrate that, but forgive me if I'm wrong. If we don't, then we won't throw that up. But in the meantime, Ryan, let's talk about Vitality. They drop out, right? And commiserations to them. It's a cruel result, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, especially with the fact that they've been playing so well. They knocked out some fan favorites of Ninjas in Pajamas. They knocked out Heretics on the way here. So there was a lot of drum up thinking that this team could actually have a few more surprise results and a few more surprise wins, but it's a dominant result from BDS. I think it's a really good look for them to kind of remind people, hey, we're still good. Not only are we still in this tournament, but we're playing up against a team that's in form and we dominated them 2-0. I think it's great for Vitality in the future, potentially with players like Shalabi, Vac, and Sender to grow that roster.
Absolutely.
But BDS showing that they're really like up there as a squad, and you know, there's still a chance to see them in EMEA, that's for sure.
All right, well, let's get an interview. It's time to talk to the man of the hour. BDS's Hoppy joins me right now. I'm fascinated to get this man's insight into what we just saw happen in front of us there. Hoppy, welcome. You must be feeling absolutely delighted. You didn't play in the first map. You come in, you perform very well, very consistently. Has it been a difficult time for you to not always be featuring within the roster?
Hello, first, thanks for... yeah, so I mean, when with the 6-man roster, we have to choose who's playing on which map. So we talked a lot about what map are we going to play, and yeah, that's when I just came in the server and tried to get the win.
Top fragger. Do you ever think? Do you sit there and think, you know what, I'm proving a point here, so I want to make sure that I am selected more often, or does it just come down to the composition that suits each map?
I mean, it's always easier for me to come on the server after we won the first map. We have less pressure. We are confident about our game, so it's easier for me and for the boys in the team.
Yeah, you were on quite the difficult losing streak prior to this best of 3. This is your first win in a while. How difficult is it to mentally, as a team, overcome bad form when things aren't going your way?
I mean, we talk a lot, and after all those many losses, we decided to get Guts into the roster to see if he's gonna help us, because he's a guy who talk a lot in game, and that was it was needed in the team. So he joined BDS, and we've been working with him since 1 week, and it just good.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, Lothar, who is our analyst today, said that it was like the BDS of old. Is that something that you felt? Did it feel like a throwback to the good old days?
I mean, yeah, it was good because we were all talking, we were having fun, we were just like we used to be before all those losses. So yeah, it felt good, to be honest.
Awesome. Well, finally, you will take on either Giants or Fnatic. Will you feel confident? And who would you rather be seeing in the next round?
I mean, I would like to play Fnatic, to be honest, because we actually never play them in official, I think. So I want to face them.
I like the confidence. They are, for a lot of people, the favourites to win the main event. So I'm interested to see if that does happen. I'd like to see how you guys perform against them. So congratulations, Hoppy. It was great to see you doing fantastically here tonight. And congratulations to your team. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, bye for now. Right, let's bring back in the analysts. We should have Ryan and Lothar back with us here. I like the fact, Ryan, that he wants Fnatic.
I mean, these teams want to prove everybody wrong to an extent, because obviously, if they played up against Fnatic in the next round and they beat Fnatic, that would knock Fnatic out of stage 3 completely. So I think everybody wants that ability to knock out the favorites at that point. And I do think that whilst BDS haven't looked as good recently, there's always potential. And today was a nice reminder of their capabilities and the depth that they can go into a 6-man roster. I don't want to change my tune. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I still think that changing up 6 players is going to be really difficult on some of them, certainly when it comes to momentum. Like Hoppy said himself, it was easy for him because they won the first map for him to come in and start dunking on people. Well, what if Vitality won it? What would that be like on him personally? Would he perform as well? Probably not. So I mean, it's more akin to normal sports like soccer or American football or just normal football. Why am I calling it soccer? We're in Europe, it's football. But it's like you have substitutes, and it's a great way for everybody to get to the next echelon of their play, because simply put, if you don't play well, there's somebody literally sat in a chair behind you doing nothing, waiting for their chance to shine, right? So Hoppy, Takas, all of these other players need to step up. Otherwise, the 6-man roster will become a 5-man roster again, and they might get benched or moved or whatever. So it really has to raise the bar for everybody on BDS. That's just the competitive side of a 6-man roster.
Yeah, I really like the way that he actually approached the interview. Those felt very honest. And I like that when a player says that, you know, it was easy to play on this map because we had that confidence coming from the 1-0. But it's also a very interesting outline for BDS, because this is the first time they actually won against Vitality in the history. They lost 2 times in the past, and if they actually play against Fnatic, then that will be their second time to prove they can just, you know, make the odds work for them and defeat the people that they couldn't defeat before, right? So that's actually awesome to see, and I'm very happy to see also BDS go back into their old form where those players were able to perform so well under pressure, because the first map was, I mean, even though the scoreline was dictating that BDS played very well, there was a lot of clutch situations that could have just gone either way, and then BDS wouldn't have won so convincingly.
Ryan, who do you think our player of the match was?
Oh, I mean, like we said, when it comes to players to pick on, I mean, Hoppy played well, but you're going back to that good old Brimstone in the first map, and Logan's always a name that gets mentioned.
Of course, thoroughly deserved. Congratulations to Logan for being our player of the match. Should we take a look at the bracket? Should we have a look at the bracket? I think we should. It's
hell yeah.
Absolutely hell yeah. Let's take a look at the lay of the land after what has been a magnificent day of Valorant so far. I mean, we started early doors. We've seen so much happen. So let's see what the lay of the land looks like. Ryan, talk us through what you've made of what we've seen so far. Any shock surprises for you here?
I think considering BDS dispatched Vitality, I mean, Rick's beating Alliance 2-0 is quite a surprise. But realistically speaking, I guess it's more the fact that 10-Star could actually be a serious threat against Team Liquid tomorrow, considering 10-Star beat BDS handsomely on some maps like Breeze, and then BDS beating Vitality, makes me think that the top side of the bracket might be a little bit stronger, but I'm still on the Vodafone Giants train. They have looked exceptional coming into this, so Vodafone Giants versus Fnatic is going to be a hell of a game tomorrow, and obviously we see 2 more teams be eliminated. So yeah, I Giants, 10-Star, names that you probably weren't expecting to say this far in the tournament, but they're looking pretty good.
Lothar, are Fnatic still favourites?
I think so. I mean, on paper, they're always the favorite, right? But it all comes down to the way they play the actual map, because we have seen consistency problems from Fnatic in the past. But I just have to shout out RixG, because I didn't suspect them winning so convincingly against Alliance as well in a 2-0, even though the second map was 13-11. I need to rewatch that VOD on Valorant Esports 4, if I'm not mistaken, because that...
Nice plug.
Yeah.
For sure, it was an interesting match, because I had a lot of criticism towards RixG in the past.
Absolutely. I think we might be able to take a look at the schedule and see how things are going to play out over the coming days. Listen, we've got so much to get stuck into in the next couple of days, and what else would you want to be doing than sitting right here watching Valorant EU? Here's tomorrow, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, Vodafone Giants versus Fnatic is going to be a good old game. You get to see David P back in action. The redemption arc is going super strong with him. But it's the Giants that have come in with Ambi. Pipson is now in full control of the coach, and it's noticeable. And Fnatic, we've seen them. They looked decent. They looked comfortable. They looked like champions. So, well, at least for this stage, let's not go too far. I'm not saying that they're going to win Berlin out. Let's calm down, Reddit. But yeah, it's just a firm example of these teams finding form at the right time. And there's only 2 spots to take. So, wonder who it's going to be at this point.
Yes. Go on, Lothar. Sorry.
If you're a Fnatic fan, I'm not sure if this is good news or bad news, but you will be maybe able to watch Fnatic tomorrow twice, because, you know, they can lose the first match.
Yeah.
How likely is that, do you think?
That might not be good news for Fnatic fans, but they will be able to watch the Fnatic team more if they lose, right? So,
absolutely. Well, we'll find out how it all goes down. It is all to play for. I just want to say once again, commiserations to Vitality. I'm sure that these guys will be back stronger and better than ever down the road. Any last words from you guys? Give us a way. I mean, do you want to say anything, Ryan, before we wrap things up? Do you want to say anything, Lothar?
I got nothing. It's just a good long day of games, and I think everybody just wants to get home, and it's like 3 best of 3s throughout the day. I think more to come over the next few days for me.
I think that was the longest official broadcast of VCT, because it just took a while, right? And we still had 2 2-0s, so it was pretty fast. I'm actually surprised we were finishing at 10 p.m. I was certain we're going to go past midnight here in EU. But I'm very happy with the games that we have seen today. And this actually feels a little bit more like actual, like, you know, EMEA finals playoffs, because this the level of play is actually very high, and the names are all known, and that only prepares us for the next stage of the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, I just also want to say a massive thanks to you guys for making it so entertaining. Our wonderful analysts, thank you so much for watching. To Zesh, to John Allen, it's all been amazing. We will be back tomorrow with more VCT EU. Enjoy the rest of your night, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
I don't wanna waste your time, leave you hanging in the balance. You are all I need tonight. I hope this will last forever. You are more than just a face. Your smile brings me out the darkness. You are all I need tonight. I hope this will last forever. Cause I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready, love. I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love. Flowers hanging in the window, match the color of your eyes, dancing in